So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Not a politician. He's not politically correct, and he's
In a way, you're kind of more outspoken than your father
The
sometimes.
son of the 45th president joins me right now.
It's good to be back. I got a little bit of the Trump gene. I can't shut up. I got to keep fighting. We are in a fight for the future of our country, for our very existence.
This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. The other side knows it, and that's why they've gone to such great lengths to stop it.
Do not. What we're fighting for is worth it.
They're not actually going after Trump. They're going after all of us. He was just the guy in the way.
Don't ever stop. What's going on, Turning Point? Wow, you know, when you're opening up like the Sunday morning, it's always a little risky, right? Because you assume, you know, people may sleep in, they may not show up. I mean, this is amazing. I was talking with Charlie yesterday and early this morning. You know, I was a little nostalgic going back to like 2015, where this very meeting was like 300 people. Right? I mean, no, it's so amazing when you, like, that's how it started. And it was such an awesome thing to be a part of a movement, of a growing movement, that he's done so incredibly, frankly, growing. I mean, this is the future of conservatism right here. And, you know, there's no doubt it's going to keep going, but it's just, honestly, it's awesome just to be able to see this many people, this motivated, this early in a cycle, because you're sick and tired of what's become of our country. I mean, we've had a pretty interesting week, haven't we, guys? I was told a couple of years now that decency was on the ballot. This thing with Democrats and projection is truly spectacular, right? Decency was on the ballot, and then I saw like the White House Christmas video, and I'm saying, man, I think, you know, remind me of like the Princess Bride. Like, you keep saying this word, but I don't think you know what it means. Right? You know what I'm talking about? Decency was on the ballot. I saw the White House video, and it was like, you know, I don't know what the hell it was, but it looked like, you know, trans activist White House Christmas video, I guess. I'm saying, interesting as it relates to decency. And I thought that was the worst the Democrats could do this week, but we were grossly outdone the next day. The next day, when Senate staffers are filming gay pornos in a Senate hearing room. I don't know if they're just trying to bring back the mask mandates and but what's going on? Decency, right? The adults are back in charge. But they can do this because they realize there's no one actually there as a countermeasure to this insanity, right? That wasn't just a young guy being a young guy. That's a power play, right? We're going to turn off all the videos in here and we're going to do this. And we're going to share it because we're beyond reproach. If you think the radicals are the leaders in Congress, the Nancy Pelosi's, no. It's these 20-something-year-olds that have never been told no, that are told there's 9,476 genders and that's the gospel, that believe in convenient science that's made up on the spot to fulfill whatever political narrative they have. Decency is actually on the ballot in 2024 again. Last time, we got degeneracy. Decency is on the ballot. We got Hunter Biden this week talking about decency, the Republicans, because they had the gall to ask him to come in and do a deposition, discussing one of thousands of instances of him selling out our country, enriching his family. I mean, I use me as the example, and we've done this one before. I take it a little bit personally. Right? Because I did 50 hours of congressional testimony. 50 hours. Think about how much time that is. Right? And they're doing the game, right? No, he'll do public hearings. Just so we're all clear, the public hearings, it's not transparent. It's the opposite. You get 5 minutes and 5 minutes, and the questions are from congressmen looking to get a 2-second clip on Twitter. Like, you can't get into the details because it transfers over. The media will sell it. No, that's being transparent. It's exactly the opposite. When I went in, you had hours on end of repeated questioning from the Democrat staffers and the lawyers that actually deal with this stuff. Not the Congress people that can't be bothered with it and aren't going to be focused on it. But like all things that they tell you, it's a lie. It's designed to appear to be transparent while being exactly the opposite. He can't be bothered. What do you think would have happened to me? If I blew off one of the, I guess I did what? 5 different congressional testimonies, right? House Intelligence, Senate Intelligence, House Judiciary, Senate Intelligence again, and then the sham January 6th committee, right? So, total of 5 different subpoenas. I go in there. You know why? Because I'm a man. You go in there and you take it like a man. And if you didn't actually do anything wrong, you have nothing to worry about. But Hunter's not a man. He's a 50-year-old baby. Right now, hey, we all saw that speech. They're being indecent. I'm like, hey, man, I've seen your laptop. Maybe, just maybe, you should lose that word from your vocabulary. I don't know. Again, if it was the Don Jr. laptop from hell, you all would have heard about it. You would have seen it. You wouldn't have been censored for sharing the pictures, right? Because decency's on the ballot. Decency, what else have they done this week? Oh, just the whole administration, right? You had the trans nuclear waste guy stealing baggage, because of course he got that job because he was the most qualified, not because he checked off a bunch of boxes. He wore a dress and lipstick as a dude, therefore you should be in charge of the major organizations in our country. You don't have to actually be qualified, but guess what, folks? You don't actually have to be qualified to be the president of Harvard anymore either. We saw that, right? And my alma mater, I don't have a lot to be proud of, but at least they fired the president. Now, she didn't get to check off as many boxes, so she actually gets fired. At Harvard, apparently they stand by plagiarism. Now, if you're a student there, you'd be out. They got rid of 50 people in the last 2 years for plagiarism. Students. But when the president, who was a lackluster academic at best, only published 11 academic papers. 5 of them were plagiarized. So let's just say just under 50% of her academic career has been plagiarized. That doesn't matter. So you can have a response to the rape and genocide of women and girls in the streets of Israel that is, let's call it, incredibly lackluster at best. You can essentially condone that. You can take the side of Hamas terrorists on the campus of Harvard. You can plagiarize 50% of your academic works, and you can face no consequence. You know why that is? Because the house of cards that DEI is built on crumbles when there's actual accountability for the BS that is DEI. That's all it is. And so for me, hey, I graduated from Penn, right? We used to be leaders. We created Donald Trump. Penn created Donald Trump, created Elon Musk, created Don Jr. I'm not going to say that's in the same level, but, you know, it's not bad. Now they're creating trans swimmers, Leah Thomas. So now, but think of the decline in academia, right? You go from that to leading the charge of making sure that men are allowed to compete in women's sports. That's a downgrade, folks. I'm not going to lie. It's a pretty serious downgrade. But what's good about all of this stuff is people are waking up. They're understanding the hypocrisy of literally everything that is out there on a daily basis. The lies we're told, they see it in the Harvard admission stuff. Now, honestly, as a business guy, I used to have my Penn Wharton diploma. This is something you wore with pride. It meant you accomplished something there. Now it doesn't mean anything. Today, if I was hiring as a business, I would much rather have someone from a state school that broke their ass and worked hard than some drama queen from Penn, Harvard. You know, they get to work on day one. They expect a 3-hour workday. They've been told they're the best at everything, even if these days it seems they probably don't have to be if they check off the requisite boxes. They're going to be in HR in 2 minutes complaining about some sort of grievance. It's not worth it. But like all of those things, at least it's all coming together. People are seeing it. You see it out in the streets. You see it in the places that are Democrat strongholds. They understand that the Democrat Party policy has failed. The woke ideology that dominates the left does not work. They see that the lies that they were told about Trump for years upon end, was all bullshit, folks. But most importantly, they're understanding that everything was better under Trump. It's true. Have you seen some of the statistics as it relates to people's mortgages and their pay? They're up 90%. You know how debilitating that is when that really kicks in? Right? The people who have a 5 years, ARM, like an adjustable rate mortgage. You hit that time throughout, it resets. You're paying 90% more. When all of that stuff clicks in, and it's happening, you combine that with inflation. You combine that with literally everything across the board. People's expenses are through the roof. You're going to bankrupt half the country. And at this point, it almost feels intentional. It has to be. No, seriously. This is something I say all the time. But if you were trying to destroy America from within, would you do anything differently than today's Democrat Party? We want to blame Joe Biden, but in all fairness, Joe Biden doesn't know where he is. He's like an imbecile at best on a good day. And that's when they jack him up so he appears like, I mean, you can't say like lucid because that's never the case, but like he appears to be 10% lucid for 7 minutes before the stuff wears off, right? So you know it's not him, but he's been good for the radical left, and it's not the Democrat Party anymore because it's clear these are communists, they are Marxists, they don't pretend anymore. They're saying these things out loud on a daily basis. They're pushing for wars, they're pushing for globalism. You will own nothing and be happy, folks. Hey, their policies are pushing you to that because the average person won't be able to afford to buy a home right now. So you'll rent. You know, and BlackRock will make sure that you become a permanent renter. And then, you know, they'll still fly G5s and eat steak while you're supposed to eat bugs and be happy with no responsibility. AI is going to displace 90% of the workers in the country within a matter of years. They need you to be fat, weak, stupid, unhealthy, because if you are, they can control you. I mean, isn't it so obvious? Right? We're going to flood the border. We could do something about it. I mean, honestly, it's sort of hard to believe. This time last year, I was making fun of him on the stage, and rightfully so. John Fetterman. All right. No, I mean, you got someone on stage who had, let's call it serious cognitive issues. Even he's like, okay, we got to close the border. This is ridiculous. I'm like, no, I mean, I'm serious, right? Like, the guy that's incapable of putting on a suit in the United States Senate, like, he's like, hey, like, Israel should be able to defend itself, and we should close down our borders because what's going on is insane. I mean, he is the reasonable Democrat? Like, I'm like, yeah. I was like, man, I actually agree with this guy. Like, I mean, he couldn't form a sentence in a debate. He wins a United States Senate seat. I went after him a little bit because, I don't know, I guess I'm old school. I believe that someone who is making trillion-dollar decisions for me, for you, for our children and grandchildren should be able to form a complete sentence. I understand that in today's Democrat Party, that is viewed as discriminatory. They called me an ableist, right? Ableist, someone who discriminates someone against, I guess, those with disabilities. I'm like, well, listen, it's not like he's in a wheelchair. Like, he can't actually think. But he's actually smarter than the other Democrats. Like, you know, so I imagine there'll be a lot of other surprises coming this year. You see all the lawfare. You see the lies. You see what they're trying to do to my father. Now you see the stuff. Hey, but guess what? There was actually voter fraud, but it doesn't matter now. We won't talk about that then. It doesn't matter because we've already changed, so we can't do anything retroactive. That's the thing. Like all the conspiracy theories, they always come true. There's no such thing as a conspiracy theory. It's just how long till the average person is able to get through and bypass the constant inundation from the media, from big tech, from the biggest liars out there. That's the truth. But again, it's gotten so extreme. It's gotten so ridiculous. Those entities are working so much more overtime to try to lie to you, to force you, that even the person who's, you know, not like you guys, you're here, right? You're into this. You're watching it. You're looking for the anomalies. You're saying, hey, it just doesn't make any sense, but you're actually paying attention. There's a lot of people that are struggling in America right now. You know, Bidenomics, I can assure you, is not the wonderful. It's ridiculous, but again, those big, powerful entities, and these aren't like one or two people. These are trillion-dollar institutions that are spending the vast majority of their time lying to you to manipulate an outcome, right? That's effective. When you're just trying to put food on the table, when you're trying to live your American dream, when you're trying to make up the difference because your mortgage now costs 90% more, you're listening to a lot of that stuff. It's noise in the background. So I love seeing a crowd like this, because when you see this crowd year after year, as I have for 8 or 10 years that I've been involved, which are, okay, our efforts, the insanity that, you know, for me, that I've gone through personally, that they certainly are trying to do to my father and family, but the attacks on all of you, right? It's not just us, I promise you. Like, I get it. Okay, my whole thing, you got to get out there, you got to be unafraid. I understand there's a consequence. No one understands that probably better than my family right now. You know, there's some others, let's call it the January 6thers, they probably understand it even better, but they're trying to do that to my father. You know, because he led, apparently, I'm told, the first unarmed insurrection in the history of insurrections. I mean, it's, you know, I understand that he is an innovative guy, but that's probably not the way you innovate. But again, it's all BS, right? We see that now. But 2 years later, when they can no longer hide the exculpatory video, when you no longer see, oh, wait, what's the FBI or the other feds in the Fedsurrection? They're pushing people down the stairs who are otherwise calm. You have the FBI director, we cannot release the video because it would give up too many of our undercover assets. I was like, oh, so they're in the crowd. So the next logical question, if we were sentient beings, which we are, but the media isn't, is why didn't they do anything? Why didn't they stop it then? It's almost as though, and I know we're getting way out here in the conspiracy theory, it's almost as though they wanted it to happen. They would then cover up the evidence. They would then use it to manipulate. Because of course that's what they're doing. They can't release the video because they had way too many in the crowd. Now you have the FBI whistleblowers. They come out where there's like Kyle Seraphin and these other guys, and they talk about it. Kyle was there for 6 years. And he was involved in, was able to blow the whistle on not just the Fedsurrection, but spying on Catholics, because practicing Catholics are domestic terrorists. I mean, you know, domestic terrorists, according to the FBI, aren't domestic terrorists, but practicing Catholics are. He was able to be a part of and understand and know people part of, you know, the fake Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping. Right? That just disappeared because, you know, once the truth comes out, it can no longer be weaponized against their political enemies. Concerned mothers and parents at PTA meetings. Another radical group of domestic terrorists, according to the FBI. So the FBI can't catch actual terrorists. Everyone that commits a crime was on their watch list. You know, they can't release the trans Shooter's Manifesto because we know what that would do to the most protected class in the United States of America, if not the world right now, which is radical trans activists. They can do anything. So the FBI is not going to stop that, but they do have time to make sure that they change the way they say LBGT, whatever they... Now it's LBTGQIA++ expialidocious. They had time to change that this week. I don't know. You know, it's all this crazy stuff. It was like when my father took out ISIS. How did he do that? He told the operators on the ground, do what you need to do. You know, like... I know. It sounds like rocket science. Like, let the Navy SEALs kill bad guys. Shocking. Rather than having them do, like, diversity training. No, but I hear the stories. You know, buddies of mine that are operators in that. You know, for years, I mean, we spend more time learning how to incorporate, whether it's females or this, into our combat. Well, does it ever happen? No, it doesn't happen, but we have to do it. They tell me they're spending more time doing that than they are shooting. Right? And then I say something publicly because, you know, not exactly quiet. Not known for quiet. I got the Trump genes. And then the media, how does Don Jr. know? He doesn't know anything. And then guys like Rob O'Neill and Carl Higbee and these guys that were actually SEALs are like, it's 100% true. It's why we have the attrition rate in those communities, because they're like, we're not fighting for this. You know? It's why we can't recruit in the Army, because, you know, in all fairness, a big part of patriotism and willing to die for your country would be actually believing in what that country's values espouse, right? You know, if they're just paying for, you know, gender-affirming care in the military, you're like, I probably don't believe in that. I'm just going to go get a job. It's so obvious, but it's not obvious to the people in charge. So we have an incredible opportunity to do something about this insanity in 2024. But make no mistake, just because it looks good, because it feels good, because it's obvious, we can't underestimate whatever it is that they're going to come up with. They've shown how evil they are, right? The narrative of the last 2 weeks, Trump's going to be a dictator. Yeah, because he was a dictator last time, right? Like, no, of course. I mean, he's not the one trying to jail the political opposition. That's the Democrats and the weaponized DOJ and the weaponized FBI and the weaponized CIA. Trump's not on the record trying to say they're going to censor people who they disagree with politically. That's the same group of letter agencies in the United States. They're the ones putting great patriots on terror watch lists, aided and abetted by big tech. How many people in this room, by show of hands, have been silenced on social media or elsewhere? Strange, you never hear that on the other side. I mean, I see people on the left, but, you know, a 3-year-old should be able to talk to their purple-haired teacher and chop off their bodily parts without the involvement of their parents. And if you think that's wrong, you're a terrible human being. They're trying to crush the family. They're trying to crush that structure. Despite the fact that the actual science shows that those things literally lead to the most productive people, the best people, the smartest people, like across the board. But they want to shut that down because it's not about creating the best. It's about controlling them. It's about creating a population that they can control forever. And that's why we have to get involved, folks. You know, there's so much at stake. We've seen the lies. You see the projection. Again, the dictator one. I think my father handled it best. Are you going to be a dictator? No. On day one, when I close down the border and start drilling again so we can take care of ourselves. But the reason they're going out there and going to other noted conservatives like Liz Cheney, who can't get like 4 points in like the most conservative state in the country, is because they understand the Democrats' biggest fear is that Trump would be like them. Because they know what they are doing. They've been doing it for years. They know what they would do if they had that power. And that is jail you and silence you. It's the projection. So watch for all the projection. Watch for it. Because they're going to do that about everything. The reality, if Trump was in charge right now, we wouldn't be sending trillions of dollars to Ukraine. For what? To enrich the next class of Ukrainian oligarchs as they pilfer the money? They don't even want systems to control it. They don't even care. And they'll send the peasants to go die on the front lines so they keep the money train going. And Washington loves it because they can make, you know, they'll get a board seat and they'll make an extra 6 figures sitting on the board of Raytheon because they're selling more missiles. This is how it goes. Watch for it. The reason they want to be in war there and in Israel, and now we're talking about Venezuela, right? There's no money in peace, folks. There's no money in peace. And you always got to follow the money. So, guys, this year, please just make sure you all get involved, that you stay involved the way you are, that you are able to talk sense to the people who are willing to listen. And I can assure you, as people go out there and experience America under Joe Biden and the radical Democrats, they're looking for an out. But they need you guys to be a part of it. We have to become unafraid. Can't just be Donald Trump out there talking by himself. They'll take him out. They've shown that they'll do that. They're still trying. Like I said, they want to put him in jail for 1,000 years. I mean, I say he's a young and vibrant guy, but that's a long time. We need everyone to be a part of that, because if you're all a part of that movement, if you're all a part of that process, if you're all out there talking and fighting and having these conversations and volunteering, we can win and we can save our country. So guys, get out there and do it. Thank you so much.
Chief Division Counsel and DOJ have approved a no-knock breach. We want the subject to be on display, doing the walk of shame, full visual impact. Any questions?
Are we becoming a police state?
The government told American citizens they couldn't go to church on Sunday.
For the first time in my life, I'm saying to myself, am I going to get a knock at the door?
FBI warrant, come to the door now!
The Patriot Act and FISA were used against Donald Trump.
These individuals have commissioned the biggest propaganda play in U.S. history.
They don't go after the people that rigged the election. They go after the people that want to find out what the hell happened.
We don't need to have a crime. What we need is a person to look at. And then we go find out what crime you did.
FBI! Our focus is shifting. Our main priority as a bureau is going to be domestic terrorism.
It really paints anybody who's right of center.
If you're a pro-life, pro-family Catholic, they define you as radical.
These are anti-government.
We have freedom of religion and freedom of speech.
Violent extremists, and they must be dealt with. We can do anything we want.
Richard Nixon.
Well, I'm not a crook.
Ronald Reagan.
Tear down this wall.
And Donald Trump.
And a friend of mine for a long time, he only likes politics. If you ask him about how are the Yankees doing, he has no interest. If you ask him almost anything, he likes politics, and he's a professional at the highest level. Roger Stone.
All of these presidents relied on one man to secure their seat in the Oval Office. That man is Roger Stone.
Thank you. Wow. I can't wait to hear what I have to say. First of all, let me thank Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA for putting together the single most important meeting in conservative movement history. You know, Dwight Eisenhower was president of the United States when I was born. He was a great president. He brought us unprecedented peace and prosperity. I had the privilege of working on 2 campaigns for Richard Nixon, 3 campaigns for Governor, later President Ronald Reagan, worked for one of the greatest Americans of the 20th century, Senator Bob Dole, but I'm here to tell you that I traveled 2,339,000 miles to tell you that Donald J. Trump is the greatest president of my lifetime. There are rare times in American history when the future of the country, when the future of our democratic republic lies on one man. It was true of George Washington. It was true of Abraham Lincoln. And today it is true of Donald Trump. It was in 1988 that I first recognized that Donald Trump had the size, I don't mean the physical size, but the stature, the guts, the stamina, the courage, and the independence to not just be a great candidate for president, to be one of our greatest presidents ever. And the record will show that he brought us unprecedented prosperity, a robust economy, the lowest levels of unemployment among all Americans, black, white, young, old, Asian, Hispanic, rural, urban. He rebuilt our country's military might, which had been allowed to atrophy under Barack Obama. And then, at the beginning, he was subjected to the greatest single dirty trick in American political history. Barack Obama and Joe Biden used the full authority of the United States government based on what they knew was completely fabricated evidence in the Russian collusion hoax to try to illicitly and illegally remove a duly elected president, to spy on him, to destroy his presidency, and to this day, no person has been punished for that treasonous crime. Now, the people who are seeking to lock up and prosecute the leading candidate for the Republican nomination, their political opponent, Donald Trump, the people who have violated the law to use the 702 database to spy on over 5 million Americans, to issue warrantless surveillances against 278,000 Americans, the people who seek to use the intelligence agencies to pressure, although not much pressure was needed, to work with the social media companies to censor and cancel anyone who disagrees with them politically, the people who claim that parents who go to school board meetings because they're concerned with the curriculum being taught to their children are domestic terrorists, those people say Donald Trump would be a threat to democracy. No, folks, the guy who's a threat to democracy is Joe Biden. You know, there was a time in America when this was not always the case. There was actually a time when both major parties believed in America. Both major parties were anti-communist. Both major parties believed in free enterprise and capitalism. Both major parties favored a strong national defense. Both major parties loved the Constitution. Both major parties, well, there was a difference. They wanted to tax more and spend more. We, generally speaking, wanted to tax less and spend less. But I must tell you, that Democratic Party, the Democratic Party of John F. Kennedy, the Democratic Party of Harry Truman, that Democratic Party is dead. And that Democratic Party has been hijacked by a socialist, Marxist, band of radicals who are bent on canceling our Constitution and destroying our freedoms. I don't know what you think, but I don't care what they say. I'm not eating any frigging bugs. So let's be very clear about what we face. This is not a coming struggle, the final battle, as President Donald Trump correctly calls it. This is not a fight between Republicans and Democrats. This is not a fight between liberals and conservatives. This is nothing less than a fight between good and evil. A fight between darkness and light. A fight between the godly and the godless. And if we fail, America will step off into 1,000 years of darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, I've known Donald Trump for 45 years. He is the most confident person I have ever known. He's buoyant, he's resilient, he's determined, he's resolute, and with the help of every single person in this room, we are going to win the next election and take America back. But it would be unrealistic for us to think that Donald Trump can do this alone, because he cannot. Which is why we need people like Kari Lake in the United States Senate. It is why we need people like my friend R.J. Majewski in the U.S. Congress. Because, friends, let's be very clear. Our problem today are not the socialist, Marxist, crackpot Democrats. Our problem, in the nutshell, are the feckless, gutless, weak-kneed, spineless, white wine swilling, country club belonging, establishment Republicans who have neither guts nor balls. We need America First Republicans in both houses of Congress to support Donald Trump in his efforts to save this country. Now, people know my story. I was unfairly targeted, unjustly targeted, because I was a 45-year friend of Donald Trump, and when they could not find any evidence of Russian collusion, because indeed none existed, I was pressured relentlessly to offer false testimony, to testify falsely against the president, and I refused. And when it became clear to me that I would not get a fair trial, indeed that I would be gagged, not allowed to publicly defend myself, boy, does that sound familiar, when all my constitutional rights were essentially stripped from me in the pretrial conditions set forward by the government, I went into a deep depression. I was angry. I was frustrated. I was depressed. I was drinking a little too much. And then it was, based on the advice of Reverend Franklin Graham, that I turned my life back over to Jesus Christ. I was redeemed in the blood of the cross. And it was from that moment on that I knew that Donald Trump would see that I was being unjustly and baselessly prosecuted, essentially because I refused to turn on him, and I received not only a commutation of my sentence, but a full presidential pardon. Thank you, Jesus. Shortly after my pardon, I learned that my wife of now 32 years was diagnosed with extraordinarily aggressive stage 4 cancer. The doctors essentially told her to put her affairs in order. But I'm happy to tell you today, I've had more than one miracle in my life. Thanks to the healing power of Jesus Christ, my wife is 2.5 years cancer-free. Now, as a former Young Republican National Chairman, but more importantly, someone who was the chairman of my college Republican club at George Washington University, I understand what it's like to call a meeting and have 5 people show up. So I say to you on the campuses, you who are on the front lines of this effort to take America back, never quit. Realize how important you are in this extraordinary last battle. People know that my original political mentor was Richard Nixon. Yes, it's true. I have a tattoo on my back. It's about the size of a grapefruit between my shoulder blades. Means actually I'm the only guy you know with a dick on the front and the back. But it is not a political statement. It's a daily reminder that in life, when things don't go your way, when you suffer defeats, when you suffer setbacks, when you're disappointed, that's the time to get up off the canvas, dust yourself, and get back into the game. You see, the story of Nixon is a story of resilience. It's a story of persistence. It's a story that is very American. It was Richard Nixon who said, "The greatness comes not when things go always good for you, but when you take some knocks, some defeats, when sadness comes. Because until one has been in the deepest valley, one cannot appreciate the majesty of God's highest mountaintop." President Nixon also said, "A man is not finished when he is defeated. He is only finished when he quits." I can tell you that in the fight to save America, neither I, nor Donald Trump, nor anyone in this room will ever quit. God bless you.
We have been lied to. We have been deceived. And I've been saying for years, the moment that moms find out what's going on behind closed doors in their children's schools, there's going to be a national revolt. And that is exactly what you're seeing.
Well, what we have learned is that there are members of Congress who aren't really representing the values that we care about as moms.
When you start telling moms they're not your kids,
They're going, what are you talking about?
The main reason why we've been losing is because we've been fighting principle with policy. We need to fight principle with principle, because when we do, freedom wins.
What America is going to look like in 10, 20, 30 years from now, you are deciding it today. Motherhood is the great unifier, and mothers of all political persuasions are uniting together to defend and protect their children. And Moms for America is giving them a powerful voice and platform to be able to do that. You are creating the future of our country, and if you don't like what we see, you have the power to turn it around. When my children and my grandchildren ask me, where were you when the Republic was hanging in the balance? I am going to be able to tell them, I was right there, fighting to my last breath to save it. If you think that this mom-led revolution is just a little thing that's going to come and go, you ain't seen nothing yet. Welcome to the mom-led revolution. So, you know, they're trying to destroy the whole idea, first of mothers, then of women, erasing women. And the crazy thing is, it is women, radical feminist women, who are trying to erase women. Do they not realize they are erasing themselves? So we are living in really crazy times. And I want you to know that we put out a document in 2018 called the Declaration of Mothers. 9 paragraphs of awesome that very clearly say who has the right to teach, nurture, and raise our children, that all of these organizations and entities are there to support us, not replace us. And we put it in our copy of the Constitution here, in the front and back. You will see the Declaration of Mothers. In 2018, it was introduced into the congressional record. So Joe Biden and his crazy clown people that are running the government right now, they can call us chest feeders and birthing people all they want, but moms are in the congressional record and they can't take that away. So I keep telling moms, you know, what are we supposed to do with all this crazy happening? Well, I'm going to tell you, one of the really great things you can do is start reading great books about truth to your children. One of those is by Hans Christian Andersen, The Emperor's New Clothes. And you guys, if you haven't read it, read it, share it. Share it with all your college friends because it might be new to them. And so that when they see that the emperor is naked, that they can have the courage to stand up and say, can somebody put some clothes on the dude? Because boys are boys and girls are girls, and anybody who has any sense whatsoever knows that. So when you start looking at all the things that are happening, and it can be anything from what's happening in the schools, the education, they're taking over our culture, even the environmentalist movement. You look at all of this, and you can see that there is one objective: kill God and enslave the people. Well, spoiler alert, God wins in the end. But I'm planning on winning a whole lot of battles between now and then. This is not a war of outcome. This is a war of casualties. And it is our role to make sure that our children, our grandchildren, our brothers, our sisters are not casualties in this war. So we as moms are rising up, answering God's call because he needs his daughters now more than ever. It is time for the Jezebels and the Delilahs to get out of the way, and the Esthers and the Deborahs to rise up and take this back. So the good news is we're here to do that. The moms are rising up. We're standing with you. Your mothers love you. You all have one. A lot of you women out there, you young girls are going to be one. We are changing the future right now in this room. Everything that we do, everything that we say is making a difference. So remember
The emperor is naked. Stand up on truth, never step back from it, and be those strong, stalwart patriots that your mamas raised you to be. God bless you.
So what they're doing is interfering with an election. But that's why I like coming to events like this. I was so lucky when President Trump asked me to join his legal institution. I am sick and tired of seeing the Constitution be used differently, depending on your politics. That is anti-American. It's really political warfare, not lawfare. This is election interference at its finest against the leading candidate right now for president. We have no time for it. There's reality, and then there's this world that they all live in, and they put on quite a performance trying to make it look like there was corruption that doesn't exist. But it is loud and clear. They've got nothing, and I am sick and tired of seeing it. Pay attention, America. Pay attention. Wow. Happy Sunday, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It's such an honor to be at AmFest. Thank you to Charlie Kirk and their team. What an event this is. 2024, folks, we're going to make some history. And we're going to see young Americans reject the left more than ever. Because what we're up against and what I'm seeing in the courtroom is political lawfare. And it's got to stop. We are going to lose our country, our Constitution, and everything that the Founding Fathers created and wanted for our country if we don't wake up, show up, and speak up. And that's the truth. And if I'm honest with you, when I first became a lawyer, I believed in the judicial system in this country. I thought judges weren't corrupt. I thought they didn't care about politics when they put on their black robe. That is not the reality of this country right now. And it is because of the radical left and because they cannot beat us. So what they're doing is interfering with an election. But that's why I like coming to events like this. I was so lucky when President Trump asked me to join his legal team. What an honor. And many of you may not know, the first case that I took on as him being the plaintiff was the proudest day of my life, and that's when I sued crooked Hillary Clinton. And I gotta tell you, it felt good to file those papers. I took on the Justice Department. I took on everything having to do with the Russia hoax, the fake FISA warrants that they lied and got. And it was all in a perfect complaint that got assigned to a Clinton-appointed judge. And what do you think happened? Nobody's heard of the case, right? It's because it's gone. I never met the judge. I never walked into the courtroom. There were probably 50 lawyers representing all of the radical left. Clinton's lawyers, Mook's lawyers, and the list goes on and on and on. 1 month. It got dismissed, and me and President Trump got sanctioned $1 million for going against crooked Hillary. You didn't know that, did you? Fake news, folks. Fake news. They won't report it. But guess what? We paid that $1 million, and we're going to keep on fighting. So I'm sure everybody has seen for the last 11 joyous weeks, I've been attacked and attacking Miss Letitia James, the Attorney General for the state of New York, who is trying to kill the Trump family, their organization, and the presidency, because before she was even in office, before she had access, Miss James said, I'm going to campaign on one thing. This is how I'm going to get in office. This is how I'm going to get famous. And that's by getting Trump. She said, I'm going to turn every page on the Trump organization. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to get Trump, and I'm going to go home. That's what we're dealing with. Well, I've got a message for Miss James. She can bring her witch hunts, but I am the witch hunt slayer. So voting at the ballot box is no longer a path to victory for the left. They have to use this lawfare. They have to destroy our justice system, have people who are in the courtroom campaigning against Trump, making decisions about his company. That is what we're up against. But thank God, President Trump is resilient. Thank God, he's wealthy because he can fund it. But I'll tell you right now, they've been coming after him since 2015 when he walked down that escalator at Trump Tower. Hillary Clinton and the Democrats illegally spied on his campaign. They had a fake dossier that was through the media and the fake Russia hoax. Then it was the first sham impeachment over a phone call to Ukraine. Then we had a sham impeachment number 2 over the non-crime of objecting to election results. And then we had Mar-a-Lago and the raid on Mar-a-Lago. And I'll tell you what, I was sitting with the president the morning of that raid. We were in Trump Tower. And I won't get into conversations that are privileged, but I will tell you this. That man acted like it was just a regular Tuesday. And that is why he is who he is. He is not afraid. And the more they come after him, the more we get up and we come after them. And you know what? It shows, because his poll numbers are way up. So despite there being absolutely no evidence in Ms. James's case, let me give you some information about what they did. They had a loan. They paid it early. They never defaulted. They were vetted by some of the biggest banks in the country. They did absolutely nothing wrong. They changed the skyline of New York, and now Miss James, for her own political ambitions, and the Soros-backed DAs and AGs across this country cannot stay in office unless they accomplish one thing, and that's keeping President Trump out of office. So we are in the fight, but I got to tell you, it's a good thing I like to fight. And that is the core of who Donald Trump is. Despite the tyrannical evil regimes throughout history, the dark, desperate forces will literally do anything and everything to try and shut out the light. It is exposing every abuse of power that I have seen. Where power is given and supposed to be ethical and pure, it no longer is. But that is at the core of who he is. He brings light, even in the darkest of times, and he brings hope to all of us when we think it's lost. Most importantly, he brings results. And let's remember, those results are not results that you see in Washington. Those are the results that we feel at home. Because our borders aren't open. Because I'm not worried about what my school's teacher is teaching my children. Because there's bottom feeders and morally bankrupt individuals who couldn't care less about the success of the country, as long as they get a pat on the back from their Democrat puppet masters. But it's why events like this are so important. It's so great that you guys all came out. Because everyone in this room puts America first. Everyone in this room cares about our country. And by the way, have you ever noticed that absolutely everything that they attack Donald Trump on, they have done themselves? Look at the boxes hoax. I call it the boxes hoax. So does the president. Mar-a-Lago raid. The president, sitting president, has something called the Presidential Records Act. He can take documents, he can declassify them, and he can take them where he wants and move them. You know who can't? Joe Biden, because he wasn't president when he took his boxes in 6 different locations, in Chinatown, in his car next to his son who's doing God knows what with God knows who. But that is what they do. They hide what they've done by going after Trump. Look at the shiny ball, everybody. Don't look at us. Well, they've got 1 year. And then we're going to be looking at them. Deep and hard. And I'll tell you right now, if I'm in Washington, I'll be relentless too. So they claim they're compassionate, but they let cartels and human smugglers wreak havoc on our border. They claim they care about protecting our most vulnerable communities, while they literally coddle violent criminals and allow chaos and crime to plague the cities. Miss James is sitting in court trying to take President Trump's business away, and her city has fallen apart. Look at your own states. California, New York, you're a disaster because you're too busy looking at Trump to care about the people you're supposed to care about. This all goes beyond just partisan politics, or for me, making arguments in a court of law. It's not about that. When I became a lawyer, I never thought I'd be standing here. I didn't go to school for that. Thought I'd be writing a couple boring briefs, maybe get a cool client. But what an honor. What a moment. We can turn this country around. And it has to happen now. They are trying to scare us into surrendering our dignity, losing our will to stand strong, and sacrificing our beliefs and destroying the Constitution. But I'm here to tell you that is never going to happen. This movement is too strong. We are too resilient and too ready to save America. Because everything is at stake. It's not just about what I see in the courts. And I said this outside the courtroom. President Trump has me. I'm outside screaming in a mic with a camera in my face. But what's going to happen when it's you? You don't have me. And you've got some corrupt judge that looks at how you voted and you're supposed to be afraid? No, no, no. They got the wrong team. That is not us. We're going to keep fighting for our children and for generations to come. And I can tell you, we will look back years from now, and let's remember these moments. Let's remember how we all came here because we were afraid of what's happening to our country. But I always tell my children one thing, and I'm going to say it to you all. The opposite of fear is faith. So let's be able to say that we made our country stronger, we made it more free, and we made it more prosperous. And let's be able to say that when the storm came and when the tides rose and when the noise got loud, we were loudest. I believe in this movement. I believe in what's to come. And I absolutely believe we will finish this job. We get to write our own story, not the regime in Washington. And what a story it's going to be. Act 1 was the political upset that shocked the world and all the prosperity and success that followed. Act 2 was the rigged 2020 election that will forever change our nation. But now we're at Act 3. President Trump wrote a book called The Art of the Deal. Act 3 will be the art of the comeback. Thank you guys so much for having me. God bless you all. God bless President Trump, and God bless America. Thank you.
Hey there, TPUSA family. My name is Emily Jones. I'm the founder here at Home Tribe. And Home Tribe is an international platform and native iOS and Android app that connects families and educators together for local and online learning experiences, shippable and digital educational resources, and friends around the globe. I have had the special privilege and honor to serve families and educators globally in Canada, the UK, Dubai, and all throughout the United States, and we are all here for one very special mission. And that mission is to guide our next generation of learners and to protect the hearts and minds of our children. In the pandemic, we saw the atrocities happening in public education, and that led to over 350 million families internationally trying out homeschool and alternative education options for the very first time. We have our native iOS and Android app for download on Android and Apple phones. We are helping families and educators today pave a new way for the future of our next generation of learners.
We gotta say, it's always nice to be given a platform instead of having one taken away. But I think we are more depraved than ever because we are affirming and accepting what we should be ridiculing and rejecting. Bad ideas don't just need to be refuted. They need to be ridiculed. They need to be mocked. In order to prop up an insane worldview that can't be defended or even coherently articulated, you have to insulate it from criticism. But that's why comedy is a threat, because comedy carries the truth. It's a vehicle for truth delivery. The truth is not hate speech. Who here is a fan of the Babylon Bee? The world's most trusted, factually accurate news source. You know, it's been just over a year now since Elon Musk bought Twitter, changed his bio to Chief Twit, and sent me a DM that said, "Do you want the Babylon Bee restored? There will be no censorship of humor." We've been trying to think of a joke worth $44 billion ever since. In fact, we interviewed him several months back and handed him an IOU for $44 billion and told him, "That's as good as cash, sir. That's an IOU." But as resourceful and committed to free speech as he is, Musk is still just one man, and Twitter, now X, is just one platform. Censorship remains the rule on big tech. X is a welcome but rare exception. In fact, just a few weeks ago, I was notified that the David Horowitz Freedom Center, a conservative nonprofit, was permanently suspended by Vimeo for posting a talk I'd given about censorship. Think of the irony of that for a second. As if they wanted to make my point for me more emphatically than I ever could, they censored my talk about censorship. Why? Hate speech, they said. I was giving a talk about how the Bee had been censored unjustly for hate speech on Twitter, and they censored it for hate speech. We've reached this point now where you can't even talk about how they're censoring you without them censoring you. I agree with Dave Chappelle on this one. It shouldn't be this dangerous to talk. So what is it exactly that the lovers of censorship want from us? I think the answer is very clear. They want acquiescence. They want submission. They want unquestioning conformity. They want us to give up and stop fighting, stop telling jokes, stop telling the truth. They want to raise the cost of speaking freely so high that we'd rather just keep our mouths shut to avoid all the hassle and the penalties. And that would be the easy thing to do, wouldn't it? Just adjust our behavior, fall in line, do our best to play by the rules of wokeness that try to reshape reality itself. It'd certainly be a lot easier than fighting back and risking everything. We'd have no more headaches, no more suspensions, no more disruptions to our revenue streams. And all it would cost us is our integrity. All we have to trade for a little peace of mind in a platform is the truth itself and our right to speak it. All we have to do is trade freedom, a thing so profoundly valuable that men have laid down their lives to secure it, for captivity and capitulation. Are you willing to make that trade just because it's easier? And we were faced with this choice when Twitter suspended us last year for a joke we'd made about Rachel Levine, a transgender health admiral in the Biden administration. For those who don't remember the details of this story, USA Today had named Rachel Levine their pick for Woman of the Year. Apparently, they ran out of real women to choose from. When we looked at that headline, it felt like parody itself. You know, you look at this and it's like, how are you supposed to satirize this? It's like a man in a dress picked for Woman of the Year. This is like a South Park episode. But this is the burden of being in comedy today. You have to somehow manage to come up with jokes that are funnier than what Democrats are doing in real life. It's a tough job. So we started pitching ideas back and forth, and one idea we had was to just mock USA Today's insane choice for Woman of the Year by just accurately referring to Rachel Levine as our pick for Man of the Year. Our chief editor, Kyle, joked that this one was going to get us kicked off Twitter. And another one of our writers replied, "Yeah, probably, LOL." They count on this, by the way. They count on you thinking this way. They know that if they can make you afraid of being deplatformed, you'll do their job for them and censor yourself. For every case of hard censorship where they actually take down user content, there are 1,000 cases of soft censorship where users bite their own tongues knowing they'll be penalized if they speak freely. Make them censor you. Never do the tyrant's work for him. So we took a risk that day and posted the Rachel Levine joke, knowing it might get us in a little bit of trouble. And it wasn't long before trans activists got a hold of this thing and started mass reporting it to Twitter as hate speech. Twitter reviewed it, determined we'd violated their hateful conduct policy, which prohibits misgendering, among other things, and sent us a notice to say that our account had been locked. And as these platforms often do, they gave us a choice. Delete the tweet and you can have your account back. Refuse and your account will remain locked indefinitely. Now, they could have deleted the tweet themselves, and that would have been censorship, for sure. But I prefer that to what actually happened. Instead of deleting it themselves, they told us to delete it. And not only that, we had to check a box acknowledging that we'd engaged in hateful conduct. That's not just censorship, it's subjugation. They wanted us to bend the knee, and we refused. So, without hesitation, I responded publicly, and I said, we're not deleting anything. If the cost of speaking the truth is the loss of our Twitter account, then so be it. And we knew that this meant losing access to millions of our followers. We knew it meant being sidelined from the conversation. But we also knew that we'd be giving up something even more important if we caved. And almost immediately, by the way, people started mocking us and taunting us and saying it was only a matter of time before we deleted the tweet. And I actually found their wishing we'd show weakness motivational. It made me want to double down. What could be more fun than disappointing a bunch of leftists? So a couple of days later, we got a call from Elon Musk. And he wanted to know if we'd actually been suspended. He was kind of incredulous. He's like, really? You got suspended for a joke referring to a male as a man? And we explained that, we were locked out. We weren't actually, permanently suspended. We just needed to delete this joke, and then we could get back on the platform. He's like, why don't you delete it? And we explained why. And he agreed with us that it was a principled stand that we were taking. And he paused for a moment, and he said, maybe I just need to buy Twitter. We thought he was kidding. But Musk understands the dangers of censorship. He knows that the freedom to argue and to tell jokes is necessary, not just for the entertainment value, but because bad ideas need to be challenged. They need to be refuted, they need to be ridiculed, or they'll spread like the mind viruses that they are and ruin everything. Now, chief among these mind viruses is wokeness, as you all know, and Musk has called it one of the greatest threats to civilization and cited its spread as one of the primary reasons he was motivated to buy the platform. And I asked him why he thinks wokeness is such a threat, and this was his reply. He said, wokeness at its heart is divisive, exclusionary, and hateful. It gives mean people an excuse to be cruel while armored in false virtue. That's beautifully put, but more importantly, it's true. And we're seeing this play out with the left's attacks on comedy. Mean people, who I refer to as cry bullies, they want to take away our freedom to tell jokes, and they're doing it in the name of protecting others from harm. But they aren't actually protecting anybody. All they're doing is shielding their bad ideas from criticism and mockery. Just like Musk said, wokeness is oppressive cruelty designed to crush dissent, all under the guise of false virtue. They'll tell you that we're using the cover of satire to push hatred, but that's just projection. In reality, they're using the cover of concern for the so-called marginalized to be bullies and tyrants who trample all over our freedom. And we see this playing out right now, by the way, with this advertiser boycott happening on X. You know, big brands like Disney and Apple and IBM have withdrawn their ad spend in an effort to twist Elon's arm and get him to do their bidding. I'm sure some of you are familiar with his response to that, which I can't repeat here from this podium. So it's the most amazing clip. If you haven't seen it yet, go look up the clip of Elon Musk responding to an incredulous reporter who was like, what do you mean you don't want them to advertise anymore? What do you mean? He said, don't advertise. I don't want you to advertise on my platform. And the reporter said, what do you mean by that? And he goes, well, they're trying to hold money over my head. You're trying to manipulate what I do by holding money over my head? That doesn't work. You can't blackmail me with money. I don't know if everybody realizes how profoundly important and significant it is to hear somebody tell Disney and their mountain of money that they don't care about it. He called out Bob Iger by name and basically said, I don't care. You can't bully me. You can't silence me. You can't force me to do what you want by holding money over my head. Elon is one of the foremost defenders of free speech right now in this country. And we need to We need to learn from his example. I think one of the most important lessons he's teaching us is that we have to stop caring about what freedom might cost us. They're going to try to raise the price of it so high that no one's willing to pay it. They thought that would work. It's not working anymore. It didn't work with us, and it didn't work with him. In fact, we actually responded by pledging to spend $500,000 on X in upcoming months on ad campaigns. And I wish, that sounds like a lot of money. It's a lot of money to me. It's the maximum we can afford, but it's the least that we can do. We need to support defenders of freedom and reject the leftist lie that we only want more freedom so that we can spread hate. Humor isn't hateful or harmful. I think it's necessary. And there are several reasons why I think we need more of it. First, humor undercuts bad ideas. I've touched on this a little bit already, but it's a point that bears repeating. When someone's trying to get you to take an outrageous claim seriously, I don't know, like men can get pregnant. Did you see, by the way, a student just failed a quiz because he said that men can't get pregnant? That's insane. The most appropriate response to these ridiculous ideas is not logical argument, but laughter. You can't reason with someone who's embraced madness anyway. That's like trying to give medicine to a dead man. But you can ridicule his bad ideas and show the world just how foolish they are. And I think mockery of this kind is a moral imperative for the obvious reason that bad ideas taken seriously have catastrophic consequences. There's even people on the left who are catching on to this, by the way. I don't know if you guys have seen this monologue that Bill Maher gave. He's broken ranks with some of the other libs to mock woke gender madness. And in a recent monologue, he said this. He said, if we listened to 8-year-olds and affirmed them when they told us what they wanted to be, the world would be filled with cowboys and princesses. I wanted to be a pirate. Thank God no one scheduled me for eye removal and peg leg surgery. Now, you might think that's just an ordinary joke to get a few laughs, but I think it's much more than that. It's a defiant challenge to the popular narrative, the dangerous idea that girls who believe they're boys should be affirmed in that confusion. And Bill's mockery of that idea isn't just funny, it's effective, it's imperative. It's chipping away at the validity of an idea no one should have ever taken seriously in the first place. And it took courage to tell that joke. Because it's exactly the kind of joke you're not supposed to tell. It's a punishable offense. It's hate speech according to woke standards. But he's told it anyway. Good for him. The second point about humor is that it tells the truth. Humor tells the truth. Our joke about Rachel Levine wasn't really that funny. I think the USA Today article naming Rachel Woman of the Year was funnier and more offensive. But that joke told a truth in a provocative way that got people's attention. That's the key point. Humor is a vehicle for truth delivery. It gets past people's defenses more effectively than any argument. I think G.K. Chesterton said it better than I could. He said, humor can get in under the door while seriousness is still fumbling at the handle. So it's not about spreading hatred, but speaking truth into the culture. We don't hate Rachel Levine. We don't hate liberals. We don't even hate Joe Biden. How could you hate Joe Biden? I mean, if you're doing comedy, the guy goes up on stage and said, I've got 2 words for you. Made in America. And then he shakes hands with no one and falls. You gotta laugh. No, we don't hate any of these people. We just love the truth and the freedom that we enjoy in this country to speak it. Third point about humor is that it angers and exposes tyrants. They say that if you want to know who rules over you, take note of who you're not allowed to joke about. Tyrants can't bear to be mocked. They'll come after you and try to silence you, which only exposes them for what they are and validates your jokes at their expense. Fourth, humor is unifying. They try to say that it's so divisive and hateful and harmful. It's unifying. When people take themselves too seriously, when they go out of their way to be offended by everything, they only create more animosity and division. These cry bullies, as I call them, who censor on behalf of the marginalized, are not preventing harm, they're preventing healing by refusing to let humor do its work. Everyone got along better back when they laughed more, both at themselves and each other. You don't, in fact, have a right to not be offended that trumps everyone else's right to speak freely. And I think once you realize that, you can begin to take yourself a little bit less seriously, which we all need to do, I think. And I can promise you'll be happier if you do that. I want to share with you guys an illustration. It was brought to my attention. I was kind of reminded of it. I guess I'd heard about this, but I was at an event recently, and I was sitting there with James Lindsay and Riley Gaines. I don't know if you've heard of those two. They are champions for freedom and truth. And James we were talking about boldness, the importance of boldness, and James brought up the Asch experiments, which was this social conformity study that was done back in the 1950s. And I'd forgotten all about this. I guess I learned about it in school. Has anybody here heard of the Asch experiments? One guy. So this is a social conformity study. What they did was they took everybody, they sat a bunch of people down at these tables, right? And everybody was in on it except for one person, the subject of the study. So everybody was coordinating and working together, and they all knew what they were doing. And what they did was they passed around 2 sheets of paper to everybody. And one sheet of paper had 3 different lines on it that were different lengths. There was a short one, a medium one, and a long one. And then you got a second piece of paper that had a matching line. It matched one of the 3 on the other sheet. And so what they did was they had everybody go around the table and indicate which line it matched to. And everybody was instructed to give the wrong answer. So what happened was they'd go around the table and they'd give the wrong answer, the wrong answer, the wrong answer, the wrong answer. It got all the way around to the subject of the study. And you know what they answered most of the time? 75% of the time. Do you know what the answer was? The wrong answer. They matched their response to everybody else. They conformed just because of the pressure to not be different. They didn't want to stand out. Now, the really interesting thing with this study was when they changed up the variables, they had one person at the table say the right answer. So you'd have wrong answer, wrong answer, wrong answer, and then someone would give the correct answer, and they would match the right line to the right length. And then it would go wrong answer, wrong answer, wrong answer, and it'd come back to the subject of the study. Do you know what the conformity rate dropped to from 75% just because one person was willing to give the right answer and say the truth? 5%. 5%. That's significant. It dropped from almost everybody conforming just because everyone else was doing it to almost no one conforming. It was as if they were given permission to say what's true just because one other person had been willing to be bold and say what was true. And I think that underscores, the purpose of this illustration is to underscore the importance of speaking the truth boldly, even if it costs you something, especially if it costs you something. Courage is contagious. It is. You don't need money or a massive following to make a difference. All you need is a little backbone. Be the one to stand up and say what's true, even if it might cost you something. Do that, and you'll embolden others to follow your lead. All they need is permission. And they say that evil prevails when good men do nothing. And I think that's very obviously true. But it's also true that madness prevails when sane men say nothing. We can't preserve sanity with silence. Thank you.
If you're like me, you probably drink coffee. And probably like me, you find most coffee bitter, acidic, and frankly, not really great tasting. I learned that almost all coffees off the shelf or in the drive-thrus are what they call conventionally roasted. It turns out that bitter taste and acidic nature is because almost all coffees are subject to flames and fumes and other bad stuff when they're actually roasting the beans. Then I found a technology called infrared roasting that changed everything. It's not bitter, it's low acid. The taste, well, that's something I can't even describe. It's literally the best tasting coffee I've ever tried. So, we bought the company. We are freedom-loving, patriot-driven Americans who subscribe to the American dream. So we named our coffee Patriot Red. We're so sure that this is the best tasting coffee you've ever had that if you don't, we'll give you your money back. Plus, Patriot Red Coffee Company gives a full 10% of all sales to conservative causes to fight for our American way of life. And we're a proud sponsor of AmericaFest 2023. Visit our booth now to try the best coffee you've ever had. Please help me welcome to the stage the president of Patriot Red, Laura Oglon.
Hello, AmFest. How many of you have got to try our coffee? Isn't it amazing? So let me tell you a little bit about our coffee and why it's so special and so different than anything else. The first thing is, just like you heard in the video, we infrared roast everything, which means we found a healthier way to make coffee. Because oftentimes, I'm sure some of you have experienced jitters or upset stomach, acid reflux, and so it keeps you from wanting to enjoy coffee that all of America seems to drink. We found a way to eliminate all of those issues with our infrared roasting. Now, it's not just about the coffee. As we all know, the event that we're here with right now, we celebrate the entrepreneurial spirit, we celebrate America and a God-fearing country. It was established in God we trust a long, long time ago, and the challenge that we all face right now is that we're always trying to remove God from the conversation. You're always trying to remove God from the topic of who we are as Americans. With Patriot Red, we're putting God back into the conversation. We're also letting you understand and know that it's not just about coffee, it's about who we are and what we represent from a home standpoint. This is a family-oriented business. If you guys have been to our booth in the sponsor area, you've probably met and seen my kids and my friends and my family who are here to support all of us at the launch of our brand new coffee company. And some people are probably like, oh, okay, another conservative coffee, another coffee. Well, we're not just another coffee. We are different than anything else. But the one thing that I know that I can promise you is that we will never sell out. We will never be the ones to get a board of directors to tell us what we can and can't post and stop us from being who and what we want to be in this country. Because for a long time now, I've heard that the American spirit is dead. Everybody wants to have the American dream, and it's still alive today, only if we decide to make it that way. But fear has been so engulfed in all of us for so long because of how crazy this world has become and how so many of our traditional American values have just kind of depleted away, and people forgot how this country started and why we started it. And the main thing that I remember from listening to my grandpa when he started his businesses is, hey, you know what, sis? Our families came over here for that dream. And it took a David to fight a Goliath. And you know what? Just like that, way back in the Bible days, it's going to take more Davids to be raised up to fight the Goliath that we are all facing right now. If there's anything that I could impress upon you today, is that we are all leaders. And don't waste that leadership gift that we were given. It's more than just saying, I have a coffee company. It's saying, hey, you know what? I'm tired of the industry telling me what pronoun I got to talk to somebody in, because I'm not going to do that. You can't rewrite English that was taught to me for forever just to make you feel better. That's not how this works. But what I can tell you is that I know that God was gifted me with the spirit of leadership. And so he can trust me with that. The question I want to ask all of you is, can we count on you? Can we count on somebody to stop going and getting a Starbucks and stop going to these places that don't even like us or support us or even like America. Instead, just like we did with Target, just like we did with Bud Light, we vote with our dollars, we say what we will and will not tolerate. And one of the things that I will not tolerate for my kids, for your kids, or anybody else anymore is to feel like we have to conform just because it's the only option out there. I will stay home and brew my coffee. I will have a great day, and I will live the American dream with every single one of you if you're willing to take this journey with us. So the question I have is, can I count on you? And if you want to come and try the best coffee you'll ever have, come and meet us at our booth. We have our coffee in the VIP lounge and the executive lounge, and we would love to partner with you. Thank you so much. Have a great event.
All right. Good to see you, everyone, in Arizona and Turning Point. My name's Alex Marlowe. I'm the editor-in-chief of Breitbart News. And I'm the author of a couple of books. My first book was called Breaking the News. And the thesis of the book, and this might be a surprise to some of you, that the corporate media's real mission statement is not actually to inform the public, believe it or not. It's actually to advance the interests of the corporation and the regime. Let me explain with a couple of examples. Take, for example, NBC. Do you think MSNBC is really a credible news source? Of course you don't. But it's not just leftism and communism that they're pushing. They're pushing the interests of the corporate media establishment. They're part of a conglomerate, NBC, Comcast, Universal. They produce movies, they have theme parks in China, etc. How about ABC? Who owns ABC? Anyone in the audience? Disney. Yeah, a good group of people these days, right? The groomers at Disney. So they're trying to, first of all, advance the interests of the corporation, and then from there, they move on to advancing the interests of globalism, leftism, and increasingly the security state, the war industry. So that's sort of their MO. That's what they're all about. And then when they're done with that, if they have time, they'll try to report some basic facts if they get around to it. But it's not just the corporate news. It's also what we refer to at Breitbart as the masters of the universe. That's big tech, Silicon Valley, etc. Now, Breitbart was the guinea pig for censorship for a lot of these corporate entities. We were the first to be shadow banned on Twitter. And there was a moment that I want to bring up to this audience, a tearful moment at the Google headquarters that took place after Donald Trump won the 2016 election. We got this all on video. You can go to our website and check it out, where a tearful Google executive board explained how their goal was to make populism and the MAGA movement a blip or a hiccup, while crying, sniveling, saying we're going to make it a blip or a hiccup. They're going to erase our movement online. That was their goal. And they used Breitbart as the guinea pig. Our traffic at that date from Google compared to July of 2020, in the run-up to the next election, went down 99.7% from Google. They weren't messing around. They're trying to destroy us. They're trying to wipe us off the internet. Top publishers get between 30 to 50% of their traffic from Google. We get less than 3. I imagine some of my colleagues on the stage have a similar situation. They're not joking. They're trying to destroy us. But I've got good news. We're fighting back, and increasingly, if you look at the polls, it seems like we're winning. It seems like we're increasing the amount of people who are on our side. And the people in this audience are the backbone that is guiding this forward. So this panel is not just to celebrate that we're making some progress, because things are getting worse. The left is honing their blade. They're sharpening their tactics. And what they're going to try to do next is control our language. They're going to police new types of social media. They're going to boycott advertisers. And we're going to give you some insight, because we're on the front lines of it, of what they're doing, what they're going to do next, and most importantly, what you all can do to try to push back. So we have a terrific panel here. We have Emma Jo Morris, who is famous for the laptop from Hell Scoops, who works for me at Breitbart. We have Joshua Phillip, investigative reporter for the Epoch Times, now one of the most popular subscription news services. And Libby Evans, who not only runs the Post Millennial, but also Human Events, so incredibly prolific and popular in her own right. So I think it's only appropriate if we start off with some of the best anecdote stories of censorship that are out there. And the person who has the best story is our own Emma Jo Morris. Emma Jo, what was it like when you were given the scoop of the century, the laptop from hell?
Thank you, Alex. I'm former New York Post. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alex poached me. So 5:30 in the morning, Eastern Time, New York City. I'm anticipating my life being turned upside down in one way or another, and I couldn't have expected what actually happened, because 5:30 in the morning, the first story in the Laptop from Hell series breaks. Bombshell email: Joe Biden met with Ukrainian energy colleague of Hunter Biden's, and I'm watching it and I'm seeing, is it just going to be picked up by right-wing media? Is legacy media going to engage in it? How do they grapple with this? And I thought I had pretty good receipts, and I'm watching it, and all of a sudden I see Maggie Haberman tweeting big splash at the New York Post. I see Jake Sherman from Politico or Axios, engaging with it, and I'm thinking, oh wow, they're actually reporting news. How weird. And then about a half hour later, I see them both apologize for tweeting the story from the New York Post. And then about a half hour after that, I see people unable to tweet the link to the story at all. And then about a half hour after that, I hear people are not able to DM the story at all. And now we have hindsight, and what we learned was that obviously the CIA, the FBI was grooming social media companies to clamp down on the story and treat it in the way that they censor it, like child porn. That's from the New York Post, the oldest paper in America, founded by Alexander Hamilton. And in doing that, they gave a pass to the rest of the media to cast an aspersion on it. We don't know, is it Russian disinformation? Is it hacked? We're not sure. But whatever it is, it can't be reported, and it's wrong, and also maybe foreign interference in the election. So that's my experience with censorship, and it's been quite memorable.
The point was to keep the public unaware of the biggest scandals. I think the biggest scandal of the century was the origins of the coronavirus, which almost certainly came from a lab in China. If you said such a thing, you would get thrown off the internet. Well, the Epoch Times was saying that the whole time. Joshua, speak to this.
Yeah, so when COVID first broke out, one of the first things we were looking at was the data coming out from China. And of course, you may have seen I did a documentary within, just a couple months after the outbreak, where we investigated the origin of COVID-19. And sure enough, we said, hey, it looks like some weird stuff happened to this Wuhan lab, the Wuhan Institute of Virology. We showed all these internal Chinese documents, a lot of public reporting, a lot of information that I think without a shadow of a doubt would be regarded as very, credible, solid, almost undeniable reporting. And of course, we showed this in our documentary. We gave all different possible angles on possible origin of it, and we showed some of the really weird experiments they were doing at that laboratory, and some of it was really weird. And of course, right after that happened, the video went crazy viral, this documentary. I think we had roughly across every single platform, if you include Facebook, like 150 million views on it.
Wow.
And they censored the heck out of it. The image of the documentary was like my face, and it had the title. They censored the image. It's literally my face as being sexually explicit. That's what Facebook did.
That's arguable. That's arguable.
And then, of course, they had their fact checkers, going after it and so on. We've turned out the first fact checker they had actually had previously worked at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. You can't make this stuff up, right? You can't make this stuff up. And then, since then, they censored us, attacked us, they attacked me. Everything we reported has since been shown to be true. Not a single thing they said was fake. It was actually fake. It was all accurate. But this is one of the tools they use when they go after us. They initially say, hey, this is crazy conspiracy theory. Nobody look at this. They make sure nobody can see it. And then 6 months, a year down the line, it turns out we had the stories right. And by that time, it's past statute of limitations. You can't sue on it. You can't do anything about it. They're not going to uncensor you because by that time they've labeled you and attacked you as being a conspiracy theorist.
Well, it's
the damage is already done.
And there's by that point too, months and months later, it's way too late because the people who read the initial reports that it was all a fabrication, they just still believe that. That happened with the Hunter Biden story. You had NPR coming out in 2020 saying, these are the reasons we're not going to report on this story. You saw that from multiple outlets. I think the New York Times ran a similar thing.
The intelligence agents, remember the CIA? Didn't they write their big 40-person letter saying that?
Yeah,
too?
51.
Yeah, it was
51.
And
that was
more importantly than
by the Biden campaign.
More importantly than the statute of limitations to sue. I mean, sue. What are you going to sue? The statute of limitations is on action. You only get to find out that the 51 former hacks are liars after the election.
Right, and there was a big poll that came out that said some huge number would not have voted for Biden had they known that the story was accurate and real, or even known about it at all.
Yes, and this is exactly the goal, to keep the public unaware of the biggest scandals. But there's more tactics they're developing. And Libby, you and I talked about this. It's not just them blocking you completely. They're trying to change the entire way we communicate the news, the language we use.
Yeah, so, it's not just censorship that's the problem, but the intentional manipulation of language to redefine reality. There's been a whole new terminology forced in on us, and we all know what it is. These terms force us to ignore the cognitive dissonance in our minds. You've terms like trans woman, anti-racism, racism, social justice, victim, oppressor, mother, father, man, woman. All of these words have been completely redefined so that we can't use them to express the actual nature of reality. They've been created, manipulated with that purpose, to confuse our perception. And all of these words have been basically invented by corporate media, academics, activists. Democrats have been manipulating words and definitions to change the way that we communicate. And it's not just to change the way that we communicate, but to change the way that we think. Because if we don't have the words to express the reality that we perceive, how will we be able to think about actual reality and truth? The entire point is to eradicate our perception of reality.
Okay, Libby, I'm giving you a pop quiz because you guys all know what the biggest news story is going right now. You guys are aware of what happened in the Senate? The AmericaFest staffers who were there? Okay, so I printed out a headline from NBC News, and Libby, I want you to break this one down for us because I did see it on your Twitter feed. Senate staffer alleged by conservative outlets to have had sex in a hearing room is no longer employed. What is NBC News saying with this?
A Senate staffer who had gay sex on camera in a Senate hearing room has been fired.
Oh.
I don't know if you guys could tell from that. NBC is a real master of this. They recently put out a story about this mom who is really worried that she's going to have to move her family out of Florida because they are going to prevent her from giving her child life-saving drugs. What she means is, I can no longer sex change my child in the state of Florida, and I'm upset about that. And so I'm going to have to leave so I can go get drugs to stunt my child's growth and make them sterile for, in some other state. But that's not what NBC said about it. NBC talked about how sad it was for her and her family that, they're not going to be able to do this. But NBC was, lying.
It's life-saving.
Life-saving. Right? Life-saving. They have really manipulated that word, And if you actually dig into what they mean by life-saving, what they mean is, in order that the child, when they are a grown-up, will look like the sex they wished they were as a child, that's what they mean by life-saving. It's all about being perceived a certain way.
My favorite part of that headline is they said it was alleged by a conservative outlet, as if it wasn't all on video.
It was right there. We had a report out from Andy No today at the Post Millennial where he discovered that this is actually a pattern, a long-standing pattern of behavior.
Yeah, well, there's similar stuff going on in the White House as well, it appears. So there's, in terms of tactics, one of the things that we've seen a lot over the last decade or so is fact-check harassment. That's a major thing. It helps keep you off of platforms like Facebook. But there's something that's evolving. It's this group called NewsGuard. NewsGuard is openly trying to separate conservative outlets in particular from advertisers to try to stifle us, keep us from growing. Emma, who are the people who are running NewsGuard?
Right, so NewsGuard is basically they call themselves a watchdog, but they're staffed with people who are from the security state, who just seamlessly transitioned into being moderators of news and editorial in America, which seems funny, and it is. You have Michael Hayden, who is he's CIA, Condoleezza Rice from the State Department, obviously, among others, who are in this kind of confab that's a pseudo-government organization that is responsible for hectoring, obviously, alternative media, conservative media, and making sure that they get suppressed online, on social media specifically, and with Google. And they just decide, based on their opinion as experts, the same experts who told you that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation, what's true and not, and therefore what should be visible and not. And they're basically an election interference organization, in my opinion.
They get funding from the Department of Defense, it turns out, which I think is really shocking.
Well, there's a weird ecosystem around the censorship because the federal government can't technically censor us because of the Constitution. So they found this roundabout way to do it where they finance or work with organizations that do it for them.
Yeah, that's what they've done. It was so amazing to see in the Twitter files and to understand that Biden had been, his staffers had been colluding with Twitter, that the FBI had essentially prepped Twitter executives on the laptop saying that if there, hypothetically, if there's a laptop, it's Russian disinformation. They just played the media so well.
Here's the thing is that the media wants this. That's the thing that's so sinister about it is the media wants this. And that's why independent media is more important, I think, today than ever, because the government has figured this out. Yeah, clap. That's right. Thank you. But the CNNs and the NBCs are all on the same page as the government, and they see themselves as allies in an ideological war with the right or with the populist factions of this country, not necessarily always on the right, actually. And so where traditionally media's role was always to be critical and to be antagonistic, actually, not critical, but antagonize power centers in the country, obviously the government is the main one. Now, they see themselves as on the same team to protect their turf, which is control over you.
But what's so great is that...
Well, I was just going to say, their turf is control over you, and they can't have any disruptions to that. So, for instance, with the Hunter Biden thing, no one called the Post to ask, how did you obtain this? No one called the Post to ask to see it. They didn't want to know because they got the order from Twitter, which naturally they know that Twitter is obviously informed by the FBI. And Twitter was working with the FBI. Twitter's lawyers were from the FBI. Jim Baker is Twitter's lawyer. All of these people are one big happy family, and it's disgusting. It's repulsive. And the point of it is to create the facade of freedom of speech but really the government is pulling the levers at every single point where you operate.
But what I love is to see so many people who are not taking it anymore, right? Like, I don't think this audience is particularly fooled by corporate media manipulation. And I love to see that, because during COVID, so many people's eyes were opened to the fact that they weren't just lying about COVID, they were lying for a long time. And it let us really drop the scales from our eyes and see what was really going on. And it's so amazing to have so many Americans wake up and decide to think for themselves, to think critically, and really question the narrative that they're being told. I love that.
It does feel like the conservative movement is loosening the corporate stranglehold on information. Josh, your company, Epoch Times, is a huge part of this. You guys have a huge level of subscriptions. People are willing to pay for alternative content. I think almost the entirety of the speakers for these 4 days, this Turning Point event, independent media is what's represented. It's not corporate media. Josh, you want to speak to this?
Yeah, so this is my take on it. A journalist is a representative of the average person. They used to call it the fourth estate, right? You have your branches of government representing different elements of our government. The journalist is supposed to hold the government accountable. And so you're supposed to make sure they're telling the truth. You're supposed to make sure if they say they're going to do something, they're doing it. If they say money's going to go somewhere, it goes to where they're saying it's going. And if it doesn't, we expose it. Journalists are the watchdogs. We're the ones who make sure the system works how it's supposed to work. And that makes me concerned when I see them messing with that process, because to me that says they know things are not working how they're supposed to be working, and they're trying to prevent you from knowing about it. And they're attacking us for telling you about it. That's what's concerning. And so, Epoch Times, of course, and these folks here, of course, independent media standing up for not corporate interest is, I think, the simplest way to put it. But, we've been dealing with censorship, attacks, personal attacks, you name it. But that's just part of the job as far as I see it.
We don't live to protect the interests of the elite and the establishment. I think that's what keeps independent media special. It what keeps us thriving. I've been in independent media for 15 years. I can't imagine living my life any other way. We can save the country, but we need a path forward to do it. Libby, give me your steps. What are we doing over the next several years to try to continue to grow this ecosystem?
Well, I think that it's really incumbent on Americans to be aware of what the narratives are and to push back against them, to not use the language that is being forced on you, to constantly be questioning these new definitions. I think that the power lies with the American people to stand up and fight for this country. It's not their country, it's our country. It's ours. And so long as we don't capitulate to these ridiculous demands, so long as we don't shut off our minds, so long as we don't say, reality is what you tell me it is, and I'm going to, go along with that, then I think that we have a path to victory and a path to saving this country from the people who would destroy reality and, take away our rights entirely.
Well, that's sadly all the time we have. Thanks to Charlie and Turning Point USA, but most importantly, thanks to all of you who read our content, listen to our shows. We couldn't do it without having an audience of tens of millions, and we all want to grow. So check us out online, and thank you.
Thank you.
What an honor it is to speak to this organization. As an entrepreneur, I admire Charlie Kirk, as well as for a lot of other reasons. I have a semester's course on the Chinese threat that I've got to pack into 15 minutes. Pardon me if I'm brisk, pay attention, there will be a test at the end. Why I came to love China as a youth, really it started with my love for Li Xiaolong, whom you know as Bruce Lee, who actually was born American, incidentally. But through that, I came to love and adore Chinese culture, history, language. It was one of my 2 undergraduate majors. And in particular, from the culture, Li Yi Jin Zhi, which is the 4 great virtues in China: civility, justice, integrity, and humility. And I guess I'm just old enough, at the risk of creeping old fartism, of seeing this American culture decay in certain ways. You should have seen how your grandparents were, the kind of men and women they were, and you'd be so surprised at how much has decayed. And to me, I think that a lot of the early appeal of China was, though so impoverished, there was this great cultural tradition of virtues that I admired. And time I came to be a student there, I'm going to tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly of Mao Zedong. The good, you always have to start by saying something nice about somebody. It's a good he was a great revolutionary leader. You can't deny him that. And he did something, a barefoot doctor program, where he got tens of thousands of young women from from villages to come and get 3 months of medical education, go back to the villages. They raised, in his reign, the average life expectancy of China moved from 38 to 65. That's an extraordinary, one of the most extraordinary achievements in history. So there's a couple nice things you can say about him. You can say some bad things. The 100 Flowers campaign in 1956, he said, we came to power in 49, 7 years have gone by, everybody's happy, we're going to have free speech. Say what you want to say. People started saying what was on their mind, writing it on paper and putting it on democracy walls. They all got rounded up, sent off and killed. The Ford Pest campaign, he decided that there were pests like sparrows were eating too much of the grain and there was too much starvation in China. So this year it's your patriotic duty to go kill every sparrow you can kill. They killed all the sparrows. The locusts, there was his huge surge of locusts, and they ate all the grain and there was mass starvation. So that got him to the Great Leap Forward, where he said, we're going to round up, we're going to break up these great central factories and take steel plants and break them up and move them to every little village. And then people were melting down their own woks in order to make the iron, to get the iron to meet quota. And it turns out you can't get it hot enough in little villages and without industrial fires, and you get something called pig iron, and they started to destroy the steel, half the steel in China. So he did some really silly things. And he did a really ugly thing, the Cultural Revolution. By 1966, he was basically put out to pasture. And they said, and he came up with this plan, there's 5 identities, 5 bad identities: landlords, capitalists, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, and bad elements. And if you're one of these, you're bad and your children are bad, and there's nothing you can do to fix it unless you take a new identity, and that's being red. And hence he harnessed the natural teenage and young person's desire to fit in and such, and turned that into revolutionary furor. And there was this 10-year reign of then until he died. What you're living through is a Maoist cultural revolution with American characteristics. The bad identities are being white, male, Christian, and cis, or straight. And the way to, if you want to fit in, if you get psyoped and believe that stuff as a young person, the way to fit in is to adopt a new identity, either one of the 87 genders or woke. And so you are facing a Maoist revolution with American characteristics. The CCP has the Communist Party of China has 3 factions. One is the one that you would be if you lived in China and were the member of the party. That, look, we needed, yes, the CCP was good. It lifted us out of centuries of feudalism and broke us free, but now it's time to grow out of it. And they want to become like a Singapore, a massive Singapore. The other says, well, we needed it to end feudal, and which eventually becomes non-authoritarian. The second faction says we needed it to end CCP and we should sort of keep it a soft version of authoritarianism in place, constrained. And then the third is that we should double down. And now that we can, we should be double down, pure authoritarianism, and conquer globally. Conquer in a different sense than we mean, more in a Confucian world order centered on Beijing with concentric circles of... I want you to know that in the 1980s, early 80s, when I was a student there was a great emphasis in Chinese education on, we are taught the out-of-Africa theory of anthropology, that humans evolved from ancestors in Africa, small numbers, many may, at one point, 200,000, we were reduced to like a couple thousand humans, and evolved out of that in successive waves out of Africa. There's a different but a Peking man is a Homo erectus found 100 years ago. It's very important in anthropology. There's a whole ideology about this where they insist that they don't buy into the out of Africa theory, and they think that we're different races and with different mixtures, and that the true supreme the Uber race is the Han. And remember, China is an ethnic state. It's 95% Han. And they have devoted great resources in their scientific community to try to defend this point of view that really got settled 20 years ago once DNA science got to the point. The out of Africa theory has been established, but it's very suspicious. There has been this overemphasis in Chinese science of trying to support a different view of human evolution that basically gives the grounds to say that they are a master race. There's a famous book on revolution from a couple generations ago. I don't know if it's still taught. Crane Britton, Anatomy of Revolution. It goes through 4 revolutions and identifies similarities among them. Can't walk through them, all the similarities, but one is their emphasis towards, at the end of the day, they descend into extremism. The extremist elements win. From Cromwell, in the Jacobins and the French, there were different, it starts off within the revolution, there are people who sort of sound like the kind of stuff we believe, and then it gets successive. Then come the Mensheviks, then come the Bolsheviks, and the only one of the 4 that did not happen was the U.S. And that's primarily due to George Washington. So what's happened in China is that third group is won. Xi Jinping is the leader of that third faction. They've won. They're the dominant. There's a book, What Are Their Plans? I'm going to walk you through their plans. Excuse me. There's a fellow, he's a lifetime China dove, Michael Pillsbury. He was part of opening China in 1971, and all his life he was a China dove. He came out in 2015, said, I've been wrong my whole life. China has a 100-year plan, started in 1949, to upend us and displace us as the world's hegemon and reduce us to a vassal state by 2049. And there's a way to communicate in Chinese. I wish I could do a whole lecture on it. It's called Chengyu. And it's like parables. They use parables that are very much more, there's huge stories behind them that you can summarize in a little forward parable. And you can have conversations, and most people know 30 or 40, very educated people know several hundred. There's a book of classical Chinese. I happen to have done my undergraduate thesis on classical Chinese. I came back from China being able to read and write sort of at a newspaper level and then switched to classical Chinese. There's a book, San Shi Liu Ji, famous book. They took the lessons of the 350-year warring state period. 2,700 years ago, China entered all the counties of China. There was just 350 years of warring state until finally it emerged for the first time under the Emperor Qin as 220 BC as one kingdom. And the lessons were codified into 36 strategies. And everything you see going on, and what this fellow Pillsbury had realized is if when you started reading the national security literature with this in mind, there was this whole second conversation going on where they were absolutely clear. You can communicate in Chinese using Chengyu in a way that people, unless they're they have to really know. So it was amazing how even within the national open system, some of it was classified, some of it was not, but they were communicating about their plan to take down the United States. a book, 1990, and it's supposed to run from 1949 to 2049. Two colonels in the late 90s wrote a book called Unrestricted Warfare. We don't understand warfare the same way. They see it as diplomatic, economic, and financial, network-centric, the ability to collapse networks, terrorism, and then the fifth and last is classic warfare, what we understand with bullets flying. So we don't understand war at war. And lastly, there was a man in China. Imagine somebody being both the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Secretary of Defense, and the vice chairman of the Democratic Party, and we're in a one-party state. Imagine a man had that position, Chi Haotian, in China. In 2003, he resigned, and he gave a speech that leaked thanks to the wonderful Epoch Times, which is the fourth largest and absolutely the best newspaper in America and really much of the globe. So I want a round of applause for the Epoch Times. If you're not reading it, you're making a mistake. If you're not reading it for your American news, you're making a mistake. Anyway, they published it in 2008. It's never been disputed by China. And he says it's his retirement speech. It was classified, but it got leaked by some honest person of Zhen. That someday they're going to use that we're living in a world two tigers can't live on one mountain. We'll eventually have to take down the United States. We'll use bioweapons to destabilize. A civil war will come. Anyone who thinks a civil war looks like Red Dawn, you don't get it. That's not what it looks like. It looks like The Walking Dead, but take away the zombies. In 2 weeks, we go into collapse that we can't get out of. It doesn't unravel. It's all been war gamed out, and the lessons were captured in a book called 1 Second After. The cartels and blue helmets are given 3 years to pillage, loot, rape, and burn. Occupation is by 2049. In 2010, they publicly accelerated the target to 2030. They are now saying it's 2028, maybe 2027. Deeds have already been issued in China on your homes. If you have a nice home in America, there's some Chinese colonel or general or CCP member who has a deed on your home. If you say come and take it, that's the Red Dong attitude. They're not going to come and take it. What they're going to do is you're going to be in a Walking Dead situation. They've modeled it out. When that happens, 90% of you die in 1 year. You die from food, fuel, and pharmaceutical collapse. 50% of people over 50 are walking around on pharmaceuticals you die within 6 months of. There's only 30 days of pharmaceutical in the supply chain. There's 3 days of food at the tip of the supply chain in the cities. 3 days in, we start going into civil disorder. 2 weeks, we go through a tipping point. It's fifth generation warfare. You don't know who you're fighting. We're fighting China. We don't know it. It turns into a civil war. It's all been modeled out. 90% die in 1 year. Then the cartels and the blue helmets come in to stop the race war or something. And so that's the plan. The coming party line is basically the greatest civilization on earth was in depression for 2,500 years. They fell into a depression. The West took advantage of them. They emerged and pulled the rug out from under the greatest hegemon in history. They liquidate everyone. Sorry, black people, you're the first of all. All black people get exterminated. They keep 30 million alive as slaves, 30 million whites, liquidate the rest, and are to be spread on fields. If that all sounds crazy, read their literature. Read these books I'm putting up. I'm not making this up. This is their literature. So the org chart of what you're up against is China, Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, and the Mexican cartels. The Mexican cartels report to the Venezuelan cartel. It's called the cartel, the Venezuelan cartel. You know what it is? It's the Venezuelan government. Venezuela is where cartel mafia turns into nation state. There's a pattern of genocide you are being walked through. Polarization, you know what that is. The Germans did it. We got to be afraid of that tuberculosis. We have these Jews among us, and they've got cousins, shtetl Jews, and we got to be worried. So you have to tribalize. They're going to have to wear yellow stars and social distance. Demonize them, except in this case it's all COVID and MAGA and such. And then that's how you justify genocide. How to defeat their plan. Love and peace. Do not panic. If we get into a civil war, they win. And they're doing everything they can to drive us into it, to provoke it. Prep now, 30 days for food, fuel, and pharmaceuticals. arms and bullets. Sic vis pacem para bellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. An armed society is a polite society, Robert Heinlein said. Well-ordered militias, in particular, in conjunction with your sheriff. Study the LDS. The Mormon Church has a very good neighborhood. They have really worked it out how to do this. And election integrity. Everything is down to 11 months from now. It's now or never. Remember the greatest. Remember the Republican Party stands for civil rights and the black community. We started as the party to end slavery. Remember the words, I'll close with the word of the great, and we have to be welcoming to the black community. And to me, word one of that is no more Confederate flags. I'm from Vermont. I think that if black people are being polite when they don't tell you, it really is. That's this whole statue thing. That's a fight about Democrats pulling down statues of Democrats. I don't have a dog in that fight. I'll close on the words of the greatest Republican of all time, Frederick Douglass, who said, a man's rights a man's rights rest in 3 boxes: the ballot box, the jury box, and the ammo box. Thank you very much.
You are an articulate, powerful spokesperson for common sense. Riley Gaetz is a hero. She's a college swimmer who was cheated against.
What a lot of people don't get is the freedom of speech issue that we're having. It is chilling to see how people want to control your thoughts, control what you say. The breakdown of freedoms, this directly points in the direction of Marxism. Open any history book and see how this turns out for any civilization. And it's not pretty. You are this next generation, and you are the ones with the power to do something about it.
Oh my gosh. Hello. It is such a... You guys are so funny. All of this for simply saying men are men. Oh my gosh. Anyways, what a warm welcome. Certainly a warmer welcome that I had actually at a Turning Point event in San Francisco a few months back, where I was, for delivering a message very similar to what I'm going to be talking to you guys about. I was assaulted. I was punched by men wearing dresses, which fortunately for me, their punches don't really hurt that bad, and ultimately was held for ransom for over 4 hours, where these protesters demanded that if I wanted to make it home to see my family safely again, I had to pay them money. Also a warmer welcome than what I received in Congress last week. I don't know if some of you saw the clip. I'm sitting there, I mean, it's pretty unfathomable to me that a 23-year-old, recent college graduate, college swimmer at that, has to go to DC to sit in front of Congress to explain to them that men and women are different, and then to be on the other side of that and have them be confused by this explanation. But I went there. I'm sitting there, and Representative Lee from Pennsylvania is reading her opening monologue, and she says something to the effect of, you know, I can't believe I have to be forced to sit here and listen to this transphobic bigotry, is what she said. And so I'm thinking to myself, if being pro-woman, pro-fairness, pro-reality, pro-common sense, if that is immediately deemed anti-trans, then wouldn't being pro-trans inherently be anti-woman? And what do we call someone who's anti-woman? We call them a misogynist, which is exactly what I ended up calling Ranking Member Lee, which she did not like. They do not like when their own intersectional language is used against them, and it essentially sent her and the entire hearing into a tailspin. She then moved to have my words removed from the record in an attempt to erase history, which let it be known that did not work, and congressional record still stands that she is, in fact, a misogynist. I'm sure some of you are fairly familiar with the events that led me here, you know, the how I got here, but I'll briefly summarize this. I proudly finished my career at University of Kentucky as a 12-time NCAA All-American, a five-time SEC champion, actually still the SEC record holder in the 200 butterfly, making me one of the fastest Americans of all time. But my senior year, of course, I had the goal of winning a national title, which would mean becoming the fastest woman in the country in my respective event. And I'm right on pace to achieve this goal. Until all of a sudden, this name, this swimmer, comes out of nowhere. Keep in mind, a name none of us had ever heard of before. And this is the first time we became aware of a swimmer named Lia Thomas. A lot of red flags at the time. But it wasn't, we remained in the dark, wondering who this person was, until an article came out. And in this article, it very briefly disclosed that Lia Thomas is in fact formerly Will Thomas, who swam 3 years on the men's team at University of Pennsylvania before deciding to switch to the women's team, where ultimately, at best, he ranked 462nd in the nation the year prior when competing against the men, to again now dominating the women's category. Of course, I saw the problem with this. My teammates saw the problem. My parents, my coaches, anyone with any amount of brain activity saw the problem with this. But the NCAA did not. They saw nothing wrong with this, and they announced that Thomas's participation in the women's category was a non-negotiable, meaning, of course, there was nothing we could do, no questions we could ask or concerns we could raise. We were told we had to accept this with a smile on our face. And so, of course, to no one's surprise, that first day of competition, Thomas swam to a national title in the 500 freestyle, beating out Olympians, beating out American record holders. Guys, these aren't scrubs. They're the best female swimmers this world has ever seen. And again, he beat those girls by body lengths. But the next day of competition was the 200 freestyle, which is the event that Thomas and I raced each other in. So we get on the block, we dive off, we swim our 8 laps of freestyle, we touch the wall at the end. I look up at the scoreboard, and almost impossibly enough, we had gone the exact same time down to the 100th of a second, meaning, of course, we tied. You're clapping, but I would say that's pretty embarrassing for a 6'4" man. Anyways, but really what thrusted me over the edge, of course, all season, we knew what was happening in regard to the unfair competition and the locker room and the silencing that we were facing from our universities. Of course, we all knew this was wrong. But it wasn't until we get out of the water and we go behind the awards podium where the NCAA official looks at both Thomas and myself, again, Thomas who's towering over me, and he says, "Great job, you two, but you tied. And we only have one trophy, so we're going to give the trophy to Lia. Sorry, Riley, you don't get one." I was so taken aback by this. The first thing, you know, my adrenaline was high, my heart rate was high, so the first thing I thought ended up being the first thing that I said. And I looked at this official and I said, "Isn't this everything that Title IX was passed to prevent from happening?" But I continued to press. I said, "Why?" I asked the question no one dared ask all season. I said, "Why are you adamant on giving the trophy to a man in the women's 200 freestyle?" And he didn't have an answer. They didn't give him a script of what to say when someone asked why. And so ultimately, and I appreciate his honesty now, he looked at me with a sad face. I could tell he didn't even believe what he was about to say. But he looked at me and he said, "Riley, we've been advised that when photos are being taken, it's crucial that Lia is holding the trophy. Again, you can pose with this one, but end of the day, you give yours back. Lia takes the trophy home, you go home empty-handed, end of story." That was the moment when I knew I couldn't keep waiting for someone else because truthfully I was cowering. I naively thought someone else would stand up for us. What wishful thinking that was. If we wait for the people to do the right thing, we'll be waiting for forever. And I realized that in that moment. I thought a coach, someone within the NCAA, someone with political power, some other swimmer, someone's dad would come down there and yank this man out of our locker rooms. That's what I was waiting for. But I realized, how in the world could we expect someone else to save us if we weren't even willing to save ourselves? This has to come from us, as women, as female athletes. So again, that's the how, not to mention, like I alluded to, the locker room, the silencing. But more importantly is the why. Why is this happening? Why are we all here in this room? Why do we so fiercely and so passionately care about defending our freedoms? And when I ask myself the question of why, as a Christian, I can tell you why this is happening. And it's entirely spiritual warfare. Paul warns us several times throughout various chapters of the Bible, Acts and Romans. He tells us we will reach a point where bitter is seen as sweet, and dark is seen as light, and evil is seen as moral. And it's undeniable that that's not what we're seeing now. And that's not me saying that people who are struggling with gender dysphoria are evil. No, of course not, but deceit is evil. And manipulation is evil, and affirming lies and delusions, that's evil. And to continue with the why, from a worldly perspective, why do we care so much? Make no mistake, this is so much bigger than just women's sports. Our First Amendment rights are being infringed upon. I'm a big Seth Dillon fan, and I love everything he says today, what he shared with you guys. It's so true. Our freedom of speech is being compromised. The language that we're using is changing and shifting entirely. This idea of biological woman makes me want to throw up. So if I can be of any encouragement to you, stop adding that prerequisite, because when you do that, even if it's subconscious, even if you subconsciously add that word biological, you're admitting that there's an unbiological alternative to being a woman or a man or a male or a female or a boy or a girl, and there's not. It's now cervix haver or uterus owner or menstruator or bleeder or birthing person or chest feeder. Mr. Rachel Levine most recently has now been referring to women as egg producers. And in peer-reviewed medical published journals, what they're referring to female anatomy as is a bonus hole. So be mindful of the language that you use, because it's powerful. When you control language, you control everything. And that's very evident through our media and our government and different things. The premise of this issue and a lot of the cultural issues that we're seeing plague this country is that we're denying objective truth. The most basic of truths at that. When we deny man and woman, again, the essence of humanity, we're essentially denying that the sky is blue. We're being asked to say 2 + 2 is 5, and we're adhering. I don't believe the people in this room, of course, are adhering. But as a larger society, we are, even our leaders. That's why this matters. And if you lay out the different pieces, like the denial of truth, like the breakdown of our freedoms, like the breakdown of family and the breakdown of our faith, the preying on vulnerable populations, the propaganda that's being spread throughout, again, mainstream media, the list goes on. If you lay all this out for what it is, and you just got to hear some of this, it points directly in the direction of cultural Marxism. And I encourage you to talk to someone who has fled these countries, like North Korea, or China, or Cuba, or Argentina, or Venezuela, or Germany, or Russia. Talk to someone from these countries and they will tell you that what we're seeing here in the U.S. is exactly what they saw at one point in their country, or what they may continue to see happening in those countries. Myself, what I constantly refer back to is this idea of true love and what that really means. Understand that those words are synonymous, truth and love. It is loving to say the truth. It's not kind to lie. It's not compassionate to lie. That's not what love is. It's loving to say the truth. And of course, telling the truth is a revolutionary act in a time of deceit. I've heard Charlie Kirk say many times now, which I admire how hard that guy works, how amazing this conference is. It's incredibly admirable. But I've heard him say several times now that something we should all dedicate ourselves to doing is these next 11 months. I think we can all agree we're at a precipice here as a country. These next 11 months, working as hard as you have ever worked to help save America. In whatever capacity that might be, running for school board, getting involved in whatever way, donating to people who are on the ground, like organizations like Turning Point, people who are on the ground doing the work. These next 11 months, we have to dedicate ourselves to working as hard as we have ever worked. And I encourage you to challenge, each and every one of you should challenge yourselves to that. This is a nation of decline. And I think we've spent a lot of time talking about what's going on in the White House. But understand, change does not start in the White House. It starts in your house. And so parents, set a good example. Show your children love, whether that be through your personal relationships, whether that be through your marriage. Teach them the goodness of God. Teach your daughters or your sons, teach them how to be strong masculine men and be willing to defend your daughters because they're in desperate need of that. For evil to triumph, it only takes good men and good women to do nothing. A lie will never become the truth. Evil will never become moral. Bad will never become good just because it's accepted and embraced by a small portion of society, which is what we're seeing now. You might see how our politicians vote. You might see what's going on, again, in the media, what's being taught in academia, how corporate America is responding, even what's going on in our churches. There are so many different realms where this issue, the gender ideology movement, but again, broader than that, there are so many different realms where this has entirely taken over. We've allowed them to maintain the public square. But those things, like I said, a lie will never become truth. And so don't fall for the lie. Don't believe the narrative that it will. When I graduated from Kentucky last year, I ended up graduating with my degree in human health sciences and health law. And I had every intention upon graduating to go to dental school. To be an endodontist, actually, was what I was going to specialize in, which is someone who performs root canals, which now, looking back, thank goodness I'm not there. And I kind of justify God's calling now by saying I'm still working on getting to the root of the problem coming out of people's mouths. But by no means did I feel prepared for this. I mean, how could you? I never would have even imagined this would be a conversation we would have to be having. I didn't feel prepared for this. Ashamedly, I feel ashamed to admit it, I didn't know much about our government. I knew we had 3 branches, but that's about it. My public speaking courses in college, my face turned the color of the suit I'm wearing. But I realized God doesn't call the equipped, He equips the called. And if He brings you to it, He will certainly bring you through it. Just as He did with Moses, who led the Israelites out with Aaron and his staff, just as He did with Joshua, who He promised a victory over the Canaanites, and just as He did with Esther before she was brought before the king. We often conflate courage and fearlessness. Of course, being fearless means you have no fear. But being courageous is different. You see the threats. You see the risk. You understand what they mean. but you're still willing to do the right and fair and just and moral thing, despite the fear, despite the backlash. So I want to encourage you guys. Be bold. Be courageous. Be willing to say the truth. I have people ask me all the time, and it cracks me up. You know, how do you find the courage? How are you so brave to be so young to do what you're doing? And I respond back with, easily. Because I'm literally saying the most basic thing anyone could possibly ever say. But we all need to be willing to say the emperor wears no clothes. Because that's the point we're at. We all see it. We acknowledge it. But no one is willing to call it out. It's our jobs, the people in this room, the people who are here and ready to roll up their sleeves and say enough is enough. It's our jobs to look at the emperor and say, wait, he's naked, which is almost too real nowadays. I would say the scariest thing about our society, other than the fact that we live in a godless society, is the inability to think for ourselves and the unwillingness to admit when we're wrong. Be a David. Be an Esther. In a world where that's, in a society where that's not deemed the right thing to do the right thing. People are looking to you, whether that be your daughters, whether that be even people in leadership positions, as I mentioned, because by the hands and feet of our leaders, the people leading this country, they're actively taking us down this slippery slope. And I say it's a slippery slope, but actually I think it's a cliff with jagged, sharp rocks at the bottom, which sounds pretty grim, but it's not, because we already know who wins, because the Bible tells us who wins. I could stand up here truly for hours, really days probably, and share with you guys different instances of this same story. It's always the same story. It's this like mediocre man who's bad in his sport, who then decides to become a record smasher in the women's sports. It never happens the other way around, of course not. I could stand up here and share examples all day long. But I don't want to do that because you guys know it. You see it. You see it happening before your very eyes, even if the media, even if it's stuff they won't show you. And so again, I couldn't be more grateful to be here in front of you all. And don't wait until you're directly impacted to take a stand like I did. That's exactly what I did. I waited until I was impacted. But if we all do that, we'll be at the bottom of that cliff at that point. And so thank you guys very much, and I appreciate it. You guys have fun.
It's been said many times, where America goes, so goes the world.
Americans of African descent who historically vote for Democrats to want a difference and begin to vote in a different way.
We need women that are staying true to this, that are saying, I'm not just here to protect my children, right. I'm here to protect everyone's children.
I believe it is incumbent on us, this generation, to protect and preserve the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world.
Flashpoint is here to tell you there is hope.
If someone told you that you could change your life, change your entire life in 88 days, would you do it? Would you believe it?
We are John and Chelsea Jubilee. What would you say if we told you you could reverse most any ailment or symptom
without painful exercises in just 88 days? We have created the only patent-pending intercellular hydration protocol.
Don't miss your opportunity to feel better. We know there's a lot of false hope out there, and many people have bought programs that work for a moment. But life's a lot longer than a moment. You need something that's sustainable, that will take care of you for a lifetime.
We have been helping people gain intercellular hydration for nearly 3 decades.
You will lose fat, not weight, fat, fast, including that killer visceral fat. Chronic dehydration is one of the root causes of many ailments and symptoms. We encourage you, go log on to our website and look at these amazing testimonials.
Over and over again, we've heard our clients say it sounded too good to be true, but it worked for me.
I needed to reduce my arthritic pain, and I also had very, very high blood pressure that needed to normalize. And I'm pleased to say that I have absolutely no arthritic pain anymore, and my blood pressure is normal.
It was really cool to be able to get my life back. I didn't even think I'd cry talking about that.
I endorse the program wholeheartedly. It has led to improvements that I can't fully explain based on my medical knowledge as it was taught to me.
Ask your doctor about Energized Health. Don't miss your opportunity to transform your health now.
So log on to energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com.
Possible side effects may include increased joy, energy, potential reduction in prescriptions, more fulfilling relationships, fewer doctor visits, and overall improved quality of health and life.
Well, hello. I'm Wendy Kinney, the CEO and founder of Revere Payments. Not up here normally talking about myself, but I do want to talk about Energized Health. I became very, very ill 3 years ago, desperately ill. I spent 2 years at the Mayo Hospital. I was diagnosed with an incurable pancreatic disease. I was given medication. I saw the best of the best when it came to medical care. I was told that I will never eat normal food again without taking prescription medicine. I was in the worst place of my life. It was despair. I prayed and prayed for hope, help, and something. I topped out at 183 pounds. My body was swollen from my neck to my toes. And by God's grace, I was given a chance through Energized Health. I am not a paid spokesperson. I had not met John Jubilee until yesterday, but I am so humbled, grateful, and healthy and proud to introduce the founder, CEO, and the lifesaver to thousands, Mr. John Jubilee.
10 minutes, it's in my contract. Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, hey, great to see everybody. Let's get a little bit of energy in here. If everybody could stand up for a moment, ask you to join me. Just stand up. And let's say, Energize America. Energize me. All right, well, I'm going to share with you guys that we have all been programmed. You know why they call it television programming? You can go ahead and have a seat for a moment. We've all been programmed on television with television programming. A lot of you guys have been around long enough to know that at one point in time, you would never imagine you would see a drug commercial on television, right? But now there's commercials on television for drugs, drugs you never heard of. And at the end of every television commercial for a drug, what do they share with you? The side effects, right? The side effects of those drugs, which are very dangerous and very harmful. So for those of you that don't know me, I'll just share a quick recap of my personal journey. I had a lot of health issues. I was bone on bone in my knees. I had hypertension. I had high blood pressure. This is 27 years ago. And I went through every program that you can imagine. And I was on the same challenges that many of you have suffered with your health issues. And what I found out was all the diets, all the drugs, all of these things, it really is like a giant conspiracy to keep us sick, to keep us on the medical merry-go-round, because it pays to treat, not to cure. That's how the medical system is designed. It's to keep us where we're alive so we can keep paying out money, but not really in a position where we're actually in health. Well, I got a little bit tired of being on that wheel, and I decided to do something about it. And I really was a banker. I was managing a couple hundred bank branches when I was 35 years old. Now go ahead, you guys can judge me a little bit. You know, how old do you guys think I am? Take a guess. You know, I'm 63 years old. 63 years old. Not one medical doctor visit. Not one medical doctor visit for 27 years. And look, I'm not saying this to brag, but I'm saying this to inspire and encourage us. Ever since I did this Energized Health protocol 27 years ago, I've gotten stronger every single year for 27 years. And just this last year, so all of my fellow AARP folks, you know, let's hear one for the senior citizens, you know. I actually went, because I kept getting stronger every year, and my wife looked at me and she said, "Baby, I think you're like in world record territory on that chest press." I said, "Come on, you're kidding me." She said, "No, for real, honey. I think maybe you could, if you could chest press 541 pounds, you could set a world record." And I said, "Well, babe, that's not a cool number. I'm going to try 555. And a 34-year-old world champion bodybuilder showed up because he wanted to set that record too. But I did 14 reps of 555 pounds at 63 years old. Now, God bless that sweet little 34-year-old Superman. He got 5 reps. And I said, "Young man, when you grow up, maybe you'll be able to do a little bit more." But I'm here to tell you it's a myth that we have to lose our strength when we get older. It's a myth that we can't be our best at any age. It's a myth. It's just we've all been doing the same wrong things. So here's what I did. I went and did all this research, and I developed a technology, intracellular hydration. But I'm going to make that simple for everybody. It's this simple, everybody. How many of you guys know drinking water is healthy? We all know that, right? Everybody eating healthy is healthy. Everybody knows all that stuff. So if everyone knows all that, how come we are fatter than we've ever been as a nation? We're sicker than we've ever been as a nation. We're on more medication than we've ever been on as a nation. Why is all of that happening? It's because of one thing. We are all dehydrated at the cellular level. So I own the only 2 patents in the world of intracellular hydration. How to actually push that healthy hydration into the cell. So when you drink water, that's called extracellular hydration. How many of you have heard what happened to Brooke Shields? Beautiful Brooke Shields, Princeton. She's a Princeton graduate, smart girl. She drank a whole bunch of water, and she literally had a stroke. That's extracellular hydration. She drank too much water outside of the cell. But when you push water into your cell, it brings healthy nutrition, it activates your mitochondria, it lights it up like a Christmas tree, and literally pushes out all your toxins. If you could pull that slide up, please. I'll show you a slide of what this looks like. But it pushes out all your toxins and all your inflammation out of your cells. And inflammation, the Mayo Clinic will tell you 99% of all illness and disease is caused from one thing. It's inflammation. So I want to help us. Listen, as patriots, the number one thing you can do to protect yourself, to be the greatest activist you could ever be for your nation, is be healthy, is to be strong, is to be powerful, so that you can have the power and strength to do what you need to do to make a difference. You have to start with yourself. So I'm here to challenge you today. You have to be a little bit selfish. You got to start with yourself to get yourself healthy so that you have the power and the strength so that you can stand up and fight. You know, when you go to war, who do you want to go to war with? Do you want to go to war with the sick and the feeble and the worn down and the people that can't even hardly walk? No. You want to go to war with the strong and the powerful and the mighty. And that's who you can be, and that's who you should be. So if you've put off taking care of yourself, I'm here to challenge you to take care of yourself first. Take care of yourself first. So we have a great country, but every great country starts with one great citizen at a time. So become the best citizen you can be. Become the best you can be. Get yourself powerful. Get back your might and your strength. When you get your cells reset and your metabolism reset, you can literally be like you were when you were 17 years old at any age. So I'm here to tell you, I am walking proof that you can get stronger every year. It's a myth that you can't be strong. And I'll make it this simple for you. I've been helping people for 27 years. Literally, we call it the miracle of the day. We have people that had multiple sclerosis in wheelchairs that are running for 5 miles, people reversing the irreversible, people that every person, I guarantee you, 4 things will happen to you. You'll gain your intercellular hydration, you will gain lean muscle mass, you will lose your visceral and subcutaneous fat, and you will improve or reverse any stated health or medical condition, period. But I want to encourage you, if you prayed to God and said, God, please help me, I want to be healthy, I want to be well, nothing's going to change until you make a change. Nothing will be different until you do something different. So this is your time to change. This is your opportunity to be your best. So we're here to help America get well. We're here to make the church get well. And those of you that are Christians, 1 John 3:2 says, Beloved, I wish above all things that you be in health. Above all things, that you be in health. And 1 Corinthians 6:12 said, glorify God in your body. How do you do that? You have a healthy body. So come on, guys, let's get healthy. Let's be powerful patriots. God bless you. God bless America.
What's up, my people? Evil doesn't last. It doesn't have the capacity to be joyful. And so my tool that I use to fight evil is memes. Are libs happier nationwide? They have all the power in the world. Are they happier, joyous, bouncy people? No, they're more miserable than ever. How the hell did these people get in charge of anything? And the correct response is they're not in charge. God is in charge. We are a godly nation. God bless you, AmericaFest! This is what I think, like, every time that Joe Biden wakes up at, like, 11 a.m. in the morning, he walks out of the crypt at the White House. It kind of looks, there's smoke. There's smoke. Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! We are merry this Christmas because Jesus Christ is our Savior, the baby Jesus. And why did Christ have to come to the world? Christ came to the world to defeat evil. And how do you defeat evil? You do it the same way that Christ did it. You speak truth. Let's speak truth together and defeat evil, because there's a lot of evil out there right now. I don't like it. Everywhere you look, things are popping off. Don't look in the Senate hearing rooms, my God. When I was your age, I made a promise to God. I was sitting in that seat right there, metaphorically, and I made a promise to God. And I promised God, as I was watching these same conferences, I would go to political conferences, same as you. And I'm in my 30s, so it wasn't that long ago. And I made a promise that if I ever got the honor and the privilege of standing on stage, a stage like this, that one, I would give an uplifting, hopeful message to young people, the kind of uplifting, hopeful message that I wanted when I was a young man. That I would speak to young men and try my hardest to show them that there is a purpose to your life. That God has a purpose to your life. That God loves you. And that you can become what God created you to be by following a few simple steps. And I can show you what unshakable joy, purpose, happiness, and uplifting looks like. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like to be unshakable, ladies and gentlemen. Let me explain that. Young men, we're just going to cut right to it. If you want to be an immovable mountain in your life, if you wish to be a strong alpha, I beg you, find a woman. Fall in love. Get married. Have more children than you can afford. Have insane amounts of kids. There's nothing the world can do to shake you if you do those simple steps. And if you acknowledge that God loves you and has a purpose for your life, that's it. That's it. And you are immovable, unshakable. Young women, you want to find a man like that? My boy Tucker, they did everything they could to try and destroy this man. And they did what would have destroyed them. They took away his job. They took away his career. They tried to take away, they took him off of Fox News. You're off TV. Gotcha, right? What is Tucker's response to that? They sent reporters to chase down Tucker, and he literally laughs in their faces. He laughs in their faces because he has this. He has I'm going to get emotional because I have this in my wife, and I have children, and I have a relationship with God. And that's all you need, men. That's all you need. The world can do nothing to you if you have that. You can live the life you were designed to live, and nothing they do to you will hurt you. You will become an alpha. You will become the man you were intended to be. And I tell you the truth. That's the photo of happiness. That's what joy looks like right there. That's what true purpose looks like in life. Ladies and gentlemen, they didn't destroy Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson has gone on to produce some of the most watched interviews in human history. Tucker Carlson, look at these numbers. 400 million views, 200 million views. He was doing 3 million a night on Fox. That which Satan intends for evil in our lives, God intends for good. Can I get a hallelujah? That photo of him and Trump is just iconic right there. Come on, come at me. Come at me. Come on me, bitches. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. So I've just cut to the chase there, okay? I've cut to the chase. That's how you defeat evil. You speak truth. And this is how you find purpose, happiness, joy, meaning in your life. And that's the way. And you're only here because your ancestors decided to do that. You come from great men and great women who sacrificed an enormous amount so that you could be here, that kept their faith, that crossed oceans and sacrificed so you can be here in this moment today. It's not a mistake that you're here right now. You weren't born in the wrong time. Things aren't too hard. You come from greatness. It's hard-coded into your DNA. And so there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That's the speech I wish I could have given. I made God a promise. I would give that speech and hopefully speak purpose and hope and uplifting into the lives of young men in this room. Now I can show you what it looks like to not have that in your life. Would you like to see what that looks like? Here's what it looks like when you don't have all those things.
Donald J. Trump is now president of the United States.
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, ALX, the great ALX, my producer at The Benny Show, has just handed me a breaking bulletin. Wow, this has never happened before. Thank you, by the way, to everyone who subscribes to The Benny Show and follows us on our social media handles. Deeply appreciate it. We love all of you. But we do news for a living, and this is a breaking news bulletin. Turns out, wow, all right, we're going to do it live. Turns out that there has been a horrible accident and that a mental institution had a breakout of the inmates. And that institution, I'm being told, is in Washington, D.C., very close to the White House. And that some of the inmates, this is insane. Guys, do we have the live footage of this? Do we have a live cut of this? Some of the inmates have actually gone and taken over the White House. So clinically insane people are currently inside the White House right now. I think we have a live shot of this. Can we go to it? Let's go see. Here, okay. Wow. Oh no. Oh my God. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, this is so bad for our nation. Oh no! Oh, this is awful. Please, somebody help! The insane people! They've taken over the White House and it gets even worse. This is a terrible bulletin. I'm so sorry to have to do this live. It turns out that one of the lunatics that escaped an asylum is out here biting children. Oh no! Oh, it's awful! It's terrible. There's another shot. Oh no! Somebody needs to stop them, please. Well, thankfully, some children in America are getting wise to this and are saying, "No! Get away! Get away from the kids, you monster!" This bastard keeps doing this on camera. Watch this.
Thank you. And I love your ears. I love them. They're really cool. What's your name? What a beautiful name. That's my mommy's name. Well, nice to see. How old are you? 17? 6.
Will somebody please stop this creepy man? Will someone in power please have respect for the little children?
Do you want to go back to them, or do you want to stay with Donald Trump?
Thank you! And thank you, Donald Trump, for You're appointing Supreme Court justices that struck down Roe v. Wade, the most pro-life president of our lifetime. Don't you miss it? Don't you make? Can we just get a palate cleanser, please? Can we just get a palate cleanser? Just see if you can spot the subtle differences between Melania's Christmas videos and Jill Biden's Christmas videos. Don't you miss it? Oh, I do. I absolutely do. Ladies and gentlemen, make Christmas great again! Come on! I wouldn't normally do this, but the woman who took this photo is right here. Andrea Hanks, round of applause for Andrea Hanks, the White House photographer who took this photo. Andrea, listen, we love you. And she's still Trump's photographer, by the way. But, I mean, you're working with some great material here. They're gorgeous, right? Ladies and gentlemen, I got something for you. I got uplifting. We will present hope. This speech is a speech about hope. I do not want you to be demoralized. That is a tactic of evil. That is a tactic of Satan. They try and lie to you. You are living through the world's greatest 24/7 psyop to try and destroy and melt your brain. Now, the first step is to come here to Turning Point USA. That's one. We get culture, right? We make connections. Who's met a friend here? Who's met a spouse here? Like, it's awesome. It's incredible what's being built here. Let's not let them lie to us. We live in a red country. You are the majority in this country. We are the majority in this country. And I can prove it unequivocally and demonstrably. I can prove it for you. Okay? It's one thing to show you a map. That's a map of Donald Trump's 2016 election victory. We are the majority. We control this place. Not a bunch of lunatics going, "Yeah!" in Washington, D.C. I'll show you. Ladies and gentlemen, Bud Light did that. And so we did this to Bud Light. And we did that to Bud Light. $27 billion. Baby. Anybody here own a construction company? Somebody bulldozed a bunch of Bud Light cans. Look at this. Come on, baby. Let's go. Any gun owners in the audience? Come on, man.
Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today. Let me say something to all of you and be as clear and concise as possible.
Ooh, baby. Here's another map that these seething, salty libs will never show you. 25 states allow permitless carry in this country. All gun laws are illegal. We have a Second Amendment here. This, we are going in the right direction on. Now, could Bud Light be redeemed? Could they be redeemed? I'm a Christian. I believe in second chances. And I'm here to tell you, Anheuser-Busch, that there's a way that you can potentially come back and earn our respect. And this, I'm going to look right down the barrel of the camera. I'm going to tell you exactly how to do it, okay? 3, 2, 1. There you go. Simple as. Simple as. Would you buy that can? I'm just saying, it's a suggestion. I'm not saying it'll solve everything. This is how we heal. It's just how we heal, okay? Until then, Bud Light, the memes shall continue. Let's watch a Bud Light meme together, okay? before and after Bud Light. Let's go.
Marriage is between a man and a woman, and states must respect that.
I'm gay.
Ooh, boy. I'm going to get a write-up for that one. Who caused the Bud Light disaster? It's Dylan Mulvaney. Dylan Mulvaney was speaking on a college tour. Dylan Mulvaney spoke at Penn State this week on a college tour. Why don't we check in on, because we're told that Dylan Mulvaney is very powerful, right? That Dylan Mulvaney, very, very important person. Millions of followers. Everyone was cower in fear. Let's see, how many people showed up to hear Dylan Mulvaney speak? Oh my God! I've seen more people in the Chick-fil-A line at the airport. This is the actual shot from the room with Dylan Mulvaney on stage speaking. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to prove to you that you're the majority, okay? Can we please get a shot of this beautiful audience on screen right now? There we go. There we go. Give me that jib. Show me the people. You want more? Here we go. Look at this headline from Forbes. Trump pulling younger voters away from Biden. Voters under 30 favor Donald Trump over Biden. What world are we living in? And all you gotta do is go ask them. Luckily, we have cameras at my company. We went and asked. Let's find out. What do the young people think?
Remember his quote saying, if you vote for Donald Trump and not me, you're not black.
And you ain't black.
How the hell you gonna tell me I'm not black? Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Joe Biden's also cloned. Which Joe Biden do you think is back there? Number 5. Joe Biden popular around here?
I hope not. I mean, there's definitely been a lot more people asking for pics with this than telling me to take it down.
He is not popular around here. Why is that?
He's terrible, man. He's just overall terrible. Yeah.
Come on, man.
At University of Tampa, if you walk around the campus right now, you'll see on people's dorm rooms, Biden sucks, F Biden flags everywhere. There's not one thing he does for this country that is good for this country.
You're from where?
Mexico.
Do people in Mexico like Joe Biden or no?
I mean, most people just, they look at him because of, like, the memes and stuff like that, so.
Like what?
I mean, there was one video of him just walking in a bush, I don't know.
As unique as the breakfast tacos here in San Antonio.
So say it with me. Broadway.
Popular in Mexico? Yeah. People in Mexico like Trump?
There's more people that like Trump than Biden in Mexico.
What's your favorite Joe Biden quote?
When he asked the turkey if he wanted to say anything for Thanksgiving.
You want to talk?
How he touches little kids when they get out of the pool.
And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight and then watch the hair come back up again.
No.
They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I love kids jumping on my lap.
What?
The Minnesota one.
Minnesota!
That one's our favorite one.
I remember his quote saying, if you vote for Donald Trump and not me, you're not black.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
How the hell you gonna tell me I'm not black? Every day I wake up, I'm pretty sure I'm black. Pretty sure I wake up black every damn morning.
The kids are all right. That wasn't even hard. Here's an important rules to live by, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody likes Joe Biden. Not even Joe Biden's vice president likes Joe Biden. Watch this.
With her first hello, she
Oh my God! Dude, that hurts! Joe Biden doesn't know who his own wife is. Watch this.
Super Tuesday for nothing. By the way, this is my little sister, Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh, no, that's not. Oh, you switched on me. This is my wife. This is my sister. They switched on me.
This is my sister. This is my wife. This is my sister. What's my wife's sister? That's your granddaughter that you won't acknowledge, you scumbag. This is Joe Biden's granddaughter that he refuses to even mention. They hang a Christmas stocking at the White House for the dog and not for Joe Biden's legitimate granddaughter. One of the biggest psyops ever pulled on the American people is that Joe Biden is a good and decent man. No. Joe Biden is a monster. You are a monster if you do not acknowledge your own children and your own family. You are a sick person. Even the New York Times says it's 7 grandkids. How bad does that have to be for Joe Biden? The New York Times is coming after Joe. Coming for Joe over this. So I got advice for Donald Trump. Not like I'm some trusted advisor, but here's my personal advice for Donald Trump. Donald Trump's presumably going to be on the debate stage with Joe Biden. Yes, we want to see that again? Donald Trump, simply say when they let you have the open mic, they let you do the opening statement, simply say, excuse me, I'd like to do something a little interesting. Please welcome to the stage this beautiful little girl. And bring up Joe Biden's granddaughter, hold her right there and go, hey Joe, it's your granddaughter, want to say hi? I love little children, they're great. Who you with, kid? And she'll say, Trump. And that'll be it. That'll be the whole debate. They found cocaine at the White House. It's a huge mystery. Who left the coke at the White House? They have photos and everything. Who left the coke? We'll never know. We have no idea. And we don't know who left the cocaine. We'll never. It's beyond human capacity to repeat the line. Okay. They're trying to do a cleanup job in the Oval Office. We're going to figure it out. Still, it's a huge mystery, and we don't know. We're not sure. I do know somebody who could probably use a little extra energy at the White House, and this is Joe Biden. It's just getting sad, right? It's just getting sad, okay? This is going to be Walk Force 1. This was a very bad idea, Joe. Very bad. Shouldn't have done that. Get him the training wheels and get yourself a good lesson. I got someone for you, Joe. It's pretty good. He knows how to do it. Just take his advice. Don's gotcha. He'll show you how it's done, okay? Simple as. We shouldn't have this much fun. It's actually quite sad. It's actually this really sad thing to see. What went on in the ring? They call it Brandon Falls. And by the way, just in case you need some more uplifting, a guy literally called Brandon to his face. This was 2 Christmases ago. We don't remember how epic this was. Watch.
Yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas as well. Merry Christmas, and let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree. Hey, by the way,
hey! Got it.
Where's your hope?
They chanted "Let's Go, Brandon" at the golf course for 2 of my favorite people. Ladies and gentlemen, apparently Melania wants Tucker Carlson as VP. What do you think? I don't make the choices. That's the headline. I do know that Tucker Carlson ended the career of Donald Trump's last VP. And I do know that it would be pretty awesome to have Hail to the Chief played when these 2 guys walk into the arena. Come on! Do you want to see it? I want to see it. The only reason that Tucker Carlson, and he says this publicly and often, is Tucker Carlson thanks Elon Musk for giving him a space to do a show, right? And that's unbelievably powerful to have the most powerful man in the world spend $44 billion on free speech. So thank you, Elon Musk. It's tough out there being in the digital space, and we know this personally. And so it is a blessing that we should not take for granted, because that's like something nobody saw coming, and is such a remarkable cornerstone now for how we get truth out to the American people. And Elon Musk is a big fan of free speech, as we learned earlier this month.
There's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today. I hope they stop. You don't want them to advertise?
No. If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself. Go yourself.
And Disney did actually go, in fact, and F their own company. That's what we all did to Disney. What did Elon Musk wasn't done yet. Chuck Schumer, because of X, we now know what happened on January 6th. Because we can actually share the tapes. Are we thankful for that? I am personally very thankful for that. Chuck Schumer tweeted that it's a threat to democracy that we can see what actually happened on January 6th. In response to that, Elon Musk shared a meme. This was the meme that Elon shared.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the U.S. Capitol building. If you've joined us today for the insurrection, please make sure you pick up a promotional leaflet on the way in, stay inside the safety cordons at all times, and if you get lost, speak to one of our Capitol police officers. They'll be sure to point you in the right direction. And be sure to set aside a little time today to join us for some insurrection activities, including our photography tour, our fancy dress competition, and have a go on our climbing wall. But don't forget those safety ropes. And I've now received the results of our fancy dress competition. The winner today is Jacob Chansley. That's Mr. Jacob.
Is Jacob here?
They'll be sure to give you a prize.
Is Jacob in the audience? Jacob, if you're in the audience, feel free to show us those sweet buffalo horns. Realize what an incredible time we are living in. Elon Musk tweets, "My pronouns are prosecute Fauci." And two of the most popular comedians on earth do a bit like this.
I miss COVID. I know. Dude, you know what I knew? There was trouble when anyone that came to our country didn't have to get a vaccine. And I go, if you're telling me I can't go to work, but everyone coming in doesn't have to get one, I go,
well, once we found out when Fauci said, okay, I'm sorry, if you've had 2 boosters and 2 vaccines, you can get and give COVID to another guy who's had 5 vaccines and 4 boosters. What's the difference between a vaccine and a booster? I don't know, it's just more vaccine, but booster sounds better. Anyway, a guy with 25 vaccines would get and give COVID to another guy with 25 vaccines. That's why I'm introducing the daily COVID shot. Every day you get a shot. By the time you get to your car, you got no immunity. But it's a beautiful 39 seconds.
They are a laughingstock. Chris Rock saying if you arrest Donald Trump, you will turn him into Tupac Shakur. And what did they do? Baby, they gave us the greatest mugshot in history. People are getting this mugshot tattooed on their bodies. Oh, yeah. This is how Atlanta welcomed Donald Trump after the mugshot. They went out to the streets to cheer for Donald Trump after that mugshot. He was cheered like a conquering hero. Look at that. They won't show you that clip on CNN. Maybe that's why black men are now voting in preponderance for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is winning the youth vote? Donald Trump's winning the black vote?
As black people,
what world do we live in? Ladies and gentlemen, they've turned the mugshot into wrapping paper. I hope you have a Merry Christmas. And the polls look like that. We are fighting evil, and we are defeating evil. There is evil in our time. Evil in our time looks like a satanic statue that was put up inside of a state house. That satanic statue was beheaded by a Christian veteran, and Turning Point USA pledged $10,000 to that Christian veteran, Michael Cassidy. I wish to live in a country where strong Christian alpha men behead statues of Satan instead of allowing it to permeate our entire government. It does seem like there's a lot of satanic activity in our government these days. Some videos that I hope you don't see, and some stuff on my social media feed that is horrifying. These people are such degenerates, and they're such freaks, and they're such clowns. How did they get so much power? What happened? How did they get so much control? And you ask yourself this in the small hours of the night, and you get very upset. But then you realize something, and it's something that's so profound and very important for you to realize, which is this. These people who spend their entire lives seething and scraping and crawling through salt to try and get control over you and control over your life, they'll do anything for more control. They think they're in control. They're not in control. Jesus Christ is in control. God is in control. God is in control of this country. God is in control of our future. God has always blessed America. Benjamin Franklin said at the Constitutional Convention, if a sparrow cannot fall from the sky without his blessing, how can a nation rise without God's favor? We have God's favor. And all God ever asked for is for good men and women to stand and to rise. And he said, I'll save you. I'll save your nation. I'll heal your land. I'll save Sodom and Gomorrah if good men and women stand and rise. Ladies and gentlemen, the message of God is simple on this Christmas season. The angel said to them, do not be afraid. I bring you good news that will cause you great joy. Today a Savior has been born. He is the Messiah, the Lord. This is the good news. We must not be afraid. Do not be afraid is written 365 times in the Bible. That's one per day for each of us. Every day of the year. And the final thing I'll show you here, ladies and gentlemen, and I appreciate so very much the team allowing me to go a little bit over here, is to show you something that is so unbelievably profound, how powerful our movement is and how powerful this moment is. Please watch the coach of the Celtics that just had the royal family at his game respond to what was it like entertaining the royal family.
Did you get a chance to meet with the royal family? And if not, how was it like having them there in the building?
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph?
The Prince and Princess and Mary.
Oh, no, I didn't. I'm always familiar with the film, right? I don't know too much about that.
Yes!
Thank you.
Yes! Ladies and gentlemen, young men, have tons of kids. Look at my son. That's my son. My daughters, fall in love, buy land, be an alpha, find your purpose that God has for you. Women, make great wives and have kids and find true purpose, happiness, and joy in life. God bless you. Merry Christmas.
So Corey Mills is currently in Israel. He's trying to help evacuate Americans.
Corey Mills is stepping up.
My name is Corey Mills, and I'm an America First conservative. And there's nothing that concerns me more than the America Last agenda that our government has today.
They have no plan, no strategy, no way to actually prioritize the American lives. I've made the decision on my own to leave D.C., to fly in, to start doing border crossings, and then getting people out day by day.
If the administration's unwilling to do their jobs, then members like myself and my colleagues can step up and do it for them.
What's up, AmericaFest? For those you don't know about me, you're going to find out in about 20 minutes. I'm very candid. First thing I'll tell you is I am unscripted and unvaccinated. So I grew up in a small town in Florida, went off to serve in the United States Army, served in the 82nd Airborne Division, served in the Joint Special Operations Command with CJTF-20. In total of my life, I spent over 7 years in Iraq, 3 years in Afghanistan, Kosovo, Pakistan, North Somalia, was blown up twice by roadside bombs. If you want to see a real squad, I've been a part of a real squad. And I'll tell you right now, the United States government does not do near enough to stand up and fight for our veterans. We prioritize the illegals at our borders before we do our own veterans. So let me tell you something. That time is over. We will prioritize our veterans, we will put our military first, and we will get back to an America First agenda that President Trump set us up on. Now, a lot of people think that when you come in as a brand new freshman, that you're supposed to just vote along to get along. Well, apparently they didn't know who I was. Because I'll tell you right now, I am not a Republican. I am a constitutional conservative. I may have been a Republican, and I've been registered my entire life as a Republican, but I'll tell you right now, that has been so diluted and watered down by these establishment, decade-long individuals who become politicians. We need to get back to what it is to be statesmen. We need to get back to what it is to be representatives. And we need to get back to fighting for the American people, not fighting for their individual right. That's why I like things like blocking stocks. I don't think anyone in office should be able to trade stocks, their spouse, or anyone else. You should be there to serve the people, not serve yourself. And as an Army combat veteran, I can tell you right now, I sit on the Armed Services Committee, I sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee, I sit on the Subcommittee of Intelligence Special Operations. I remember they came up to me recently and they said, well, you sit on the Armed Services, you have to vote for this new NDAA. I said, like hell I do. Let me tell you something. One of only 73 Republicans who voted against the National Defense Authorization Act. And you know why? Not because I don't love our military. I think that we need the strongest military that we've ever seen. But I'll tell you right now, I am not going to prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm going to prioritize increased lethality, readiness, and being properly equipped. And not to mention the fact that our National Defense Authorization Act has one main goal: to protect our warfighters and get them prepared so they can go out and protect our privacy, our liberties, our rights, and our freedoms. So when you cram the deep state Section 702 under FISA, which has already been violated 287,000 times by the FBI, and they've admitted it, and they add that in there as a poison pill without reforms, yeah, put me down as a no. I'll tell you right now, I will always vote for the American people. I will always understand what my oath means, and guess what? Just because I left my uniform doesn't mean that my oath expired. We fight for this nation to the end. And we have to understand right now, the other reason that I didn't support it is because I am sick and tired of this George W. Bush neoconservative interventionist world police mindset that we have to take our hard-earned treasures and the lives of Americans to seal and secure the borders of other nations when we need to be securing our own damn border here at home. I wasn't elected by Zelensky or the Ukrainians. I was elected by the American people, and that's who I serve and I fight for. And when it comes to it, I'll go ahead and say it. It's so taboo. There are only two genders. And I can tell you that Title IX in women's sports is not a plan B for failures. We've seen the continual indoctrination that's gone on, whether it's critical race theory in our schools, indoctrinating our children, whether it's diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI, that's actually going in and weakening our military, whether it's ESG, that's targeting our corporations. Well, let me be clear. I don't need CRT, DEI, or ESG. What we need in our communities is GOD. And if you're a true constitutionalist, you already know that we are founded upon our inalienable rights and our Christian Judeo beliefs. And if that's the case, then you'll understand exactly why I did what I did in Israel. For those of you guys who don't know me, before I got elected in 2021, I got a call from Congressman Ronnie Jackson about a woman and 3 children who was trapped in Afghanistan. This is a born and raised Amarillo, Texas native. He called the State Department. The State Department said we can text him. He called the DOD as a rear admiral. They said we're in the middle of a withdrawal. I remember I told him on the phone as we were getting our plans and our prep together, and I said, no matter what, I will not leave this family behind. We went over there, and after 11 days of the Biden administration trying to thwart our efforts, even scrambling an F-16 to try and do a flyover to intimidate our aircraft, after 11 days, our team conducted the very first successful overland rescue of Americans out of Afghanistan. And you'd have thought that after 2021, after creating 13 new Gold Star families, and I want everyone to know, do not forget August 26, 2021. Do not forget our 13 brave heroes who paid the last full measure, or their families who are left behind. Last week, I had the big privilege and honor to go sit with Paula Knaus, who is the mother of Ryan Knaus, one of the fallen heroes from August 26th. And I'll tell you something. Nothing is more humbling. Nothing is more about the sacrifices of America than walking through Arlington. And guess what? Those headstones are not aligned by their gender. They are not aligned by their religion. They are not aligned by anything other than one, which is their love of country and their love of God. But you'd have thought that after 2021 and the incident that occurred, that Joe Biden would have actually had a plan of action in case this occurs again. On October 7th, we saw the horrific, horrendous, and barbaric actions of the terrorist organization known as Hamas. They killed women, children, elderly, innocents. And I knew that this administration had no plan, no strategy, and nothing to do. So on August 10th, I finished votes. I looked at my chief of staff, and I said, I can't stand here and do nothing. So I boarded an aircraft, went overseas, and by October 11th, I had already done a ground withdrawal with over 32 Americans, 45 the next day, 159 the next time, 255 in total. Look, if Joe Biden's not going to do his job, I'll go out and do it for him. The time for talk is over. We have more than enough politicians. We need statesmen who are about action. We need people who truly understand that when we swear that oath, that it still means something. And I'll tell you something, I'm honored to represent Florida's 7th District. But if you believe in constitutionality, freedoms, liberties, our current rights, the right to our own privacy, I may not be in your district, but I promise I represent you in the Congress. Now, I'm one of those individuals that believes that we really need to make a change. And pun intended, we are at a turning point. But we could not see a more important election than what we're about to face. But we've been doing it wrong, and we've been the silent majority. And our voices need to be heard. It needs to shake the ground of all those who are opposing our rights to be an American. And we need to start prioritizing our down ballot votes, our school boards, our city council, our commissioners, our mayors, not just prioritizing your federal races, but the ones that actually impact your lives day to day. Our state legislators, our state senators, our governors. Because we have seen where when we ignore these, the left uses it to basically compromise our values. Well, I can tell you, as a father of an 8-year-old troublemaking boy, must get it for his mother, I believe in preserving this nation, our freedoms, our rights, and our liberties for many generations to come. And as President Reagan said, we're always one generation away from losing this. But I look out amongst this crowd of patriots, and I can tell you right now, we're all here willing to fight to make sure we preserve that. Now, one of the things that I've been known for is taking very tough votes. You know, I was one of 73 that voted down the NDAA because of FISA's abuse of our individual privacies. I refuse to continue to support these AUMFs, this authorization of use of military force that subjugates our Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 rights to declare certain wars. This interventionist mindset that we have to continue to send people abroad to protect us at home, knowing that our greatest threat sits on our southern border, our greatest threat sits within. But one of the votes that I'm very proud to have taken was I voted against this Physically Responsible Act, which increased our debt ceiling, driving us furthermore into the economic abyss. You see, people in Congress still believe that we can cut our way to prosperity. If you've ever owned a business or built a business in your life, you know that the only way that you thrive is to ensure that your account receivables, which is how much you make, and your account payables, the amount that goes out, is not inverted, because if it is, you're insolvent. Well, I'm sorry. At $34 trillion in debt, one of our greatest threats is economic collapse. And you know what? There's an easy solution. And it sits right underneath our feet. And it's drill, baby, drill. We need to get back to American energy. We need to get back to our security. We need to stop the reliance and stop referring to China as a competitor when we know that they're an adversary. We need to command and control our own resources, our own supply chain. We need to be the most innovative in the nation. We need to be able to be that shining beacon on the hill that we used to be. Right now, the only thing that we lead the world in is the strength of our military and incarcerations per capita. That's what we lead in. And the idea that we're the greatest nation on earth, and I truly believe that, is only going to continue to be that way so long as we stand up and fight. And so I'll tell you right now, I'm the only member of Congress that donates 100% of his salary back to his district every single quarter to a woman, child, or veteran charity, because it's about our service and sacrifice, not our stock trades and our financial benefits. And you know what? I truly believe that if we passed and we banned stock trading, we wouldn't even have to worry about term limits. Watch how many of them remove themselves when their paycheck's no longer there. We need to remember where we came from. We need to protect those who are in need. Our children in this nation are worth fighting for. And I will fight for this nation to my dying breath, and you can guarantee that. You know, prior to coming to Congress, I was a business owner. I was part of the greatest administration in my lifetime, which is President Donald J. Trump's administration. Was blessed to be one of the SecDef advisors. But I'll tell you something. I talked about the importance of 2024. Now, I'm from the great state of Florida, the freest state in the country. Texas, you're close too. Don't worry. I love you as well. But I can tell you right now, people are like, well, isn't this a hard decision for you, a hard endorsement? So what's so hard about it? You got a man with a proven foreign policy record who grew to one of the greatest economies we've ever seen. You got a man who can't be bought, can't be corrupted, and only cares about one thing, which is the American people. You got a person who had great policies, like the Abraham Accords, who actually led to stability and peace within the Middle East. You started seeing us withdraw from these endless wars for 20-plus years, trillions of dollars, thousands of American lives, when we accomplished nothing in those. And why? Not because of the boots. It was because of the suits. So I'll tell you right now, I was proud to be one of the very first of the state of Florida to endorse and support the greatest president of my lifetime. That's President Donald J. Trump. And the greatest part about it is that if you think that he was motivated in 2016, if you think that he was ready to fight in 2020, the bold course corrections that we're going to have to make as a nation to remain free can only be made by someone who doesn't have a re-election looming over their head, who are not scared to make unpopular decisions, who are bold in their stance and unafraid. And I think after as many indictments as he's come under, he's demonstrated that he's pretty damn bold. Now, how many in this room is ready to see President Donald J. Trump back in the White House? And I'll tell you, I'm blessed, because I've got a great governor as well. But he needs to stay as being a governor. We have to start thinking about not what's best for our egos, but what's best for our nation. We have to start understanding that our time to pull us off the cliff was last election. And that we're over the cliff, and now it's about how do we pad our fall and how do we rebuild. I like this guy every day. I'm about to bring you up to pull my speech. But I'll tell you something else that we need to be looking at. We need to look at bringing back those who are unconstitutionally purged from our military for refusing the vaccines. And we don't need to just bring them back. We need to give them full back pay, full salaries, put them back in their rank. And they need to be able to do what they were supposed to do, which is the beginning. Not serve a political agenda, but serve this great nation. That's what our military is about. And for all those who've been impacted, I'll tell you, I got a great young man right here. Was out of the 3rd ID. Was a war fighter. But after the vaccine, it's now put him into a wheelchair. We need to fight for the vax injured. We need to ensure that they have their rights as well. Because I'll tell you right now, fighting for the people is the only thing that matters, now more than ever. You know, in our Constitution, they talk about the sacrifice of our treasures, of our name, up to including our lives. That's what patriots do. And as they say, everybody likes to be a patriot until it's time to do some patriot shit. I'm probably one of the few who actually loses money while I'm in Congress, so I'm obviously not doing this right. But I'll tell you, there is no greater honor in my lifetime than being able to go up there and fight for you, to fight for what our founding fathers put in place, to understand that it doesn't matter if you're here or abroad, that you can know that I will come for you. And that if you don't live in Florida's 7th District, but you live here and you're an American, I will always prioritize you, your families, and your economic benefits above any other nation who's claiming that they care and want to secure their own. And I truly believe in Israel's right to go forward and destroy Hamas, to eliminate these terrorist organizations. You know, If Bibi Netanyahu would have been really smart, they would have set up a Burisma in Israel to pay Hunter, and then they would have had an unlimited budget. I think that's how it works. But instead, you got a guy who walks around looking for the next child to sniff or the next ice cream to eat. I heard that some of these woke corporations like Ben & Jerry's is getting ready to introduce a hair-flavored ice cream. Maybe that'll make him up. You all say no, and I guarantee you'll be the first one in line. I want to thank every one of you, truly and sincerely from the bottom of my heart. You're patriots for being here. We have to be civically engaged. We have to out-message the left. We have to take back our party. We have to understand the significance of our constitutionality, know that we're faith-based, and know that no matter what, they'll never be able to tear us down. We must rise above it all. Thank you so much for all that you do. God bless you, and God bless these United States of America. Thank you so much.
I don't think people realize what dangerous times we're living in.
Establishment Washington has a sick addiction.
This government has sold out our American worker. They don't really deserve to be respected that much. They want to censor us, and they want to completely force us into complying. It's called the swamp for a reason, because the American people see the government as a place where they call swamp creatures. They think they never leave. People need to wake up to the reality of the danger we're living in.
Hello, Turning Point. What a good-looking group of patriots in here in Arizona. Well, I have to tell you, I like that. I have to tell you, one thing that helps me get fired up for a speech is taking a little scroll through X. And I came across something that really ticked me off right before I walked out on the stage. So I'm going to go ahead and call someone out. Is that okay with you guys? Okay. I mean, they are a Republican. Are you guys okay if I call out a Republican? All right. Well, let me set this up for you. So I serve on the Oversight Committee in the United States Congress, and we've been doing an investigation into Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and the Biden crime family. You guys have heard a little bit about that, right? Well, Joe Biden has been in office longer than I have been alive, which is a long time. I'm 49 years old. He's been there over 50 years. You know, politicians don't get paid millions of dollars every year, but somehow the Bidens have a lot of money. And we all know there was a certain laptop from hell, by the way, that the media, the Democrats, 51 intel agent figures signed their name to a lie to cover up. Well, I want to tell you something. We've been investigating the Biden family, and it is absolutely, provably true that they are the most corrupt criminals to ever serve and hold office in Washington, D.C. Joe Biden is a crook. But I found out before I walked out here that a certain senator, a certain Republican senator, doesn't think that there is enough evidence and doesn't think that there's a smoking gun and doesn't think that we have done a good enough job on the Republican-led Oversight Committee to prove that Joe Biden should be impeached. Do you all know who that was? I'm hearing several different rhino names. I have heard Mitch McConnell. I've heard Lindsey Graham. It's Lindsey Graham. That's right. Lindsey Graham today on Meet the Press said that there's not a smoking gun, even though, let me tell you something, people, we have produced checks written to Joe Biden. Is that not a smoking gun? What about the thousands of pages of bank reports? What about all the bank statements where we've traced money from China, Ukraine, Romania, African countries, Middle Eastern countries that have all been wire transferred over into dozens of LLCs belonging to Hunter Biden and Joe's brother? And this money then gets moved all around amongst these LLCs, and then it gets paid in cash checks to Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, James Biden, Sarah Biden, even grandkids. Now, let me ask you, can you go to the store and buy a Biden product? Can you? No. Can you hire the Biden family to come to your house and provide a service for you? No, you cannot. So I really want to know, how is it possible when we have thousands of pages of bank reports in the Treasury Department that literally outline money laundering and all kinds of crimes that the Biden family and Hunter Biden has committed, when we have produced pages and pages and hundreds of pages of bank statements from banks that show literally the money moving? How can Lindsey Graham in Washington, D.C. on Meet the Press say that he hasn't seen a smoking gun of evidence, that he doesn't think that we produced enough evidence to impeach Joe Biden? Let me ask the American people, do you think that we have produced enough evidence to impeach Joe Biden? Well, I think somebody better run for senator in South Carolina. I tell you what, it amazes me working in Washington, D.C., I'm constantly surrounded by people that serve the rest of the world and America last. And it makes me so damn angry every single day that I wrote a book about it. I wrote a book because when I went to Washington, the mainstream media, the Democrats, and the Washington establishment created a character of me that doesn't exist. And then they sold that character across the country and all around the world. And so I wrote a book to set it straight. It's called MTG. And if you want a copy, you can go to mtgbook.com, and I will rip back the curtain on those pages and tell you exactly everything you need to know about the swamp. And I believe you deserve to know the truth. I tell you about January 6th. I tell you how it was entrapment. It was a setup. It was a Fedsurrection. And I also tell you for a fact, I believe it with all my heart, that the 2020 election was stolen. That's right. And if they get the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, they will steal it again. Because there is one thing they are terrified of. They are terrified that we will send Donald J. Trump back to the White House, and we will save our country, and we will take our country back. Well, they should be afraid, because we are absolutely going to do that. I also write about crazy conspiracy theories, Jewish space lasers. That's something else I wrote about in my book. I was right. And I fill these pages with lots of information for you to know. But I have to tell you one thing I'm really sick of. I am sick and tired of, I call Washington, D.C. the District of Communism. Because that's what it is. The District of Communism serves itself. It exists to serve itself. Because most of the people that live in Washington, D.C. work in the federal government. And then the rest of them work for major companies that survive off the federal government with federal contracts. You know, companies that maybe are in the defense industrial base. So it's no wonder that so many senators and so many members of Congress who usually have big fundraisers in Washington, D.C., forget all about their constituents and the people that voted for them to send them to Washington in the first place, and then they end up serving Washington, D.C. So I'll go around again because, like I said, I was pretty mad when I came out here. Senator Graham needs to stop serving the Ukrainian people and remember the people right here back at home. You see, they seem to forget that there's 50 states in the United States of America. They think Ukraine is the 51st state. Now, let me tell you how gross this is. It's so disturbing to me that Washington, D.C. wants to continue to fund a war in a country that most people can't find on a map, in a country, this country's not a member of NATO. They are not a NATO ally of ours. And they keep funding this war, and they are literally murdering a full generation of Ukrainian men. I want you to think about that. This country is sending all this money, billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, it's not just the $113 billion. You all pay for $1 billion a month to fund the Ukraine government. You didn't know that, but you do. $1 billion a month. Pays all their salaries, keeps the lights on. It pays for all kinds of things. $1 billion a month. Washington, D.C., the District of Communism, wouldn't spend $1 billion to secure our border every month. That's how America last Washington, D.C. is. And I am so sick and tired of the America last establishment in Washington, D.C. Yes, so are you. Now, let me explain something. Not only do they want to fund a war in Ukraine, they constantly talk about war. They would love to have a war with China in 3 to 5 years. Can you imagine having a war with China? That is the worst thing that our country could do. That'd be the worst thing China could do. But then think about this. They constantly talk about a future war with China because they're worried about China dominating the world. But if we had actually brought back our manufacturing to America, if we brought back our critical supply chain to America, if we stopped sending our jobs overseas to China, we would have the economic power. We could be energy independent, and that is how you defeat China. We don't need a war with China. Oh, but Washington loves war. They love war. That's all they talk about in Washington is war. They think that's the way to keep the economy going, by feeding the defense industrial base. But you want to know something? I spent over 25 years running a commercial construction company before I actually ran for Congress. And I grew up in that small business. It was my family business, and then I was blessed to actually run that company after my parents retired. I can tell you firsthand, the greatest way to build up the economy in the United States of America, and this is for every single young person in this room, is for Americans to work as hard as you possibly can to maintain your independence and to strive to live the American dream. That's how we build up our economy. It's hard work. That's why we were given the gift of the pursuit of happiness. You know what that is? That's not sitting around thumbing through social media every day. The pursuit of happiness is actually pursuing a career, pursuing a job. And no, you don't have to have a college education to do it. It will probably dumb you down. It's a true story. But that is pursuing a career where you are working and you are making money. And I am all for Americans making money because I am sick and tired of the stupid people in Washington making horrible decisions, causing Americans to go broke. And that's what they have done. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And it's because we have stupid people in Washington, D.C. And I can say that for a fact because I work with many of them. And I'm not just talking about Democrats. You guys can tell that I'm pretty sick and tired of Washington, D.C. I don't hide it. You want to know why? We have the greatest country in the world. Things do not have to be screwed up. But here we are at $34 trillion in debt. Here we are enslaved to China and other countries for our energy. Here we are on the verge of losing our most precious freedom, and that is our free speech. You want to know why? They want to destroy the truth. Look at what they do to people. They put people in jail over their speech. They take people to court and silence them and sue them and win millions and millions and even $1 billion settlements to silence their speech. They are all doing this because they are terrified that if you were to rip that duct tape off your mouth and speak the truth and be bold about it, that you would defeat them. And I want to tell you, they should be terrified because you could easily defeat them. Let me tell you who you are. I'll give you a quick reminder before I walk off this stage. You are the American people. You have the power in this country. I'm a member of Congress. I don't have the power. You have the power. But you're not using it. You're not using it. You have to use it. You have to remind that government that, guess what? It works for you. It does. You are the customer. They serve you. The federal government serves you. And this is how we will save our country. Here's our big job, okay? This is your homework assignment. For the next year, throughout 2024, get comfortable being uncomfortable. You're going to have to do it. Get comfortable being uncomfortable. You're going to have to tell your friends, your neighbors, your coworkers, your aunt that disagrees with you, your sister, your mom, whoever. You're going to have to talk to them and tell them that we are going to save this country by defeating the communist Democrats. Because we have the best opportunity in the world, and we have one opportunity. We have to elect Donald J. Trump, send him back to the White House. That's right. And then we have to gut Washington, D.C., and I mean gut it. We need to shut down agencies. We need to fire thousands of people. And then we need to save America. All right, Turning Point USA. That's your assignment. God bless you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Our voting system does not have a one-to-one relationship to truth. How can we have integrity in our political system if the foundations of our electoral process are not in right relationship with truth? In our representative republic, our voices are supposed to matter. To ensure the strength of our American republic, we must safeguard the integrity of our elections. Today, the fight against voter fraud is more crucial than ever. We must stand united to protect the sanctity of our ballots. Fight Voter Fraud, Inc. believes in one vote for one legal voter. And yet the unfortunate reality is that voter rolls across the United States are corrupted with countless instances of voters who have either died, moved, and many who have never even existed in the first place. Some people are registered to vote in multiple locations. while others have multiple registrations based on variations of their names, including abbreviations, maiden names, and names from former marriages. This long list of illegally registered voters doesn't even include the fraudulent ones intentionally registered for nefarious purposes. Law enforcement, both federally and locally, doesn't have the time, manpower, or even willingness to research each individual. This is why FBF Inc. has stepped up to do the labor-intensive job of investigating and producing all the evidence necessary. Join us in ensuring fair and secure elections. Donate to the cause for our continued investigation power. Volunteer with us as you are called. Stay informed and demand transparency. Together, let's safeguard the heart of our republic, because every vote counts, and so does your commitment to voter integrity. Learn more at www.fightvoterfraud.org.
I think the currency of leadership is sacrifice. People who care enough about the nobility of their objectives to give all that they have in order to see those objectives come true.
My goal with Regent is to see it not rival Harvard and Yale, but to rival Oxford and the Sorbonne in the Middle Ages as a school that can impact the whole society.
Being at Regent, you begin to understand that as a leader, bold choices have to be made.
It wasn't just me, it wasn't just my story. That God was doing the same thing throughout the world.
If we are a dedicated and committed people, making the world a better place to be is what it's all about.
Merry Christmas from the Kirk family. Have you ever wanted to read the whole Bible cover to cover but felt overwhelmed? My wife Erica and I want to personally invite you to join us at Bible in 365 as we read the whole Bible cover to cover in 1 year.
Join thousands of brothers and sisters in Christ as we grow in faith, reading the entire Word of God. We're starting January 3rd, 2024. Just scan the QR code on your screen or visit BibleIn365.com to learn more.
Democracy means what liberal elites want, they get. When they don't get it, it's anti-democratic. Good half the country feels, at best, left out, and at worst, almost held in contempt by their elites. When the administrative state starts doing something that it's not authorized to do and that no one has ever told it to do, it's not doing so for conservative reasons or for reasons that benefit American citizens. It's doing so for reasons that benefit liberalism. Life expectancy down, opioid crisis, jobs, all these things have happened. And their view is you either agree with them or you stay out of their lane.
All right, thank you for that. I feel sort of bad for you because compared to what you've been used to, which I've been watching, this is going to be a little bit low energy. I am a college professor by trade. To coin a phrase, low energy. I made that up, by the way. I want credit for it. I'm a college professor, so I'm usually sitting in a room with 15 kids. Not huge. I think I'm reasonably okay at it. You can ask Charlie Kirk. He's taken 2 of my classes, actually. He said they were pretty good. I don't know. So first let me try to butter up the crowd and tell you some things that might make you like me a little before I go into my talk. Number 1 is I worked for President Trump. So I spent a year and about a half in the White House. And the reason that I didn't live out the whole first term was because John Bolton fired me. Actually, I found out he was going to fire me, and I managed to resign about 12 hours before it happened, so I didn't give him the satisfaction. Second thing I will say to butter you up a little bit is that, you know, we've heard some disparaging things about college professors in college. It's justified, I can tell you from the inside, but not my college. I teach at Hillsdale College, okay, which is a Christian college founded in 1844 that just keeps going from strength to strength. And any of you parents in the room, or any of you, you know, young enough to be looking at where you want to go and where to apply, I urge you to take a close look at it. It's what college is supposed to be. Teaches the classics, teaches the Constitution, teaches sound principle in every respect, real stuff, not woke garbage, right? It's what college is supposed to be. All right, since you've had your fill of politics, I think, for now, I mean, others can speak more about it, but I thought I'd go in a slightly different direction. And really, to you parents and older people in the room, I'm kind of not talking to you, no offense. I'm talking to the young people. Especially, look, as I say, I'm a college professor and I teach in a lot of summer programs, which means I probably meet 100 to 200 college kids a year. And they're great. They give you wonderful feeling about the future, at least the ones I meet. Give you hope for the future, make you think great things are coming. But what I also like about them is there's a lot of ambition out there. These people want to make a name for themselves. They want to do something real that changes the world in a positive direction, that restores their country. And there's a lot of ways you can do that. There's a lot of ways you can serve in that respect. But I want to talk about something apolitical or less political, because I think that as a movement, if we're going to win, if we're going to get what we want and do what we want, we're going to have to kind of spread our bets. We're going to have to put a lot of chips on politics. And we're going to have to put a lot of, do a lot of the traditional things, policy research, run for office, win office. I totally agree with the speakers who said we can't focus just on the presidency, just on the Senate, just on Congress. We got to be looking at statewide races, county races, city races, school boards, you name it, all the way down the line, because that's what they do. And we tend to, as conservatives, I think, have tended to focus a little bit too much on D.C. We got to think beyond that. But I'm speaking to the kids here, ambitious kids. I don't know about you. I'm not a kid. But I remember being a kid, a little bit less clearly every day, but it's still in there somewhere. And I remember being really ambitious for certain types of things that I wanted to do. And I bet you there's some of you in this room, I don't know how many, 5, 10, 50, 100, who really want to make your name as some kind of writer, artist, storyteller, right? And you've gotten sucked into politics because you love it and because you see the problems with the country and you feel like that's where the action is and that's where you want to fight. And that's great if that's your passion. But if your passion is something else, I have a little pitch to make to you. Because I think there are some people in here who will be receptive to this pitch and who may hear me out and may try to do something different that could really make a big difference. Now I'm going to invoke a hero of mine in making this pitch. Maybe you've heard of him. He died 5.5 years ago. It's an author named Tom Wolfe, famous guy, right? Wore the white suit all the time. You knew you were looking at, he was almost always had on the white suit. And he became an extremely successful writer. And he told stories. He told nonfiction stories, and then he started writing novels when he was actually, his first novel came out when he was 57. And he made, have you ever heard the movie The Right Stuff? Okay, that's based on his book about the Mercury 7 astronauts. And you could tell in reading that book, he wants to tell their stories, and he loves these guys, and he thinks that they are heroes, both just human heroes, but also American heroes that helped make America great. We're trying to make it great again. Why was it great in the first place? Well, because of the founding, because of so many reasons, but, the space program is part of that. And the caliber of people that it attracted, and, to literally sit on a gigantic bomb as it got lit and flung them into space. And he told their stories. He told some really unusual stories. He wrote a famous article called The Last American Hero. It's about a stock car driver named Junior Johnson, okay? Tom Wolfe was a Southerner from Richmond, and he went around to what was not then called Red America, and he found interesting, inspiring people, and he told their stories. And my view is, it's been this way for a while, we don't do nearly enough of that as on the conservative side. Now, I think Wolfe was basically a conservative, if not a formal political conservative, certainly culturally right? He loved his hometown, Richmond, Virginia. He loved his home state of Virginia. He loved his roots. He loved everything about it, and he wanted to tell those stories. He ventured into politics one time. He, as he later put it, unwisely admitted to somebody, or just publicly, that he voted Republican in the 2004 presidential election. And he lived in Manhattan, and he said, admitting that I didn't realize how bad this would go over for me, but admitting that in that crowd, it's like you said at a dinner party, oh, I forgot to mention, I'm a child molester. That's the way that news was received. That's how unpopular it was. And he said, I'm never going to tell you who I voted for again. But if you read his books, you can see that conservatism, that kind of instinctual conservatism come through. Now, what he always said, and this is part of my pitch to you, is I don't write with an agenda. I just go out and try to find the truth. And when I find the truth, I tell the truth. And if my books look a certain way, it's because the truth is that way, right? So if we're conservatives, I'll raise my hand, I am, then if you tell a true story and the truth is conservative, and we believe the truth is closer to conservatism than whatever crazy woke stuff like 63 genders and everything the left is dreaming up, then all you have to do is tell a true story without an agenda, and it's going to end up being conservative. It's just going to happen, right? How do you do it? That's the question, okay? What he said, now this is really where I'm getting into my pitch. He said, you just got to go out there and do shoe leather reporting. You got to find stories. You got to find people. You got to talk to people. You got to discover things. What you don't want to do, if you're an aspiring writer, is sit in front of your computer or your typewriter or whatever and think your own thoughts and stay inside your own head and come up with, whatever, psychological musings. Nobody cares about that, right? Nobody cares about that kind of thing, or a handful of people do. But if you look at what books sell these days, and then a lot of those kind of books get published, nobody buys them. Nobody reads them. I guess the reviewers at the New York Times read them because they have to. Nobody likes them, right? The rip-roaring great stories that tell you something interesting, new, positive, uplifting about America, they sold books. That's why Tom Wolfe, sold a lot of books and became a rich guy. So before he wrote a novel, he basically wrote a kind of taunting essay about the novelist, saying the reason why you're terrible and nobody reads you anymore is because you don't try to do any work. And so those of us writing nonfiction, we're where the action is. You guys are passé. And then 15 years later, he decided to write his own novel, a heavily reported novel that told the truth about New York City. It was called The Bonfire of the Vanities. A great book, which I highly recommend to all of you. Although it's a fairly conservative Christian audience, I will mention it gets a little vulgar at times. There's a lot of swearing, so if you're sensitive to that, you might not want to read that book. But it tells such permanent, powerful truths about human nature, about the nature of cities. I mean, in a way, Tom Wolfe predicted the George Floyd riots of 2020 in The Bonfire of the Vanities, just as he predicted so many things that have overturned and upended and all but destroyed American cities, right? So after this book was a huge success, he wrote a second kind of taunting essay saying, first I told you novelists that you were lame and nobody cares and nobody wants to read you anymore, right? Then I did you one better. I picked up your craft and I did it better than you. And I proved that you're lame and I proved it can be done. And what is needed, is we need a lot of young writers to go out there and take up this method and find good stories and tell them. So I read that article when I was an undergraduate in college, and it totally blew me away. And I thought, I'm going to do exactly what he said. And I started working on something. And for a lot of reasons I won't go into, I was never able to finish it. The main reason was I couldn't find a way to do the reporting. There was no way for me to move to where I wanted to move, take time off, not have an income, or find another income to do it, and I just kind of shelved it and let it go. Many years later, one of the great privileges of my life is I got to know him. I got to actually hang out with him, interview him, go to his apartment, have lunch with him. And I told him about this. I was probably 45 at the time. I won't tell you how old I am now. Older than that. And I said, I had this project, I had this whole thing in mind, and I was going to do this big thing. And I just, no way I could do it. And he said, if you ever have the chance, you got to do it. He didn't exactly say, promise me you'll do it, but that would make a good story if I were writing fiction. So I said, all right, I'll see. I didn't expect I would ever have that chance. I kind of have it now, so I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I'm not going to tell you what my project is. I've talked to enough people that, if you ask around, somebody will tell you. My purpose here is more to challenge you, so challenge the ambitious kids in the audience who want to be writers. Maybe you don't want to write a book. Maybe you want to write a TV show. Harder to do. You got to find somebody with a lot of money that can produce it, right? Believe me, it's difficult. Maybe you want to write a movie. Maybe, but those of you who think you can find and have interesting stories to tell and can move the cultural needle in a positive direction, my pitch to you is go for it. We need you. We're not going to get what we want if the cultural conversation is completely dominated by the other side, which it absolutely is today and has been for a long time. I mean, Hollywood is liberal. Everybody knows that. Hollywood's been liberal since the 1930s, 40s at least, right? Now it's overwhelmingly not just liberal, but kind of far left and crazy. Look at what's on the streaming services. I'm not going to recommend that you actually read any fiction books on the New York Times bestseller list. But just look at the list and look at the titles and see what they say, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's not that we're dominated like 90-10 or even 99-1. It's close to 100-0 in this space. We're just not, as a movement, we're half the country. We might be more than half the country. I heard one of the earlier speakers, Representative Mills, say we're a majority. Okay, I hope so. If we are, then we're 55-60% of the country whose stories are absolutely not being told. And I mean that in at least two ways. There's positive stories about our parts of the country, what the left derisively refers to as, flyover country or whatever. But then there's some, one of the things Wolf was really good at, and I like to believe some of you in the room could be good at if you tried, there's some really silly stuff going on in Blue America that is crying out for somebody to make fun of it. And tell the truth about it, but, the truth is so hilarious that just in telling the truth about it, you will inevitably make people laugh because it's so absurd. And we don't have people, unfortunately, doing that. That's my pitch to you, to the young people in the audience. Not to everybody, right? Maybe this isn't for you. But I guarantee you there's somebody out there, 1 kid, 5 kids, 10 kids, 50 kids in this room. I mean, this room is so large, I can't even see the back of it. So I don't know how many people are in here. This is probably, without any question, the biggest room I've ever spoken to in my entire life. So I'm throwing a net into the water to catch somebody, and I'm confident I'm going to catch a couple. And maybe you don't even know that this is your ambition yet, so I hope it's a little bit, something to reach for. I hope that, in somebody have awakened this desire, yeah, I'm going to try that. And you know what? Maybe the first time you try, it won't be that good. I've written a lot of stuff that my hard drive is almost like a graveyard of stuff that I never publish. And I publish a lot of stuff. I'm a college professor. I'm an academic. I write about politics. I write about culture. I write about this or that. I publish a lot of stuff. And yet there's still, my hard drive, as I say, is a graveyard of things that I just looked at and I go, that's not really very good. I can't put that out there. That'll happen to you too, okay? Don't get discouraged. Think of it as training, practice, finding your way. But give it a try. We need that. We need you. We need whoever in this room thinks that you are up to this task challenge. I think it could be a very rewarding challenge. We need you. So to repeat myself, I don't see how we make it as a movement, how we make progress without this, but I also think there's I know there's a market for it. There's a market. There's people crying out who would love to know, all they see in the popular culture about people and communities and industries and movements and cultural things that they know about. They only see it either ignored or ridiculed. They never see a positive, uplifting, detailed description that shows what their way of life, what their little, section of the country, they're part of this great story, what it is. It's out there for you to tell because you're from the inside. Now, I'm running out, so I'll make 1 or 2 final points. It's going to be easier. I've tried this, so I can tell you from experience. It's a lot easier to tell a story when the people you're trying to talk about know who you are and they trust you, right? So Michael Anton from the Trump administration, who's written a bunch of, things that the left doesn't like. If I go around, knocking on doors in LA and said, hey, I want to tell the true story of, how a Hollywood movie gets made and why, woke garbage like the new Snow White loses $1 billion, but you still finance it anyway. No one's going to take my call or open the door, right? Because I know who I am. That's harder. But it's worth a try, especially, you know, as I said, I used to work in the Trump White House in the National Security Council. So in the intelligence community, they use jargon. These kind of targets are difficult to penetrate, right? Very hard to spy on an enemy closed country. Well, you give it a try. But before you try that, the easier lift, and maybe even the more important one, is not to try to go to places that are going to be hostile to you first. Try to go to places that will be welcoming to you. That I guarantee you out there, Wolf always said this, and I know he's right, there are people who want to hear their stories told, and they're delighted when somebody whom they trust and believe in shows an interest, and they'll talk to you. I'm confident that they will talk to you. And I'm not going to tell you what to write or who to find or where to go. You know already. Some of you know. I bet if I hung around, people wanted to come up and they could say, hey, have you ever heard about, this particular rodeo or something that I had no idea about? And this is fascinating. I want to write about it. You know what's out there better than I do, so go find it, tell the story in an engaging way, and help begin to turn this culture around. Thank you.
Kingstone Studios is located in Central Florida and is a premier creator of comic books, animation, and motion pictures. U.S. Comics provides the very best in American educational products. Teams of artists formerly with Marvel and DC are working with U.S. Comics to provide a quality and accurate telling of the American story. We are also creating premium 2D animation to go into homes, schools, television sets, and devices to reach the next generation of Americans. As we prepare for 2026 and the 250th anniversary of our great country, we will not only stream on major platforms, but plan to license both the comics and animation into American schools. We are looking for educational, political, and media partners to help us pass on the glorious American story to the next generation. Stop by the Kingstone exhibit to see how you can invest in the next generation of Americans and how you can be a part of telling the great American story. Check us out online at KingstoneStudios.com and USComics.com. May God bless America.
Entrepreneur turned politician. He's incredibly charismatic, and he creates these breakthrough moments that everybody talks about. I'm the youngest person ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. At the start of this race, I was at 0.0% in the polls. Now we're verging on second and third in most national polls. I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for. I have a deep concern about corruption in both parties. My strategy is calling out the mainstream media, just like I'll tell you, there's an accountability problem within the Republican Party. I'm the only other America First candidate in this race, though, and my advantage is that I am from the next generation.
Good to see you guys. It's good to be back. You ready to talk some truth? Let's get real. I'm gonna do a little bit of this, and then I'm actually going to do something a little different. We're going to open this up, so get ready. A few of you, I'm going to ask you to come up here, take the second half of this 45 minutes. I'm not going to speak at you the whole time. We're going to have a conversation, all right? I want to get into something right away. I was going to give you guys a regular campaign speech. I'm not going to do that. Okay. Let's get to some truth. My views are a product of my experiences, all right? I didn't come out of the birth canal spouting conservative talking points. I was a libertarian for a while. I came to my views. And this is beyond the Republican Party. These are views of our America First movement based on what I have seen, my experiences. I'll tell you what I mean. If you had told me 3 years ago, when I was a biotech CEO, that the U.S. government had not told us the truth about what happened on 9/11, I would have told you that you were crazy. You're a fringe conspiracy theorist. Well, what do we know? In 2021, declassified documents that show us that the 9/11 Commission lied to us, the FBI lied to us, that the 42-year-old graduate student, a guy by the name of Omar al-Bayoumi, I'm not making this stuff up, this is hard facts now, available for the public to see, who received two of the first hijackers at LAX airport at the age of 42, housed them, helped them open their bank accounts, helped them get housing, helped them in this country, who say he was just an innocent graduate student who happened to meet them randomly at LAX airport. They told us that this guy was just a graduate student. We now know 20 years later that he was absolutely a Saudi intelligence agent, and that our own government, more importantly, lied to us about it. I would have said that was crazy. Now you fast forward. You told me 3 years ago, when I was a biotech CEO, that the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot in Michigan was an inside job of entrapment. I would have told you that was crazy. Crazy talk. Doesn't make any sense. Well, what do we now know? At the trial, years later, turns out that the militia organization that supposedly organized it was at least a third infiltrated by Fed informants and feds. And the very people who were taken to trial were acquitted on grounds of entrapment. A guy who had to be given $5,000 credit cards to be able to be put up to do something that he otherwise wouldn't do. And then that the Detroit head of that FBI field office was the same person in late 2020 who Christopher Wray pulls in to become the DC field office head ahead of what happened on January 6th. Not making this up. You can't make this stuff up. So if you had told me 3 years ago that January 6th was an inside job of entrapment, I would have told you that that was crazy talk. Go into the facts, we realize that it's not. We have a government that has systematically lied to its people. This is the disease at the heart of our American democracy. Our democracy, they'll talk about what's going on in our democracy. We have a disease of dishonesty in our government. Take what continued to happen on January 6th. They released the footage of what happens when people respond after what they didn't show you, of rubber bullets and tear gas being foisted onto a crowd of what were mostly peaceful protesters. Then them rolling out the red carpet for people walking into the Capitol that day. That wasn't released. You have a government that the same one that told you that the COVID-19 pandemic began in a wet market in China. Now we know that our own government was using our own money to pay for the creation of a man-made virus in a lab that then came back to kill not only people in this country, but the same people who did it were the ones who engineered and paid through crony capitalism for the creation of the vaccines to fight that very man-made virus. If you had told me this 5 years ago, 3 years ago, I wouldn't have believed you, but I now have my views that are a product of my experiences. We got to open our eyes to see that disease of dishonesty. The same government that has lied to us about not only what happened on 9/11, but the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, about the basis for the 2008 bailouts and the financial crisis, about the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that never was, about the Hunter Biden laptop story, which we absolutely know to be true, about exactly what happened on January 6th, to the origin of COVID-19, to the Nashville transgender shooter manifesto, to how our own money is being spent in Ukraine today. We demand a government that tells us the truth again in this country. That's what we require. We can handle the truth. That's what it means to be a citizen of this country. So I say that on that last debate stage to a bunch of Republicans that are shaking in their boots. These are the things you're not supposed to say in the Republican Party even today. And then you get the mainstream media. You got this character, Van Jones, on CNN afterwards saying, this is the rise of an American demagogue who's going to live 50 years longer than Trump. This is dangerous. I am shaking. That's what he says. Just shut the fuck up. At a certain point, just shut the fuck up. Van Jones at CNN. We're done with it. And I think you got to ask yourself, why am I the only candidate in this race who can say certain things? That January 6th was the product of entrapment, that our money is being sent to persecute Christians from Ukraine to Armenia, something you're not supposed to talk about, to the fact that the climate change agenda is a hoax because it has nothing to do with the climate and everything to do with China. The only person in this race who can say that Ronna McDaniel should resign as the failed chairwoman of the RNC. Get the hell out of our house. We're done. The only person who can stay with a straight face that the likes of Nikki Haley or any other neocon is not coming within spitting distance of my administration as a VP or otherwise. We got to speak the truth of who we are. And that's the thing. You ever seen that movie, A Few Good Men? What does that guy say at the end? You can't handle the truth. No, we the people, we can handle the truth. We demand the truth. We require the truth. That's who we are. That's what it means to be an American. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm not going to wage some pointless foreign war that is Iraq 2.0, Afghanistan 2.0, where we sent thousands of America's sons and daughters, people my age, to go die so corrupt politicians could make millions for themselves, spending billions, killing millions. This is wrong. It's not going to happen on my watch. The war I am going to wage. Thank you. It's our generation, your generation, that's going to end up in Ukraine or some other godforsaken place if we don't put an end to this. The war I'm going to wage is a war on our own shadow government right here in the United States of America. That's the war we require. And we are in the middle of a war in this country. You can't win a war unless you know that you're in one. It's not a war between black and white, as the media or Van Jones or whoever would teach you to believe. It's not a war even between Democrat and Republican. Frankly, both parties are corrupt. It is deeper than that. It is a war between the managerial class and the everyday citizen. It is a war between the Great Reset and the Great Uprising. It is a war between those of us who love the United States of America and our founding ideals, who believe that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among these life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those of us who believe that you get ahead in this country not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. Those of us who believe in free speech, that you get to speak your mind as long as I get to in return. Those of us who believe that these ideals form the backbone of the greatest nation known to mankind. That even though we are an imperfect nation, as the left will remind us, we are founded on the pursuit of a more perfect union, the pursuit of liberty, equality, and justice for all, with one standard of the rule of law in this country for all Americans. That is one side of this war. And on the other side, we have this fringe minority who believes that your identity is based on your race, your gender, your sexuality, that if you're black, you're disadvantaged, that if you're white, you're privileged, who believe that we have to stop burning carbon in this country, even as we shift those same carbon emissions to places like China, who believe that maybe we can use our own military to protect somebody else's border in God knows where halfway around the world. But somehow if you use our own military to protect our own border, somehow that means you're racist or you're xenophobic or you're a bigot. And by the way, if you disagree with any of what I've just said, that automatically means that you're a homophobe or a transphobe or a racist or a climate denier, at a point in our history where there's no greater damnation than to be called one of these things, which has created a new culture of fear in our country. And that is the other side of this war. I call this a war. I want you to understand this. I'm not using this word lightly. I call this a war because there's no middle ground here. You see, on debating tax rates on a given year, fine, we can have that debate. But there's no middle ground in this war. Either you believe in merit or you believe in group quotas. You cannot have both. Either you believe in free speech or you believe in censorship. You cannot have both. Either you believe in American exceptionalism or you believe in apologizing for who we are as a country. You cannot have both of those things at the same time. And right now, we need leaders who will lead us to victory in this war. That requires somebody who knows what time it is, that you're in a war. You can't win one unless you're asleep, if you're asleep at the switch. It's going to require somebody who can't be bought and paid for by that system. I'll tell you, I'm a businessman. I did not come from this world of politics, and I thought it was going to be pretty ugly when I came in here. About a year in now, I got to tell you, I was wrong. It is far uglier than I ever imagined. Every one of these politicians basically is dancing to the tune of their biggest donor. All right, in my case, that biggest donor is me. I'm not going to be somebody's circus monkey, somebody's pawn on a chessboard. Sorry, we're not playing that game. I'll be really honest with you. I would rather lose this election and speak the truth than to win by playing some carefully crafted snakes and ladders and being somebody's slave. Not going to be somebody's slave, I'm sorry. But the reason I'm here, I came here from Iowa to be here for a reason. I wasn't going to miss this when Charlie called me. I'll tell you why. It is going to take leaders from the next generation with fresh legs to lead this country forward. That's what it's going to take our America First movement to the next level. That's what this is going to take. We got to answer who we are. What does it mean to be an American today? What does it mean to put this country first? We're all in for America First. But we got to answer what America is. What does it mean to be a citizen of this nation today? To me, it means that we believe in the ideals that our founding fathers gave us 250 years ago. The 1776 ideals that set this country into motion. We're living in a modern American revolution right now. We live in a 1776 moment. It means we do believe that you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character. That's why I'm going to end affirmative action and racial quota systems in every area of American life. It is a cancer on our national soul, and we are done with it. What does it mean to be an American? It means we believe in the rule of law. And I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. That is why we will use our own military to secure our own southern border and our northern border too. That's what it means to stand for the rule of law in the United States of America. We will end federal funding for sanctuary cities across this country. End birthright citizenship for the kids of illegal migrants. It was never supposed to apply. And yes, we will make English the shared national language of the United States of America. We should not apologize for that. That is who we are. We have a common language to communicate our ideals to one another. It means that we, the people, create a government that is accountable to us, not the other way around. That the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not the shadow government and the three-letter agencies that run the show today. So whoever your next president is, if I'm your next president, if those people can't report, if I can't work for you all for more than 8 years, which I think is a good thing in this country, then neither should any of those federal bureaucrats reporting into me either. 8-year term limits for the bureaucracy instead of those civil service protections. We're done with it. 75% mass firing of every federal bureaucrat. Shut down government agencies that should no longer exist. From the failed Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, to the ATF, to the CDC, to the U.S. Department of Education. We're getting in there and we will shut it down. That is how you revive the integrity of a republic. What does it mean to be American? It means we have elections we can trust and believe in. Single day voting on election day as a national holiday with paper ballots, government issued ID to match the voter file, and English as the sole language that appears on a ballot in this country. That is not controversial. That is common sense. That is what it means to be a citizen of this nation. We're going to get it done. USA, 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 USA. Damn right it is. USA first. These are not black ideas or white ideas. These aren't even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas. They're both corrupt. These are American ideals that we fought a revolution to secure in this country. I believe those ideals still exist, but we've lost it. You know, it's on the back of each of your coins. You take a look. What does it say? It says, E pluribus unum. It means from many, one. That's what we've lost in this country. We've been taught to celebrate our diversity and our differences so much that we forgot all of the ways we are the same as Americans. And that's what we've lost. And here's how we're going to get it back. It's going to be by all of us. It's not just me, not just anyone on this stage. It's going to be by all of us starting to speak the truth in the open again. We have a culture of fear in this country. Spread like an epidemic. Fear of losing your job. Fear of your kids getting a bad grade in school. Fear of becoming an outcast in your own community. And that culture of fear has replaced our culture of free speech in America. And if you ask me, what is the best measure of our country's health? How are we doing? It's not the number of green pieces of paper in our bank account. It's not even the number of ballots we cast every November. It is the percentage of people who feel free to say what they actually think in public. Right now we're doing poorly. The only way we're going to do it is all of us starting to speak the truth in the open again. The things I'm saying today, the things I'm saying in this campaign, they're controversial to the mainstream media, not because they're false, but because they are true. We got to stand up with a spine. Speak that truth. Speak it without apology. Speak it with a spine. Speak it with respect. But part of respect is that you respect your neighbor enough to tell him what you actually think. That is what this is about. Speaking that truth, we're going to do that today. God is real. There are two genders. Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Reverse racism is racism. An open border is not a border. Parents determine the education of their children. The nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to mankind. Capitalism lifts us up from poverty, not crony capitalism, but the real thing. There are 3 branches of government in the United States, not 4. And the U.S. Constitution is still the strongest and greatest guarantor of freedom in human history. That is the truth. We fight for the truth. We stand up for the truth. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance and safe spaces, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about. And that is what we are about to revive to save this great country. Thank you for coming out today, guys. God bless you. God bless your families. And may God bless our United States of America. Thank you. I appreciate that, guys. We're going to open this up. We're just getting warmed up. Let's open this up. I want to hear from my friends here. We got some microphones running around. Going to change this up a little bit. I want to hear from you. We got
Q&A right here.
Where are they?
Q&A.
Right there.
Over to your left. On your right. Over to your left.
All right. Oh, there you go. Oh,
No, keep
my
going
man.
left.
We met earlier today. All right, for the first time. I like this.
How's everybody doing today?
Tell them who you are.
I want to tell you guys who I am. My name is Tariq Johnson. I was the lieutenant working at the Capitol Police at the time of J6. Some of you may have seen me. I was the guy that was wearing the red mega hat on January 6th. That was me. Yeah.
People deserve to hear what you have to say, man.
Okay. Also, my job on that day, I was the lieutenant in charge of routine operations doing the counting of the election, counting of the electoral votes. Now, since you know who I am, sir, thank you for being here today. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Now, I've listened to multiple speeches you've given, and I can tell you have the ability to answer difficult questions. And that's all I give. And I'm going to ask you a hard one right now. I hope you're ready for it.
Okay. I'm all ears.
Okay, now, I'm going to tell you guys something that you may not know. January 6th was an absolute setup. 100% an absolute setup. So, to give you a little bit of backdrop, now I can tell, sir, you have done a little bit of research on January 6th. So, when it comes to intelligence, we now know J6 was an intelligence failure. The person employed at the Capitol Police, her name was Yogananda Pittman. She was in charge of intelligence. She had the report that basically laid out what was going to occur on that day. She got that report entitled 21 TD 159, so you guys should write that down. Now, this is the hard question right here, sir. She had that report back in December of 2020. So she had it 3 weeks before January 6th was to happen.
Yep.
So my hard question is this one. Now, I don't know if you want to broach this subject. If you don't, somebody can come grab the mic from me.
I don't tiptoe.
This is a hard one. And most people don't want to say this or don't want to touch this, but I want to see if you want to do it today.
I'm ready. I'm ready for you.
Okay. Here's the question. Now, she had the report and she did not give it to the chief of the Capitol Police, which would have given him what he needed to get National Guard support. What do you think about that information not being turned over to the chief of police? Do you think she just made a mistake? What do you think about that?
So based on the facts that I think you've had the courage to share as somebody who was a lieutenant Capitol officer that day, Capitol Police officer that day, and others, I believe that it looks not just like an intelligence failure, but an intentional intelligence failure. And I believe that we will release that for the entire public to see. And I will also make this commitment. Most presidents wait until their last day in office to issue their pardons because they don't want the accountability for it. On day one, January 20th, 2025, every peaceful protester that day will receive a pardon. That is justice in this country. One standard of the rule of law and a total release of everything the government actually knows, whether or not the Jan 6 Commission censored it. Thank you for your question, brother. I appreciate your courage in having the courage to speak in your position. Thank you.
Yes, I need to know if you will audit the Federal Reserve and in their charter.
The answer is, got to go further than that. I want to do because I don't want to wait till Congress. Here's what I get to do as U.S. president. Every president, whoever's in that office needs to know this. I think it takes a president who understands this with the Fed. 90% headcount reduction in year one. That's achievable right out the gate. And then peg the dollar to gold, silver, nickel commodities. Period. Don't ask questions. That the next U.S. president can do. Then you take step 2 and actually audit and end. That's exactly what comes next. Thank you.
Hopefully you'll end their charter. They've been running our country through our money supply.
Great question, and I love it.
Years.
Thank you. And I think that the charter starts with Congress. So the promises I make, those are the promises the president can keep. 90% headcount reduction, single mandate, peg it to commodities. That's how you get this economy back and end the corruption at the U.S. Federal Reserve. Love the question, my man. We'll come right here.
First of all, thank you so much for representing Gen Z in your foreign policy.
Thank you. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 22 years old.
Love it.
And you were saying that we need young leaders. My name is Cheyenne Kenny. I'm a college student at UC Berkeley, and I'm running for state assembly out of Oakland, California.
They could use you.
Thank you.
Nice. Love it.
My question is, do I have your endorsement?
Based on what you just told me with your courage, if you line up with the same values that I'm speaking on this stage, you have my endorsement right here. Let's talk after. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hi.
Love that.
My name's Jerry Navarro. I'm a Republican state committeeman from Santa Cruz County at the border. I'm running for District 2 supervisor. Illegal aliens should never be allowed to become citizens, period. Yeah. And their children either, because they came here illegally. Why are we giving them the opportunity to become citizens? Let's take the politics out of it from them and not allow them to become citizens. That way they won't come over here, and if they do, they cannot vote.
Totally right. And I want to say a word about this one, right? Because this is one where I accidentally landed on this third rail by just speaking an obvious truth. The Great Replacement theory is not some grand right-wing conspiracy theory. It is a basic statement of the Democratic Party's immigration platform, right? If somebody says something, you take their word for it. Look at Joe Biden 10 years ago, sitting with Mayorkas next to him, talking exactly about the replacement of the population, about the ethnic compositional change, what that would mean for elections. Stacey Abrams have talked about the blue wave driven by documented and undocumented migrants. You got left-wing press even talking about this in 2013, and then somebody made a call in and say, hey, guys, we got to stop talking about this out loud. So today you state that then becomes a right-wing conspiracy theory. Here's the answer as a matter of policy, all right? Birthright citizenship does not apply to the kids of illegal migrants, and I'll explain to you why. The left will tell you, the left's answer to this is, what about the 14th Amendment? Here's my suggestion to them. Read it, actually. It's a novel idea. They don't try it that often. The opening words of the 14th Amendment, here's what it says. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof shall be citizens. What are those extra words doing there? The kid of a Mexican diplomat who's born in this country does not enjoy birthright citizenship. Nobody thinks he does. So if a kid of a Mexican diplomat who's here legally and his kid doesn't enjoy birthright citizenship, surely somebody who crossed here illegally and has a kid doesn't apply to them either. It's basic logic. It's what the law says. But what you need is somebody with a spine. All it takes is a president right now with the spine to swear an oath to the Constitution, know what it says, and keep it. So starting in January 20th, 2025, somebody who's born in this country of illegal migrants will no longer enjoy birthright citizenship in this country. We should not apologize for that. That's how we get this done. And one more for you. We got to go further. This is a hard question. You didn't ask me the hard one. What the heck are we going to do with all of the illegals who are already in this country? There's one answer. We stand for the rule of law. I can't look my kids in the eye and tell them they have to follow the rules if the government doesn't follow its own rules. Anyone who is in this country illegally will be returned to their country of origin. That is the correct answer for this country. We are founded on the rule of law, and we should not apologize for who we are. Thank you for that question. Go to the young man right here.
Vivek, it's been a dream of mine to meet you, to hear you speak in public.
Here we are.
Here we are. My name's Johnny Ramone. I'm from San Diego, California. And when I was at university, I went to a private Protestant university. and you spoke about merit, like the absolute rejection of merit. And what I saw as the central reason why the university there was failing was because there was an inversion of all of our hierarchies, every human hierarchy.
Yep.
Normally the people that are at the top, right, if you become wealthy, you tend to be a good person, oftentimes, or create a business and help people. But they would always put the people at the bottom of every hierarchy as if they were the most virtuous people.
Mm-hmm.
What is your response to such a assault on objective hierarchies?
Yeah, so look, I think that this is a philosophical question, actually, so I'll take you at the level you're asking it. What is merit? We use that word a lot. I use that word a lot. What does it mean? It means you earn it. It means, so to me, what is the core of it? It means that each of us has our own God-given gifts. Every person in this room has your own God-given gift. Doesn't mean we have the same ones. I wanted to play in the NBA. It didn't work out. Okay. And hey, that's all right. I found something else to do. Every one of us has our own God-given gift. Meritocracy is a system that allows you to achieve the maximum of whatever your God-given potential is without anybody or any system or any hierarchy or any government standing in your way. That's merit. That's what we've lost in this country. So, you know, the word, I used to think merit was contained in America. Actually, America is named after Amerigo Vespucci. His grandfather was a man who he was named after, a man named Amalric. It's a Gothic word. Amal means work and Rick means master. Master of work. That's what this country is actually founded on. You get ahead through your own hard work with your own God-given talents. You achieve whatever you can. You don't have to apologize for it. Our inner animal spirit, it has been domesticated. It has been tamed. It has been whipped into submission. This culture that celebrates victimhood and penalizes excellence, or all culture of excellence has left oceans to lift up places like China. When we rally behind the cry to make America great again, I think what we rally behind is the cry to pursue excellence unapologetically in this country. That's what makes America great. That's what makes America itself. Great question, my man, and I appreciate it. That's how we're going to revive it in this country.
Hey, I'm Jonathan. I'm from Wisconsin, and I have a simple question. You seem like a young guy. I'm a young guy. I've seen you do tennis, post some push-ups. What's your max bench, and will you post a video of it?
How about this? I got you one better on me. We'll find out together while I post the video. Let's do it. 200, 250, I'm going to say. Let's see if we can't get to 250.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
There we go. There
you deserve a president who can actually bench something with a two-handle on it. So thank you. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Val. I'm a recent college graduate planning to go through the police academy in the coming months. I just want to know...
Good for you. I'm proud of you.
I just want to know, what's your plan when you're president to fight the opioid crisis?
Yes.
Because growing up in Massachusetts, from a young age, my neighbors were dying out of an overdose. And to this day, we're seeing fentanyl in elementary schools from parents bringing it in. So I just want to know, what are you going to do regarding illegal immigration and just all of it, how you're going to fight it?
So there's two sides to this. One is the big one we can fix right away. Seal the southern border, period. Full stop, don't apologize. Use our own military to do it. If you're going to commit bioterrorism in this country, and many of these people, they're taking these pills, they contain fentanyl. They don't even know they have fentanyl in it. If you had to put a fentanyl in a Big Mac, you wouldn't call that an overdose. You'd call that what it is. It's bioterrorism. We're going to use the same methods. If you're actually going to kill our people on our own soil, we will use the fullest extent of our own military to defend our own sovereignty and our own children and our own border. That's half the story. Now there's the other half of this, which is we have a demand side problem in this country. One way we're going to deal with this is we got to bring back those mental health institutions that we closed in this country. And I'll tell you why we closed it. People don't know this story. It's actually because of pharma industry lobbying. I want people to understand this. Right? The pharma industry, when they came out with antipsychotics, wanted to shut down those mental health institutions because there were more people than available to take that first generation of drugs. We got to bring those back. And then we have to do something deeper. If you don't mind me asking your question, you look like you're of a younger generation, Gen Z here.
Yeah, I'm 21.
You're good for you. I'm proud of you thinking about doing what you're doing right now. More people in your generation, I hope, do. I think what's going on in this country is people my age, people younger than me, people in your generation, we're lost. We're starved for purpose and meaning and identity. At a time in our history right now when the things that used to fill that void, faith in God, patriotism, belief in country, hard work, family, these things have disappeared. And I think it's not an accident that you see the rise of, pick your favorite poison, right? Wokeism, transgenderism, climatism, COVIDism, Zelenskyism, depression, anxiety, fentanyl, opioids, suicide. These are symptoms of a deeper void of purpose and meaning in our country. And I think half the job of the leaders of this country is to answer who we are, fill that vacuum with our sense of purpose. That addresses the demand side of this. And together, I think we're going to have a country where people aren't turning to transgenderism or gender conversion surgery or opioids or fentanyl, but can look inside to say, this is who we are. We're proud of it. And that's how we're going to wake this country back up, including people like you on the front lines, showing that national pride, stepping up to do what you're doing. I'm proud of you for it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Take last two.
Great to see you, Vivek.
Last couple.
My name's Rob Fisher, and on January 3rd, I'll be taking office as America's youngest school board member.
Awesome, man.
Proud to
Raise
be
hell.
endorsed by Moms for Liberty.
Raise some hell. That's all I can say. Yeah, don't let him off easy.
Being the youngest Republican presidential candidate ever, with a president past 60 and a Senate looking like a nursing home, how do we grow a new conservative generation of leaders?
So I'll say one thing is people say you can't do term limits because it's 3 terms. I want 3 terms for Congress, 2 for the Senate, but you can't do it because that requires 75% of the people who you're trying to term limit out to vote for it. That's not going to happen. Here's my way of doing this. All right, pass this on to anybody you know. It's an easiest way to do this. At least grandfather in the people who are already there so that they can at least say, okay, these people don't vote. It's all about their self-interest. But at least when they get the heck out of their seat, then the next person that comes along is subject to that same term limit. So that's the way we get this done. You got to be a business guy. Think about incentives. That's the incentives of people. Use it back against them. And that's how we ultimately get those term limits back in. And I appreciate that question, man. We'll give you probably the final word unless this is quick, in which case I'll take one more.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy.
I love your tie,
for
man.
Being here. This was
strong,
from my
patriotic
mom's
tie.
wedding. My mom wanted us to all have her get married in this, so thank you. So
Good
my
mom.
question for you is, I'm a senior senator from University of Northwestern St. Paul Christian College in Minnesota, and one of the things that I do advocating very strongly for is against this toxic femininity culture, where we would rather sit down and deny the truth than stand up and proclaim it boldly because people's feelings are going to get hurt. So when I look at the modern media landscape, I see toxic femininity pervasively infiltrating how free speech operates. So I'm wondering, as president, what measures would you take to ensure that free speech is guaranteed even on the digital landscape?
I appreciate that, man. I think I'll say this is, the left is really bad with identity politics, but what we've actually learned is that anybody's going to use identity politics as a shield from criticism. Right after on the debate stage, when I said Ronna McDaniel needs to resign after 5 failed years of leadership, and I gave a clear, pointed requirement that I think Nikki Haley should release her tax returns that she demanded of Donald Trump. They said that I had a woman problem, and so I understand this. I have a corruption problem, with other people have corruption issues, but I'll tell you first personally for me. Actually, this is one. My wife is a little bit outside with our kids, but I married a woman. She's a surgeon who saves lives every day at Ohio State Hospital as a cancer surgeon, a throat surgeon, comes on the weekends full for the campaign trail. I married a badass would-be first lady, all right? I'll tell you that. She's a badass hero for this country. And it irritates the hell out of her just like it does to me when you try to shield and protect people based on their race or their gender. We don't need that in this country. And I think part of what's going on in this country is a war on boys and on young men who have been taught to shut up and sit down and do as they're told, as opposed to saying, be the person who you're supposed to be. God made each of us differently. That's okay. There are two genders. They're not the same in every way. That's a beautiful thing. Each of us has our own strengths, and we shouldn't apologize for that. I'm a father of 2 sons myself, and I think that we need to teach people to apologize. There have been points in our history where you've had to apologize, or other countries today that will coddle, that will make you apologize for being a woman, or points in our history 240, 50 years ago when you had to apologize for having the wrong skin color. Well, you shouldn't have to apologize for being a man or being white or being Christian or being Jewish or being whoever you are. You should be able to be who you are in this country. And I think that war on boys, that assault on men and the culture of masculinity in this country, I think it's something that's actually draining the lifeblood out of this country. I'm proud of you for asking you for it, and I'm proud of your mom for instilling in you the good values to be able to ask that question too, young man. I can't leave him hanging. Is that young man asking a question? I can't leave you hanging, young man.
Hi, I'm Jaden Rodriguez, formerly known as the Gadsden Flag Kid. And
that's you. Oh, love this guy. You are the man. I love this. Thank you.
I'm a big fan. I'd vote for you if I could, but
the Democrats would let anybody vote, so.
True. But I had a question. How will you ensure that schools will respect free speech in the future?
Yeah, great question, young man. It's your generation. I'll tell you. When you tell people they can't speak, that's when they scream. If you tell people they can't scream, that's when they tear things down. And I don't want to get there as a country. And so the way we do it is by actually applying the law of this country. Much of what you're seeing, telling kids that they can't express certain ideas while other ones get expressed in the classroom, those are violations of the law as they stand today. And we got to respect the First Amendment. Now's the moment to remember that as conservatives. You got people equally prominent in the Republican Party as the Democrat who say that if you're going to use a social media platform that you need your own government-issued ID tied to it so the government can follow you for what you say. No, I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. That ends on my watch. And I think that what we got to understand is the path to truth. It runs through free speech and open debate. So I'm going to do that for you, but I got something for you because I know you can do it too. I got an ask of you. You have an ask of me. I'll do my part. I have an ask of you. How old are you, man?
12. I'm about to be 13, spending my birthday here at AmericaFest.
I love that. Happy birthday, brother. I love that. You pump me up.
Well, thank you for everything you're doing for America.
Thank you, man. I got an ask of you. One ask of you before you go. When you find yourself, here's how we get our culture of free speech back. It's not going to be me doing it for you. It's going to be you doing it for this country. Here's how. When you find yourself, and this is going to happen, I guarantee you this is going to happen to you. When you find yourself in a room and you are the only person who believes what you do, you have an obligation now more than ever to stand up and say it. And when you do that, I have a promise back to you right now. If you do that, you will almost every time find out that you were actually not the only person in that room who believed what you did. It's not going to be me. It's going to be you, and we're counting on you. I'll use that to wrap. I want to just say this in closing, guys. We're taught to believe that we're a nation in decline, that we're at the end of the ancient Roman Empire. I don't think we have to be. This young man gives me the hope to tell you this. I think as a nation right now, we're actually a little bit like him. We're all a little young, actually. Going through our own version of adolescence. Figuring out who we're going to be when we grow up. And when you view it that way, actually, this young man's turning 13 here with us this weekend. When you view it that way, it makes sense again. You go through your adolescence, you do some stupid things. You lose your way. You do some idiotic things. I did, certainly. But we are stronger for it when we get to our adulthood on the other side. So no, I don't think we have to be that nation in decline. I think it's our last chance for me to actually come here and tell you this, but I think we can still be a nation in our ascent. I'm not going to tell you it's morning in America. I'm not that guy. It's not morning in America, but it can be. I'm not going to tell you the American dream is alive and well. It is not. It is alive and hanging on for life support, but it can be. And so if you all do your part for this country, you're here, that means I know you are. If you all do your part, I promise you, my family and I and so many other people who are speaking to you here too, we're going to do ours to make sure, not in some cheesy politician way, but in a true way, make sure that our best days are still ahead of us, that we will look this young man in the eye and tell him and mean it, that this is still the country where no matter who you are, or where your parents came from, or what your skin color is, or how long your last name is, in some of our cases, that maybe not his case, but that you will get ahead in this country with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what, young man, you are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what we are running to. And with your help, that is what we are going to revive to save this great country. God bless you. God bless your families. And may God bless our United States of America. Thank you. USA. Thank you.
So I lost everything in the Mueller witch hunt. My home, my car, my ability to make a living, my insurance, my savings. Well, now that I'm making it back, that I'm making a return, I don't trust the system. That's why I choose gold and why I choose Fisher Capital. You see, I trust them. In these turbulent times, I think gold is a great way to guarantee that you have liquidity and safety. And who knows, you may need to hire a lawyer because the elites could come after you. See, they want to move us to a digital currency. That means that they'll give you a little plastic card, but if they don't like who you give your political contributions to or what church you attend or who you do business with, they can take your money. Not so if you have gold. This may seem extreme to you, but with record inflation, record instability, we never thought they'd steal the election. What are they going to steal next? Our money? Could our cash money become worthless? That's why I think you should invest in gold, and that's why I trust Fisher Capital. I have a deep fear that globalist bankers may target individual consumers just because they're conservatives. That's why I think you need the safety of gold. I think there's only one man who can save this country. That's Donald Trump. I believe in Donald Trump. I believe he can save America. And I believe right now investing in gold and silver is a way to protect yourself in these turbulent times. Don't let the deep state do to you what they did to me. If they can do it to me, they can do it to anyone. Protect yourself now with gold and get it from Fisher Capital.
It is good to be back. How is everybody doing? Make some noise. Okay, for those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Alexander Spillane. I am the CEO of Fisher Capital, and I'm proud to say that we are the diamond and title sponsors of this event for the second year in a row. Give it up! I want to personally thank Charlie Kirk for making all this possible. Give Charlie Kirk a round of applause, everybody. There's one man who's really making it happen. Over the past few events that we've sponsored, we've only continued to see an amazing growth, and I think it's undeniable at this point. Turning Point USA has become the most important organization in the conservative movement. Who's with me on that? Okay. I also want to thank our spokesperson, Roger Stone. And really, I have the utmost respect for all the speakers at this event. You know, I've got news for you guys. It really takes a lot of courage to go up against the deep state and stand up for what's right and speak the truth. And that also does come with a lot of sacrifice. But we can't live in fear of the backlash that comes up with speaking the truth. We can't live in fear of that. So, I have a young son, a young daughter, Angelina. Anthony, I love you very much. And I need this country to be here in 15 years for them. So, the students of TPUSA, where are you? Where are the students at? Give these students a round of applause, everybody, because the youth really is the future of this country. So just like Turning Point, Fisher Capital also did start in a small garage, believe it or not. And last year, I'm blessed to say, we actually took over the beautiful office spaces of the New York Times. So it really does feel good. Feels great to be able to say we're taking back America from these liberals. One office at a time, everybody. Yes, God is good. I also want to thank our amazing clients and my amazing team for making that all possible. Finally, my mom is here. Mom, I love you. I see you right there. Everyone give my mom a round of applause, please. She is a true patriot, I will tell you. And thank you for raising me right, giving me the values I have, and making this all possible for me too, Mom. I love you. So I really do love this crowd. I'm from Los Angeles, but don't hold that against me, please. Okay? We are in California fighting a good fight, and we are a speck of red and a sea of blue. Who else is a minority in their city? Come on. I know how it feels. I really do. So I'm actually not here to talk about myself. I'm not here to talk about Fisher Capital. By the way, that is FisherCapital group.com, FisherCapitalGroup.com. I'm actually here to talk about the importance of voting with your wallet. And I've been talking about this for a long time. I'm blessed to be on this stage and share this message with you. So let's just get started. Let's play a quick game. So I'm going to shout out some companies. And when I shout these companies, it's actually okay to boo. Okay. Starbucks. Bud Light. All right. I heard that. Has anyone heard of BlackRock? Oh, man. Target. Guys, this is going to be really hard, but we've got to get our wives to stop shopping at Target. We got to do it. And I'm guilty too. That's where all the baby formula is and stuff. I've got a 5-month-old daughter, and I'm trying the best I can. I know it's hard. There is, I know, I hear you. So I'm in this with you, trust me. But we really got to get this right. It's so important. Now, Turning Point USA has done a great job talking about how the far left has infiltrated schools, big tech, corporations, social media. And I just don't hear a lot of people talking about how they've infiltrated the financial sector. And this is so important because if you have your money with banks or brokerage houses, just take a look to the left. Look at the person next to you. Or is that your right? Take a look to the right now. And just tell me, I mean, how does it feel to know that just by having your money in custody, these are the banks and brokerages donating all the money to Joe Biden's campaign? They raised $74 million and donated that to Joe Biden's campaign. Just in the 2016 election, 2020 election, and I'll tell you, they're about to make another big donation this time as well. So right now, I don't know a lot of conservative banks. Did anybody go to an ATM today? Did anybody buy a Starbucks coffee this weekend? Okay, praise God. Happy to hear that. Who in here has a retirement savings? Guys, see some hands? Who's just young and starting out, who's a student that's getting a retirement account set up? Okay, be cautious. Be cautious, because this goes to the younger generations too. When you give your money to these investment companies, everybody, the majority of the companies that are on the S&P 500 and the funds that they're going to allow you to invest in, these are companies that are majority going woke. And you've got to see that. You've got to understand that you have a right to choose where your money goes. And you've got to get this right. Otherwise, the companies that also manage custody of the funds are going to donate your money too. So people are getting hit twice and they don't even realize it. So if you didn't know, it's not your fault. But now that you know, you got to take action. So when clients trust their business to Fisher Capital, they can rest well knowing that their money is not going to a woke, liberal, Wall Street-backed institution. And when you invest with Fisher Capital and you buy with us, you know that your money's being used and the profits are being turned into purpose, supporting great institutions and organizations like Turning Point USA. And I'm just so proud to be a part of that, and I'm so happy you guys are all here supporting that with us. So, we have a right to take control of our finances, don't we? Come on, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Because if we don't soon, we may end up all getting screwed by a big black rock. Seriously. Is that too much? Is that joke too much? Sorry. But I'm going to tell you right now, there's a reason why this system is set up this way. Wall Street has done something genius. You don't have an option to opt into a 401k. You get automatically enrolled, and you have to wake up and you have to take control. So if you can't not enjoy your Bud Light every weekend, if your wife can't stop shopping at Target and ordering Starbucks, can you at least not leave your life savings in a position where it's going to be weaponized against you? And can you at least do the right thing for your kids and grandkids? Come on now. Come on, I want to hear it. So what we do at Fisher Capital is we help our clients diversify into alternative assets like physical gold and silver. And when you do that, you claim back your ownership. You eliminate your third party and your counterparty risk. And I will tell you, what is in short supply for conservatives especially is having true ownership. These companies don't want you to own anything. They don't want you to have a say in where you send your money. And when we move closer and closer to a crisis, an economic crisis with all this debt that's surmounted, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to be happier knowing that you have some sort of funds in a position where these guys can't push a button and they can't cut you off from your money. And it's so important now more than ever for you guys to take those steps. And I just want to say I'm really happy that our company's been able to help conservatives do that, truly. And I want to give glory to God for the opportunity to share that message with you, because we really have to get this right. We have to start taking action, and it's in our everyday purchases, guys. I talked with Roger Stone, who I also personally want to thank again, who is our spokesperson. There's a reason why the deep state goes after people for speaking out against these messages. There's not money in this for the speakers that are up here, I will tell you. They really do what they do because they love this country. They really do, and I know you guys do too. So what are we going to do? What kind of action are we going to take moving forward? We've got to take action, and I really, really encourage everybody to learn more about how they can do that. You need to research companies that you know are going to do the right thing with the funds. And that's the message I have to share with you guys. So everyone, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting this event. And I hope that we can see you out there in the exhibitor hall and media row. Get ready for Matt Gaetz, everybody.
are in a battle for the soul of our country. And so I will work with anyone and everyone to change this system and to deliver results for our brave patriots. Because I work for you, not them. I am relentless, and I will continue to pursue this objective. This is the United States of America. We are not a third world country. It is time we start acting like the vibrant republic that we are. We've got a country to save. You can fight with me any day of the week, Turning Point. Let's go get them.
Thank you for your well wishes and your prayers. Most importantly, thank you for having my back. Recently at Minot Air Force Base in North Dakota, there was a warning put out that if active duty service members attended a Turning Point Action event, they might not ever be able to serve in the military again. They call Turning Point alt-right, extremist. We aren't alt-right, but we do demand that the political leaders on the right actually give a rip about we the people, and I will hold them accountable if they break their promises. The only thing extreme about Turning Point Action is that we love our country with the vision and the passion and the dedication that she deserves. So let me state clearly, every patriotic active duty service member who attends these conferences will be cherished and celebrated and honored, and I'm going to find out who the woke generals were who put out that message, and they deserve to be exposed, humiliated, and fired. And I don't even think we should use their preferred pronouns when we do it. We got the next United States Senator for the great state of Arizona coming up, Kari Lake. She'll fight. And the OG strategist himself, my man Steve Bannon. I really think that War Room Prison Break is going to be the best series yet. You'll be able to go enter promo code Bannon at Birch Gold and contribute directly to Steve's release. Have you ever had a job where you work with crazy people? A lot of the folks I work with are stone cold nuts. I got one coworker who hosts Hamas pep rallies inside the Capitol building. And I got another one who pulls the fire alarm when he doesn't do his homework. And I feel for the poor schmuck who gets lost in the Capitol building and Google's Senate Judiciary Room, because they're going to get some content they weren't expecting. In fairness, there is one rare area of agreement. Democrats and a lot of Republicans in Washington don't like me very much. I've been disruptive, naughty, even chaotic, they say. Well, I guess I have a different definition of chaos than the establishment in Washington, D.C. To me, chaos is a $34 trillion debt. Chaos is funding the entire government all at once. Chaos is not releasing every single minute of the January 6 tapes without blurring anybody's faces or identity. Now, maybe I'm a little rough around the edges. I'll admit that. But I win. And if you will fight with me, we can win together against these establishment goons in both political parties who have been destroying our country and selling out our people. Congress needs to change. Things can't keep going the way they've always been. We need disruption, not another lobbyist-funded happy hour or PAC-funded junket. 61% of Americans today are living paycheck to paycheck. Think about buying a car. You could be paying twice the amount in interest that you would have been paying just a few years ago. We've got more Americans in default on their home mortgages than at any other time in the last decade. Everything is not awesome. We can't keep doing things the way we've been doing them. And the very reason we are facing $2.2 trillion annual deficits is because we have devised a system in Washington, D.C., where no one is really responsible for the spending. The White House blames Congress, the House blames the Senate. And I've got this chaotic idea that maybe instead of taking one vote on everything from the troops and the veterans to the welfare queens and the programs that aren't working, maybe we ought to have a line-by-line process for programmatic review of the federal budget. Oh, the lobbyists won't like that, the interest groups won't like that, but we, the people, will be better off for it. With all of these challenges we are facing, America is starting to feel like how John Fetterman dresses. And together we've endured this failure whiplash. We went from an economy that was roaring under President Trump to a nation that is snoring under President Biden. He is a person in decline, and I don't think America should join him in that decline. Under President Trump, gas was cheap, wages were rising, America was energy dominant. And all of this, it's hard to believe that all that we had going for us was reversed by a man who soiled his pants on the way to meet the Pope. When Trump was president, even the dictators were on their best behavior. President Trump obliterated ISIS. He backed down Little Rocket Man. He kept Putin from invading his neighbors. Trump killed Soleimani, protected our service members, and actually put the tariffs on China that they have long deserved. I miss the days when America deterred war and America stopped war. Now we've got this stumbling and bumbling president who is literally sleepwalking us into a potential war with a nuclear power. Like, over what? Which guy in a sweatsuit gets to run Crimea? I don't think that's worth the risk of accident and escalation that could put Americans in harm's way. I don't fear broke-down Russian tanks in the Donbass. I fear the risk that we could see violence visited on the American people. And it is the duty of your leaders to do everything possible to protect you, your family, your lives, your bank accounts, and your interests. Joe Biden is so obviously too old and too corrupt to be president. But politicians in both parties have been selling you out because selling out is easy for them. They give their voting cards to the leadership, and they give their calendars to the lobby corps and the special interest bundlers. And so I proudly stand before you as the only Republican in the United States Congress who refuses all donations from federal lobbyists and political action committees. I don't take their bribes, and I don't take their commands. And they can hate me, they can smear me, they can try to expel me, but I know I have you in my corner, and I will never stop fighting for you. They couldn't buy me off, they couldn't compromise me, they couldn't destroy me, and trust me, they tried all three. But President Trump knows that we have to clean this mess up. He has called for term limits on members of Congress and a lifetime ban on any member of Congress becoming a lobbyist or a registered foreign agent. If you are writing the laws for our nation, you should not get to enter the transfer portal. And you know what? If those lackey congressmen don't like it, if they don't want the reforms that we are fighting for, then they can follow that former Speaker of the House right out the door. And there are several who are already among the congressional departed. Liz Cheney's gone. Bye, Felicia. Kevin McCarthy is gone. Mitt Romney is off to Utah or Massachusetts or Davos or wherever he can just join into a BLM riot and feel alive by virtue signaling. Oh, Mittens. We won't miss him. Work remains for all of us, and my mission, what I am fighting for every day, is to ensure that Congress is better prepared for the second term of Donald Trump than we were the first. I saw too much vision. I saw too much potential unrealized because we had to deal with the likes of Mitch McConnell and Paul Ryan. Now we've got a new generation of conservative leaders, and we've shown the capability to flex. And it gives me hope. It gives me hope that there are populist movements that are gaining victory all over the world. Giorgia Meloni in Italy, Milei in Argentina, the Dutch farmers are rising up. Maybe Conor McGregor will fix what's going on in Ireland. We've got Bukele in El Salvador and many others. And it all forecasts and leads to one obvious next step. Donald Trump is going to win the Iowa caucuses. He is going to win the Republican nomination, and he will be triumphantly sworn in as the 47th president of these United States of America. Hey, Trump's my man, but Vivek Ramaswamy might be my spirit animal. Isn't he great? And who knows? Maybe we'll even get Tucker Carlson joining President Trump in the White House as his VP. Trump Tucker 2024. The world might not be ready, but I'm ready. Are you ready? Oh, that would be fun. We are the winning team, and that's why the left is acting out so crazily. They have no arguments left to make. Who wants to vote for high crime, high taxes, high prices, and low testosterone? It's not really a winning agenda. But they have to smear us as extremists, try to imprison us, commit election interference and election fraud against us to protect their power. They're literally working to knock Donald Trump off the ballot in the name of protecting democracy. Removing the leading candidate in a national election from the ballot is the most dictatorial thing the Biden administration and their allies could ever even think of. They're trying to beat Trump in the witness box and the jury box because they know they can never legitimately beat him at the ballot box. And it's kind of weird. They aren't even really trying to win you over. Like, look, in the words of America's greatest president, they aren't sending their best. They're putting up like some dementia ward escapee and the annoying lady from your HR department. And I'm pretty sure every time Gavin Newsom shakes Joe Biden's hand, he's checking his pulse. The left in America today is the political movement that believes Adam Schiff is a truth teller and Lizzo is a sex symbol. So I will pass on both. Our heroes are Davy Crockett, Theodore Roosevelt, Thomas Jefferson, Donald Trump. Their heroes are George Floyd and Anthony Fauci and Dylan Mulvaney. Now, one of the great wins for our movement has been Nayib Bukele in El Salvador. And just think about how awful American governance is that I'm here before you cheerleading for what's going on in El Salvador. But look at the data. Murders in El Salvador have been cut in half. There's actually a lower murder rate in El Salvador today than in Baltimore. Like, maybe the people dodging bullets in Democrat-run Baltimore should seek asylum in San Salvador. But Bukele's success story reminds me how San Francisco really cleaned up pretty nice when Xi Jinping came to town. I mean, they cleaned it up so good, you could eat off of the streets that they were defecating on just days before. Gavin Newsom was willing to clean things up for the foreign communists, but he wasn't willing to clean things up for the homegrown communists who elected him. How rude. But San Francisco's improvement overnight revealed the obvious to all of us. Many of our problems are actually really easy to solve, but it just requires the will, the dedication, and the drive to solve them. It turns out you can simply remove homeless tents. Who knew? That's what Bukele did in El Salvador. He had this revolutionary idea to actually lock up the thugs and cartels and criminals who are destroying his country. And similarly, President Trump understands that some of our greatest problems just require the deployment of a little common sense. Gas prices are too high? Drill for more oil. Too many illegal immigrants? Deport them. Fentanyl is poisoning 100,000 of our fellow Americans. We should execute the drug dealers. And it just feels right to all of us when we hear President Trump say drain the swamp, because we know instinctively that it is the entire ecosystem that is mucky and nasty and toxic and in need of disruption for something better for all of us to arise. The Republican majority that we have in the House of Representatives right now is the only lever of power at our disposal. I don't think it's too ostentatious or unreasonable to suggest that we start using it for our people. So here's my message to Joe Biden. Shut down the border, or we will shut down the government. For too many years, the Republican Party was infected with surrender as a strategy, amnesty for illegal immigrants, intervention abroad, and selling out to corporate America won the day. Well, I don't think there should be liability protections for the jab pushers, and I don't think there should be one more dollar to Ukraine. What has emerged in Congress today is a dangerous uniparty, fused together by a mutual interest in changing as little as possible. They keep getting rich while our country keeps getting screwed. Members of Congress should be banned from trading individual stocks for the same reason you don't let the referee bet on the game. And interestingly, you haven't felt enough difference between Republican and Democrat control in Congress because both sides far too often are working for the same special interests. Big banks, big tech, big business, big pharma. Less than a year from now, America has a choice to make. And it's pretty simple. Strength or weakness. Greatness or decline. I will not give this country to the people who hate her. Politics in a representative republic eventually comes down to this. Choose your fighter. And so I want the biggest, baddest, toughest, strongest, most inspirational advocate for our nation and for our movement. And with all due respect to the other candidates running, I ride or die with Donald John Trump. You can ride with me any day, Turning Point. We've got more winning on the way. Winning so much, you get tired of it. After all, that's what you were promised. Our country is not just an idea or a constitution. It is our home, and we must protect our home. Thank you so much for being in the fight. Thank you for demanding more of your government and your representatives and your country. Let's win this thing and let's go get them. Thank you all so much.
As the world changes in an era of crisis, families throughout America are experiencing instability, fear, and great loss. But while many are searching for answers in places of desperation, the position and mission of the church has never been more clear. It's time for us to leave the buildings and saturate the streets with compassionate outreach, redemptive hope, and the love of Jesus. Saturate USA is a movement of churches and believers across America. One unifying movement to reach every zip code, every neighborhood, and every home with the love of the gospel. Churches can join the Saturate USA movement by adopting a zip code and receiving free neighborhood maps, door hanger bags, and evangelistic materials, including Jesus Film DVDs with free online streaming. Assembling saturation packs is easy and fun.
We saw families working together.
We have a Spanish church and an English church that have come together. 3, 2, 2, 0, 6.
Churches simply mobilize volunteers and pack free gospel materials.
We got the teamwork that makes the dream work.
Including their own church's local information. Each church can be as creative as they like with their packs, personalizing them so their neighbors will know who love them enough to reach out and connect. Then plan the neighborhood outreaches and go out as teams or individuals to distribute to homes.
We're just out passing out some flyers. We've got a new church right down there, right down the street.
One person can saturate about 50 homes in just 1 hour.
Just handing out some packages to just share the love of the Lord. And I wanted to share it with you. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. It's time for the true church to get outside the four walls. People are hungry out here, man. Only in Jesus we could be set free.
Now more than ever, our nation is in severe distress and crisis, and people are hurting deeply. Let's come together in every city throughout America, perfected in unity, so that the world will know the love of the Savior.
We are here to defend democracy.
Misinformation poses a threat to our nation's health.
Climate change is an emergency.
Democratic socialism.
Codified one's right to choose.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15.
And the fact of the matter is look, we're all going to answer to him. But I live by that faith. And if we work together and lift each other up, we will build this red wave and red conservative movement that will benefit all of us.
One of my favorite Bible verses came to mind. It's Joshua 1:9. God commands us to only be strong and to be of good courage. Yes, we're a wireless provider. We're a cell phone company. We have great coverage, nationwide coverage on 4G, 5G networks. We have 100% U.S.-based customer support. We check all the boxes that say that we're a cell phone company. But here's the deal. Our mission has nothing to do with cell phones. Our mission is to relentlessly defend our God-given constitutional rights and freedoms and to do so in a way that glorifies our God.
My pronouns are Bible believer, Jesus lover, gun carrier, and mama bear. We give a portion of every dollar we earn to conservative causes, and our four pillars are the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, and we support our military and our first responders. And as
as long as there is breath in our bodies, as long as God lets us wake up to another day, we will stand up for our children, and we will fight to take our country back, and we will take America back in our lifetime.
Patriot Mobile stands with you. We'd love for you to join us. Sign up today.
How are you guys doing tonight? What? I just want to say, you know what? I'm the least in our business. Yeah, I'm the founder. I'm the CEO of Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative cell phone company. But I got to tell you, you guys inspire us. Just sitting here looking at this crowd, and before I go there, I just want to thank Charlie Kirk, the Turning Point USA staff, and everybody that is here. Because it's you guys that inspire us to stand on the street corner waving, "We are God's company. God is in charge of our company, and through him, we are his stewards." And so the real beauty of that is y'all inspire us to get out and do that. Before I go any further, I just want to say a quick word of prayer. Dear Father, and bow your head, please. Dear Father in heaven, we just want to thank you. We want to thank you for everything that we have, because we know that everything we have is through you. Bless everybody in the stands out here and out in the audience. Help them and us and everybody here in attendance be your lights for you, that we can shine light in darkness, because we know that evil is everywhere. And through you, we can take this country back, because this country was founded on you, founded on biblical principles. So God, just please be with us. In Christ's name, amen. You know what? I just want to say this. If we can all, and I see young people, older people, if we all put him in charge of our lives and our business, we can do anything. Patriot Mobile's growth has just been staggering. And it's not because of us, it's his blessings. And it's you guys that come to us and say, "Hey, I want to be with a cell phone company." Yes, a cell phone company. I want to work with you guys because you guys honor my and yours, your attitude. We align in everything. Patriot Mobile, yes, it's a cell phone company, but we're a mission-based company. We believe in 4 pillars: First Amendment, Second Amendment, right to life, military, and first responders. So over the last several years, I believe we've donated something like $5 or $6 million. That's because of every little cell phone call adds up. So I really encourage you guys to come get involved with Patriot Mobile and just work with us. And look, we'll provide better service, because when you call us, you're speaking with somebody in Texas or California. I'm not going to say anything else. So, but before we end, does anybody want one of these T-shirts? Right? All right, I think there's some folks out in the audience. I don't know if I can get it out there, but hey, I'm going to throw this. Ah! All right, well, hey, we can get it somewhere. Anyway, thank you guys for being here. You're an inspiration in everything that we do. God bless you guys.
You're clearly a rising star in the Republican firmament. You've got a lot of popularity.
We have a movement that never died from our governor's race. This movement has grown stronger, and people are very supportive. What I see happening is the weaponization of our government. I want to make sure we don't continue to run elections like a banana republic. And this is really, in my opinion, an act of war. What's happening right now is putting every single American at risk. I want my country back. I want my children to live in an America where we have our freedoms and our liberties intact. And we're this close to losing that.
my goodness. Arizona, I love you. Thank you for being here. Turning point action. Don't you love that word, action? It's so strong. So damn right, I didn't say that. He said it. I'm just repeating what he said. Oh, it's so good to see you guys. I don't know. They made this podium for Charlie Kirk, who's like 6'10". Actually, he's like 6'12". I guess that would make him 7 feet tall. Do you mind if I step away from it? How are you guys doing tonight? Okay. Have you gotten riled up? Okay, so then maybe I can bring us into the realm of let's get encouraged. Because I've been riled up for, I feel like, years now, and I'm ready to remember that we got to keep our heart in this. It's easy to keep our muscle in this, but where's our heart right now? So we're going to talk a little bit about our heart, but I just remembered as I was standing back there, and I'm going to be honest, I get nervous. How many of you get nervous when you have to speak in front of like 5 people? Okay, I'm speaking in front of 15,000, and I always tell my team, I love you too. Whoever said that, I love you 10 times more. I tell my team I get nervous every time because I'm not a public speaker. And they laugh and they go, you speak publicly like all the time? And I go, yeah, but I'm not a public speaker. So I got nervous back there. And as I was getting ready to walk on the stage, I had a flashback to 1 year ago. How many of you were here 1 year ago? Wow. How many of you are new this year? I thought so. I see some new faces who've been, here. I don't recognize you, but I'm so happy you're in this fight with us. There's one right there. Or there's that. You're an old face. And I don't mean old. She's like 20. She goes, I'm not old. I mean, you've been around, Heather, for a long time. And I see those faces where you've been in the fight for a long time. I thank you for being in this fight. I know it's not easy. It's a beatdown some days. And so as I was getting ready to walk out, I got the butterflies in my stomach. And then I remembered a year ago when I stood on this stage, and some of you remember, and I said, guess what? We're taking our election case, and we are going to court. You remember that? I was feeling the same way because we've been done wrong. And we've been in the battle. We have been in the fight. We've stayed in the fight. And because we did that, we've accomplished a lot in the last year. And you might say, wait a minute, Kari, have we really? And yes, we have accomplished a lot. Yes, we have, because we stayed in the fight. We have shown not just Arizona how they are trampling our sacred vote, how they are rigging our elections, how they are sabotaging Election Day. We've shown the whole world how they're doing that. And this is where the battle is, in waking people up into what our elections have become. And so because we've had the will to stay in the fight, we have continued, and our cases are still moving along. And it's funny because everyone involved in our cases, all of our amazing, courageous attorneys, including a Navy SEAL by the name of Kurt Olson, and an Army veteran by the name of Brian Blem, and every single attorney who's had the courage to touch election cases, John Eastman, they're all being persecuted right now. Why is that? Because we have struck a nerve. We have touched the topic we're not supposed to talk about. And we can't walk away from this. We can't walk away from it. And so what's happened in the last year is now we're a year into it, and guess what? Now they're starting to target us. And I'll tell you what, I say to these corrupt individuals, bring it on. Bring it on. Because I'll tell you what, this week I'm being sued by one of our elected officials for defamation because I've had the courage to speak out and talk about these disgusting elections. They're not elections, they're selections. And because I've had the courage to speak out, now they're suing me for defamation. I'll tell you what, anybody they are attacking are the people you want to get behind and support. I will keep fighting. Thank you. They're coming after my attorneys just as I'm being sued by one of these corrupt election officials. They're trying to make it so I don't even have an attorney to sit there by my side and help me out. I don't know, maybe I should just represent myself. I mean, at this point, we got your back, she said. At this point, maybe I will have to stand alone in court. But I will not back down from this fight, because if we don't have a voice and a vote, we don't have a country. Do you agree with me on that? I want to send a message to these corrupt individuals in case they haven't figured it out. I'm not going anywhere. You guys are stuck with me, okay? And guess what? We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. They want us all locked up. They want us all penniless, destitute, and they want to go after people like Donald Trump and Kari Lake, and you saw many, Roger Stone. They're going after Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman. I mean, they're literally, Roseanne Barr. She just wants to tell jokes. They're going after you. None of us are safe. And I want to tell, where's the fake news tonight? Are they here? Did we allow them in? They're back there somewhere. I see the red lights. Now, as Donald Trump always says, the red lights go off when you mention them because they don't want to cover this part. They're also going after you. You just don't know it. Every single one of our cases. Okay, a green light just went on back there. I see a green light back there. Here's what our cases are. One of them is about public records request. We have a right to public records. And the fake news is rooting for the tyrannical government, not us who want public records. We have another case where we're asking for transparent elections, to have elections that aren't sabotaged. And the fake news, the propagandists in the media, have been for the tyrannical government. And now this week, I'll be the defendant in a case where they don't want us to be able to criticize our elected officials. And guess where the fake news is on that? They're with the tyrannical government. We are on the verge, people, of losing our First Amendment right now. And I want to remind the people in the media right now, your existence relies on the First Amendment. Your existence relies on the First Amendment. So I tell you, it's time to go home and do some soul searching. Do you want to be journalists, or do you want to be propagandists? Because we got one choice. If the First Amendment's gone, you don't have a job. Actually, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing. So I will say, shame on you. Shame on you to the press that thinks that they're on the right side of history when they're on the wrong side of history. It's time to do some soul searching, because we're this close to losing our country. And they're actually coming after the journalists. How many of you heard that we actually had a journalist who got locked up because of January 6th, and he wasn't even in Washington, D.C. He did 3 months. Did you all hear about him? This week, they came after another journalist and said, get ready, we're coming after you. They're not going to stop until every single one of us who wants to put our country first is locked up. You know that, I bet you everyone in here, raise your hand if you've ever liked a Donald Trump tweet. Some people are standing up for that. Have you ever retweeted a Donald Trump tweet? Okay. We're on a list, guys. It's almost comical. We're on a list right now. So here's what it's about. It's about silencing us. They want to scare these amazing people. I see Raheem out here. He's always fighting. Thank you, Raheem, for fighting so much. Stand up. This guy actually, you might end up behind bars, Raheem. You might end up behind bars. They might end up putting him behind bars because he's one of the honest guys. And they're coming after each and every one of us because we're speaking the truth. What they're trying to do is scare you, scare us, scare everyone in this amazing arena out of speaking up. Remember, in 2020, how did they do that? How did they keep us silent? They masked us up. They told us we had to be separated 6 feet apart. They told us we couldn't talk. And that's how they stop our movement. That's how they kill our country. And this time around, they can't do that because we're not going to fall for that again. And this time around, what they're going to do is try to scare you from using the most powerful ammunition you have, which is your voice and our First Amendment, and we will not succumb to that pressure. No. So, you know, we should be flattered, actually. I know you're thinking, Kari, okay, what's going on? Did you just have a drink? No, I didn't. I'm actually telling you we should be flattered that they're coming after us because we are so powerful. They want us to think that we are 49-51. It's a tiny minority and a tiny majority. We are a very powerful majority. We are a super majority. The left can't pull a crowd like this if they tried. They can't. Can you even imagine if the left tried to pull together a group? It would look like, well, first of all, it would look like an Antifa riot, for starters. They can't do it because the people aren't with them anymore. The people want our country to be saved. The Democrats are starting to come over. And I'm talking about the old school Democrats, by the way. I think Roger Stone talked about it. They use the word Democrat, but that Democrat party, the old school Democrat that maybe your grandma was a part of, or your mom or your dad, that party's gone. This is just full-on Marxism. And they want to stop us from taking back our country. And so we should be honored. So I know what it's like to be in the fight because I feel like I've been in it nonstop for a long time. And when we concentrate on just the fight, the battle in front of us, it can get heavy and tough. How many of you occasionally wake up at 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. and worry? Okay. Everyone. I'm not the only one who wakes up and has to go to the bathroom at 3 a.m. Okay. And you're kind of, then you get back in bed and you start thinking about what's going on in the world. How do we pull this thing back? How do we save our country? How do we protect our children? I have a 19 and 20-year-old. I'm scared to death about their future if we don't win this. But I believe we do win this. I really do. I know we win it. I know we win it. And so what we have to concentrate on, because it gets very heavy sometimes, and I know a lot of people have come on this stage and said, you got to fight. You're going to fight. We're going to win this. And we are. But when you're only concentrating on the fight and the struggle and the battle, it can get very heavy. And so I want to concentrate tonight on what the victory looks like. Right? That's why they want to stop us. Are you kidding me? Hey, they're not trying to arrest Donald Trump because they're worried about us fighting. They're worried about what he's going to accomplish with us. That's why they want to arrest him. Why are they trying to knock me down? Why are they trying to knock us down? Because they're worried about what we have in mind, which is putting America first and saving the greatest country on the planet. Right? And these corrupt bastards don't have a place in that country. Because when we put America first and we put solutions first, common sense solutions, the corrupt swamp is not part of that. And they're very, very worried about that. So let's imagine what our country looks like when we do stay in the fight. Let's talk about, imagine the border, which is so out of control right now. It's a couple hours south. I'm sure some of you have been there. It's totally out of control. Can you imagine when the border is secure and the border wall is built all across the southern border, how amazing our country is going to be? We're going to do that. We're going to do that. Can you imagine when we fully fund our police, our streets are safe, we can ride our bicycles, send our kids to the park without worrying about crime and being attacked? That's what we're going to do when we put America first. Can you imagine gas at $1.50 or $2 a gallon again? I'm ready for that. When we become energy independent and energy dominant and we're not relying on the Middle East for oil, that's what's going to be possible. It's so amazing. Now, how many of you are, I'm going to be honest, I'm Gen X, okay? I'm not a boomer, I'm Gen X. How many, okay, do we have any Gen X in here? I call us the red pill generation because we lived in such a great era with Ronald Reagan as our president. We saw how amazing America was when we had a patriotic country with a patriotic leader that put our country first. And now we have this amazing generation, Gen Z, they call it. And I love these kids because they inspire me. I go all over the country, and young people come up to me, and it's the greatest feeling ever. They say, you inspire me. Don't stop fighting, Kari. Thank you for fighting for us. See some of them here in the front row. And I always tell them, are you kidding me? I'm a middle-aged mom. I'm not afraid to speak out. I raised toddlers and teenagers. I changed diapers. I dealt with teenagers. I'm not afraid to speak out. You inspire me. The young people in this room who are willing to stand up inspire the heck out of me. You guys are the bravest people on the planet. Let's give them a round of applause. These young people. You guys have to deal with the peer pressure, social media, cancellations. Many of you are in your 20s. That's a lot more daunting than for a 50 plus, I'm not going to go there, 50 plus year old woman. And so you inspire me. You inspire me. But many of you have told me we don't ever see ourselves owning a home, starting a family, because the economy is so bad. Imagine we get back the Trump economy. You are married and you are moving in to your first home and you are living the American dream. That's what America First is about. And we want that for you. Every mother and father in this room, every grandparent yearns for you to have that. We want you to have a better life than we had. We truly do. And with America First policies, you can have that. And we're going to give that. Imagine a world where we're America First, where these peaceful protesters who showed up on January 6th on a cold Washington, D.C. day to peacefully protest a rigged election. Imagine a day where they are freed from prison. And the real culprits who started that riot are locked up behind bars. We can have that. I don't know, maybe Nancy Pelosi was one of them. Let's get to the bottom of that, shall we? Let's get to the bottom of that. Imagine when the only people out of a job, because our economy is so strong, that the only people out of a job are the propagandists and the fake news. We can have that. And I like this one because I'm from a family of 9. I grew up in Iowa, 8 girls and 1 boy. So it's funny, when the media says I'm anti-woman, I go, for starters, I am a woman. And I'm from a family of women. And I have dozens of nieces and nephews, and so I truly appreciate women. But imagine a day when our young girls don't have to compete with a bunch of mentally ill men who like to dress up in makeup and women's clothes. I can't wait for that. And most of all, imagine a day when we root out these corrupt politicians and replace them with citizen politicians in Washington, D.C. who want to do the people's work. That's what I want to do. So I guess what I'm saying is, as we've been, had amazing speeches by some of the great people in our movement, and we're in this fight, and we're going to continue to fight hard. I don't think one person in this room is going to give up. If you are, raise your hand. If you're going to give up, raise your hand. Not one hand just went up. Okay, good. I knew that. No one's going to give up this fight. It's too important. Our founding fathers are counting on us. Our grandfathers, our brothers, our uncles, who fought to save this country are counting on us. We did not send them off to war to die in vain so that we could get weak right now. There's no weakness in this room, is there? No. That's right. Who's ready to fight? All right. Good. We can have all of those things I just talked about if we stay in the fight. And we're going to do that in this next year. We're going to do that. I love this generation. They came up with some really great terms and words. Most of them I don't understand. But one that I love is FOMO. You know what that is? Okay, my daughter is probably out here like cringing, like, oh, Mom, don't go there. Don't start using like Gen Z terms. But I love the word FOMO. How many of you know what it means? Okay, how many of you are like my age and older and you're not sure what FOMO means? You can raise your hand. It means fear of missing out. It's like when you don't show up, you don't go to the concert because you're tired, you just want to take a bath, and then you see all the pictures on Instagram and you go, why did I miss out? I hate that I missed out on that. I don't want a single person in this room to have FOMO because they didn't have what it took to fight at the most pivotal moment in not just American history, but human history. This moment's big, guys. You all get that. It's a big, big moment that we are facing right now. We got 11 months to save the greatest country on the face of the planet, and we've got to do it. No FOMO for us. And we're so lucky to be here. I think about it all the time. I think about how graced we were that our founding fathers 247 years ago were actually there at that moment. And they were the minority, like 3%. But they were there. The George Washingtons, the Samuel Adams, the John Hancocks. I mean, we could list names forever. Those brave men who were fighting. Jefferson, someone just said, absolutely right. They were there at that moment because God put them there. Do you believe God put us here at this moment? I do. He placed each and every one of us here at this moment. He gave each and every one of us talents and skills to use at this moment. This is the moment that He placed us here for. Not 10 years ago. He strengthened us for this moment. Everything that's happened in our lives, whether you are 15, whether you are 25, whether you are 55, 85, 105, everything God put before you was to prepare you for this moment to save this nation. And I don't want you to have a fear of missing out because you're not in the fight with me. So how many of you are in the fight to save the greatest country on the face of the earth? That's right. That's right. So the question is going to come to you in 50 years, maybe 60 years, when you are sitting there with your great-grandchild. I'm talking to the Gen Z right now, by the way, because some of us won't be around in 50 years. And they look at you and they say, Granny or Grandpa, what did you do? What was your part in saving the greatest country on the planet, the United States of America? What did you do? How were you involved? What did you say? What did you do? And you're going to say to them, I did everything I could. I used my God-given abilities. I stood up. I spoke up. I never sat down. I never shut up. And I wasn't alone. We were in it all together. That's where we are right now. So my message to you, Arizona, is we got to stay strong. We have to stay strong. We have to stay hopeful. We can't forget what we're going to accomplish. And we have to do everything in our power to save the greatest country on the planet, the United States of America. I love you, Turning Point Action. I love you, Arizona. I'm with you. There is no quit in America. God bless you all. I love you guys so much.
Kari could be there in person to celebrate America. And Charlie, I want to thank you for all the hard work and dedication to help save America and allowing me to speak to these patriots tonight. We're all here to celebrate America, but what she really needs is to be defended and saved. I'm 94 years old and I've seen a lot of presidents come and go, some good, some bad, and some really horrible. But I've never been more worried about the future of our country than I am now. When Charlie asked me to speak to you about my endorsement of Donald Trump for President of the United States, I thought about all the things that are obvious to folks like you. There's inflation, there's high energy, corruption, there's crime in our cities, open borders, national security issues. I could go on, but I was just coming back to one simple statement, and this is the statement. I love America. Did you hear that? I love America. It's the greatest country in the world. Where else could the son of Russian immigrants go from a tenement in Newark, New Jersey, to become involved with one of the most iconic companies in the world? This could only happen in America. To fully understand my perspective, you have to wind back the clock to the early days of the Home Depot. Believe it or not, back there we were a small business and had some of the same challenges as many millions of other small businesses do today. But there's something very different about the economy and the climate back then. The government wasn't out to get you. Then the government was there to help you. Let's fast forward today, and government red tape and high taxes are strangling the small business community, compromising the entrepreneurial spirit that has helped make this country great. It's so difficult to grow a seed of an idea into a successful business. In fact, I've often said that I think we could never have started the Home Depot today. This is why this has me so concerned about the future of this country. It's not for me, I'm 94. It's for my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren and beyond. That's why I can't walk away. With all of you watching, I must do everything in power to turn this mess around. And as you know, Donald Trump is the candidate who's the best chance of doing that. The candidate that knows how to fix things. We cannot let his brash style be the reason to walk away from his otherwise excellent stewardship of the country during the first term. Under his administration, we passed tax cuts. And think about how he knocked around the regulatory state. He restored our international prowess and respect. And together, these components that provided opportunity to millions helped to fuel an economy that was the best you could possibly think. With his resume, he's the best option to restore the country to a place where all America were again certain to have the opportunity to again thrive. Under Joe Biden, the country has fallen to pieces. Under Joe Biden, our great cities have delved into a lawlessness characterized by violence and large-scale homelessness. The southern border is left unprotected and millions of people are pouring into the country. School children across America cannot read, write, or do basic math, while our education teachers tell us they know better than parents on how to raise our children. Big government, socialism is spreading at the expense of free market capitalism. Now is not the time for a fractured Republican Party. This is an opportunity to save the American dream for future generations. I endorse Donald Trump, not only because he has the best chance of winning the general election, but because he's the best person to take on the challenges we face here at home, as well as the geographical threats that are unfolding abroad. And I urge all of you today who care about your country, or who love America as much as I do, to support Donald Trump for president. Don't just celebrate America. Let's help save her. Save her for today, save her for tomorrow, and save her for future generations. This is a high-stake election that we simply cannot afford to lose. So here's what I need you to do. First, go out and vote early. Don't wait until Election Day. You never know what may happen that day. You never know if it's going to be a miserable rainy day or snow or whatever. You need to get out there early and vote at your convenience when you can get it done.
I get that. Don't insult the sponsors, please.
So, in just a minute, you are going to hear from the great Steve Bannon, and he is going to bring down the house. But while I have your attention, you see, I just intercepted. It wasn't scheduled. I want to encourage you to come tonight to our worship night, Strong Church. We have an amazing worship band. We have Eric Metaxas. We have Allie B. Stuckey. And for those of you that might say, I don't like church or I don't like religion, I'm challenging you. I'm asking you to make time tonight, because it might just be a night that would change your life. So after all the programming tonight, we have a night of worship and programming for you. I can't wait to see you guys there. And enjoy whatever comes next. Enjoy.
He is one of the most influential person around today.
He's been called a street fighter.
He's been a longtime ally of former President Donald Trump.
The man who helped orchestrate Donald Trump's once unthinkable election victory.
Steve Bannon, that name is probably familiar to you.
Their biggest fear right now is that you come to conferences like this. This is what they fear. And everybody in this audience, left and right, should come together. Populist nationalists should come together and say, take a stand and say, no more. No longer are we just going to sit there and take it. You are an awakened army. We're tougher. We're smarter. They're going to try to bait you into everything. You have to be smarter than that. From this day forward, there's no more talk. It's just action, action, action. We're at war. Are you ready to fight? Are they going to give you your country back? Are they going to pat you on the head and say, yeah, you can take it from the deep state. You can take it from the administrative state. Are they going to give it to you? Are you going to have to take it? I can't hear you. Give me some fire. The army of the awakened, the army of the awakened. You are the vanguard of that. Do you understand your responsibility? You understand your duty? You understand everything that's on your shoulders? Do you? We have an army of the awakened in this nation now, and you're the vanguard of that. You are the force recon. You are the rangers. You're the pathfinders. You're the leaders of the most important political movement in this nation since 1773. What was 250 years ago yesterday was what? The Boston Tea Party. You are in direct lineage of that. That revolutionary generation is you today. If they came back here, Sam Adams, Hancock, John Adams,
Franklin, Jefferson, Hamilton, the guys that fought with General Washington, they would admire you. You know why? You're a vanguard on a populist nationalist movement we have not seen in this nation since 1773. And you know why I know they're coming for you? Because just look, they're coming for Trump, but they're coming for you too. Because you have Trump's back. You need a vanguard, you need a cadre. No revolutionary movement in history has ever been without it. That's what you are. You're fighters. You may not be the smartest people in the world, you may not be the richest people in the world, but you're a damn sure the toughest people in the world, right? They're scared to death of you. Look at what just happened here recently. By the way, and Charlie announces the thing is going to blow their heads up. What does he announce? A Sunday night prayer service, right? Because you know the number one problem we have in this country is Christian nationalism, right? What is Tim Alberta? He's sitting on there on MSNBC. You know what he says? The single biggest problem we have in the country and the church is that there's certain Christians that love their country too much, right? There's certain Christians out there that are super uber patriotic, and that's a problem, right? They are afraid of Christians that are populist nationalists. You are the greatest threat to the system there's ever been. This is why they fear Trump. Let me tell you something, and let me give it to you straight. If you're under 35 years old, you are screwed. Let me be blunt. You're screwed. You know why? And they say it out loud. It's just not the lawfare and coming after you. If you get out of line, they're going to other you or make sure you get bounced from your company, or all the propaganda and the climate change and the anxiety and all the drugs they gave you when you were kids, right? Everything to break people, not to support them and have them fulfill their destiny. Here's how I know they're going to come after you. Even worse. Look at what the Federal Reserve and the Treasury said the other day, right? They're going to have 4 rate cuts. They're going to flood the zone with fiat currency. We have $34 trillion in debt as of tomorrow, not 33. We've added $1 trillion in 90 days. Trailing 12 months is $2.5 trillion in deficits. Our deficit is $200 billion a month. You would never do this kind of Keynesian stimulus, except they're doing it to defeat Trump. That's the convergence of forces. And they are sacrificing every person in this room and the nation under 35 years old. You're nothing but a Russian serf. And that's exactly how they want it. This is why is Trump now leading with what, people 25 to 35, and their heads are blowing up? Why are African-American men and Hispanic men now coming to our cause? Why are more and more young people? Because of you. You've been the force multiplier. You haven't backed down. You sent the message out there day in and day out, and people are listening to it. And that's why they must destroy you. Do you understand how when they flood the zone by the time Election Day comes, we're going to be, I don't know, $36 or $37 trillion in debt? The credit card situation is going to be $1.5 trillion with 20% non-performing. You live your life right now on a hamster wheel, right? They give you a little bit of credit. You got a job, right? At the end of the year, your bonus goes to pay down the credit card just to get a little bit of gap. And you gap your wages now. You go paycheck to paycheck with the credit card. It can't go on. And you guys are buried. So what are you going to do about it? Are you going to sit there and take it? Or are you going to sit there? This is the first elite generation in our country's history that has taken a younger generation and trashed them. They are prepared to destroy your generation to defeat Trump. To defeat Trump. They will do anything to defeat Trump. You have the convergence of forces right now. You got the lawfare, right? You see, look at Rudy yesterday, $148 million for whatever this was, right? $148 million. You got Trump, 700 years in prison, 700 years in federal prison for what? They're trying to take him off the ballot in what, 9 states? with the 14th Amendment? The Justice Department and the FBI has become the modern American Gestapo. We see that on January 6th. The DOJ is not any better. That's the legal and lawful forces. Then in the middle, you've got the biopharmaceutical industry with the phony vaccine, right? The vax. Right now, hey, who knows out there? Another COVID, another flu, who knows? But here's what I do know. That they're polling at Rasmussen shows 20% of the people that voted on mail-in ballots admitted they committed crimes. They have to get the mail-in ballots. They have no shot to win. That's the Fauci. That's the middle group. And the last is the financial. And the financial, they are going to flood the zone with fiat currency. They're going to do anything to destroy the U.S. dollar for one reason. They have to stop Trump. And in stopping Trump, they've got to stop you. You put the fear of God in them. When they got the media here, the world's media, and they see you have, 14,000 dedicated people, tough as boot leather, not prepared to back down, but are really the vanguard of this movement, leadership in this movement, taking this country to where it is a populist, nationalist, political party to take over the Republican Party. You guys, Turning Point Action right now is essentially the effective Republican National Committee in this country. You raise more money, you have more volunteers, you do more work than the RNC. And I know there's some RNC delegates here. We want to talk to you at the War Room to make sure Ronna McDaniel has got to go. I can't hear you. Does she have to go? And I got her replacement. Since Charlie Kirk has so much to do here at Turning Point, how about Don Jr.? How about Don Jr. to head the RNC, starting immediately? He's smart, he's tough, he works like crazy. I think he knows his dad pretty well. Is that the way to rejuvenate it? Can we win? And by the way, this is why the media treats it with kid gloves. If the RNC was strong, to be on them every day. They're weak. Here's how weak they are, and they're devious. They're devious. $700 million in this phony primary with the debates and the sanctimonious and, neocon Nikki, all of it. All to do one thing. All to do one thing. To stop Donald Trump. And the Murdoch News, TV for stupid people. Have we talked about Murdoch News? They remember for a year and a half you had DeSantis, then you had Youngkin, now you got Nikki, and they put out a poll today. The Wall Street Journal had a poll the other day. She's beating Biden. Poll today in CBS. She's closing out. She's got momentum. They're going to be all over that. You know what they're trying to do? I'm going to give you some inside baseball. You know what they're trying to do? $700 million. It'll be $1 billion. Not one penny of that spent on voter integrity or securing the election. All for raising their profile. And Ronna and these fat cats run around these debates. Were the debates the biggest waste of time you've ever seen? You know what the purpose is? Nikki Haley not going to beat Trump. But she is going to consolidate that never Trump vote. And you wait, mark my words. They're going to make a big move while Nikki's got to be the vice president. Yeah, she got to be the vice president. You don't love Nikki? Neocon Nikki? Neoliberal neocon Nikki? You don't love her? She's ambitious as Lucifer. You're going to see, they're going to come on, jam it up. You watch. Mark my words. We're going to have to stop that. That viper over there, that'd be worse than Judas Pence in the West Wing, wouldn't it? You're not fans of Nikki? You're not fans of Nikki as VP? This is... Oh, my Lord. This is not PG rated. Lord have mercy. Hey, Republican National Committee, this is the kind of fight you need right here, okay? These are fighters. No time for happy talk. No time for games. President Trump always says no games. No time for games. We don't have time for it. The country's in the balance. You think they had time for it on 16 December of 1773? 16 months almost to the day. Lexington and Concord. The war started, and they knew the war was coming, just like we know the war's coming, right? Are you ready for that? Are you going to let them take your country? Are you sure about that? Are you going to do everything in your power, and I mean everything in your earthly power, to stop that? Do you understand listen, this is so much bigger than the Boston Tea Party or Lexington and Concord. Do you understand with this group right here, if your task and purpose, and I mean to the core of your being, if your task and purpose is to save your country, that country will be saved? If Donald Trump has 10 or 12,000 Pathfinders, 10 or 12,000 Rangers, 10 or 12,000 force recon, which you are, we can't be beaten. Are they dictators? Have they betrayed the Constitution? Are they traitors to this nation? I can't hear you. Are they traitors? Here's how worried they are about you. Here's how worried they are about you. You got this guy, you heard of Robert Kagan? You guys know Kagan. He's a big intellectual, big neocon intellectual. Father was a professor, a classicist professor at Harvard, at Yale. He wrote a piece. He's married, by the way, to Victoria Nuland. Remember her? As Darren, thank you. You're so good. Thank you, War Room. As Darren Beatty says, she's the color revolution dominatrix, right? Kagan writes a piece in the Jeff Bezos Amazon Washington Post a week ago, 5,000 words. It's got a picture of Caesar, statue of Caesar, and Trump's coming up to it. It basically makes the intellectual and moral case for the assassination of Donald Trump. It lays out a case that Trump's Caesar, and Trump brings with him Caesarism. And Trump's got a bunch of followers like Caesar had. And then Brutus and other rational, reasonable men have got to sit there and take action. It is an outright justification, intellectually and morally, for the assassination of Donald J. Trump. Are you going to stand for that? Okay, you back there in the media, here's what we want. We want immediately the Secret Service to have a full investigation of Robert Kagan. I want to see every email, everybody talked to. I want to see when Bezos approved it in the editors of the Washington Post. Washington Post, you are a dangerous scum. Let me change that. You are dangerous vermin. You have laid out a case, and hey, understand this. If anything happens to Trump or there's any move on Trump, you people will pay. It is outrageous. It is outrageous what they've done with Trump. And by the way, people are talking about this in circles, in Democratic Party circles, in Republican donor circles. That article is well read and well passed around. That's how much they fear you. They come after Trump because Trump put you in the room. Not in the room, not in the deal. And Trump puts you at the head of the table. God, they hate that. Do you understand how much they hate you? How much they despise you? How much they think you're just trash? Right? They take your tax. Yeah, they're demons. They're demons. They hate you for your beliefs. They hate you for, this is not a disagreement. They don't disagree with you. They hate you. They hate your values. They hate what you stand for. They hate what you hold dear. They love the fact they take your tax dollars and your pension funds, right? And they use them to ship jobs to China or to pay for the Ukraine war or pay for the money laundering over Ukraine and the child trafficking in Ukraine and the bioweapons labs in Ukraine. Isn't that right, Victoria Nuland? Amen. We have a lot of work cut out for us. But let me tell you about Trump. They compare Trump to Caesar, right? Trump is a guy that was in the Republic, but now he's aggrandized himself. And he's got these cult followers that are prepared to do anything to bring him to power and keep him in power. And therefore, he must be eliminated, because to eliminate the cult, you got to go after the cult leader, right? But they're not going to do that. We're calling their bluff. You try it. We dare you to try it. We dare you to try it. President Trump's too much of a gentleman to call you out, but hey, I ain't no gentleman, right? We're going to start with Kagan. Kagan, you're disgusting. You need to be investigated right away. That shows you how weak the Justice Department is. Anybody, if you wrote an essay like that and printed it up on Biden, they would come down and kick down your door in a New York second and drag you out in chains. Which I've had the pleasure of having a couple of 3 times. It happens, right? I did say this was a revolution. There's another Roman figure, Cincinnatus. They used to call General Washington Cincinnatus. But Trump's the new American Cincinnatus. He came back from General Cincinnatus in the early days of the Republic, from the deep fog of time, came back after he retired. He came back and he saved Rome and then walked away. Think about it for a second. If Donald Trump had gone to Mar-a-Lago on the afternoon of 20 January 2021 and just went back to building golf courses, building hotels, going from $7 billion to $15 billion, writing a memoir, hanging out with his family, enjoying everything that he had earned by being the greatest president of the 20th and 21st century, right? With 4 years of peace and prosperity, and then to get 74 million votes and have it stolen by the deep state and the globalists. But he didn't. You know why he didn't? Because of you. He knew you were there. He knew you had his back. And he knew you were down for a fight for control of this country, the greatest and most powerful nation in the history of the earth. So he came back, and think about it. None of this would have happened to him. The 700 years in prison, taking his entire business, right? In Colorado, it was all the state, taking him off the ballot. Everything he goes through every day, mocked and ridiculed by the mainstream media, the propaganda department of the deep state. None of it would have happened. None of it. That shows his courage and his deep love of country. No person in the history of this nation, with all the patriots we have ever done what Trump has done by come back to save his country. And the American people are on his side. Look at the numbers. Those sons of bitches try to destroy him every day, and he's still winning. He's still winning. He's still winning. 700 years in prison. Think about it. It's never happened on any country on earth. For only the 3rd time in our country's history, 3rd time, the destiny and fate of one man is inextricably linked to the fate of the Republic. General Washington, during the Revolution and then afterwards as president, how he comported himself, how he brought the nation together after 8 years of hard fighting, of which, by the way, remember, 1/3 of the people were against it, 1/3 were in the middle, so 2/3 were kind of jiggy. He brought that country together. Abraham Lincoln, who, by the way, was a populist nationalist, right? The Homestead Act, the Transcontinental Railroad, the land-grant university. He had a vision of manifest destiny of a continental superpower that the average schmo could get a break. And he had to break slavery and human bondage to do it and put us through a civil war. The third, Donald J. Trump. His fate and his destiny is the fate and destiny of this republic. We either win and save this republic with him as our leader and the 47th President of the United States, or you tell me what's after that. You've seen it, right? Look, the 2016 victory was providential. I was there. I saw it. We had a candidate, a plane, no money, no organization, and a great message. And we won, right? And they were stunned. We won in 2020 and they stole it. We won in 2020 and they stole it. But even that stealing was providential, because we see exactly who they are and what they are. The great unmasking of who's on our side of the football, who's on the side of the republic, and who are globalists, who are followers of the party of Davos, who are not populist nationalists, has all been unmasked. And you've seen what they've done, from the schools to the children to the drugs, all of it. The southern border, 9 million illegal alien invaders in this country. Our first priority is not simply sealing the border, but to send them home. And I don't mean just criminals and people from the mental institutions. I mean every single 9 million of them gotta go. Gotta go. Have to go. The African American and Hispanic community will never recover. You let these 9 million in, the wages will never get there. Crush them. They're selling out below 35s, and they're selling out minority working class people in this country. You know why? They think they're just like you. They're just trash. So we have a great work ahead of us. Remember, after the Tea Party, 16 months later, Concord in Lexington. We have our Concord in Lexington on the 5th of November of 2024. I will guarantee you, like I guaranteed Trump when I first took the job in 2016, to 100% metaphysical certitude, we will be victorious. Hold it. There's one caveat. This room, you, every one of you, your task and purpose has to be victory. That nothing will come between us and victory. Damn right. Amen, brother. Force multiplied, not just force multipliers. You are a historic force. This is why they're trying to destroy you. This is why you're now Christian nationalists. They're going to try to get you out of all your jobs. This is why they fear you. This is why they fear Trump. Because of you. Trump can't do it alone. His shoulders are big, but they're not that big. He's a strong man, but he's not that strong. He can't carry an entire republic, an entire movement, and turn this thing around. Only you can. Are you with him? I can't hear you. Are you with him? Trump, 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 Trump. Okay. You know your task and purpose. Can we be defeated? Can we be defeated? Can we be defeated?
All right, everybody. Okay, everybody. A couple announcements here. Number one, make sure you check your email and vote in the straw poll. Lots of important questions, both for President and Vice President. So make sure you check your email and do that. Number two, we have a very, very fun announcement of something we're going to be doing in the summer. We want to host the largest event of the summer that's open to you. Many of you say, Charlie, I want to go to the RNC convention. Well, it's very hard for many of you to get to that convention. So we're going to be hosting the People's Convention in June. Watch this video. Turning Point Action Conference, everybody. This event is going to be unlike any other. It's a conservative movement that is ready to fight and win.
You're either on the side of liberty, you're on the side of freedom, you're on the side of this republic, or you're on the other side, and there's no excuses.
The RNC is not going to be happy that the people will have a convention this summer, and we're going to be doing it in Detroit, Michigan, everybody. Anybody from Michigan? We got great people from Michigan. It's great. All right, in 20 minutes, we start our worship night, everybody. Be here, 20 minutes. We'll see you then. Thanks.
Say there's nothing in the world as powerful as an idea whose time has come. When the Heritage Foundation was founded, the idea was simple: empower principled conservatives and build a battleship for a new conservative movement. But 50 years later, those conservatives have inspired a new generation, and that battleship, now powered by 500,000 of our closest friends, has scored public policy victories never thought possible before. The Heritage Foundation has become the space for conservatives to meet, strategize, organize, and come out fighting again. All on behalf of the only special interest in Washington that matters to us, the American people. It's been 50 years and a lot has changed. Our challenges are greater, our nation's enemies more ruthless. But some things, the things that make us who we are, have stayed the same. Our heritage is believing parents have a say in their kids' education. Our heritage is understanding that when we give up the right to life, we give up everything. Our heritage is protecting free and fair elections and knowing a broken southern border when we see it. Our heritage is refusing to drown our grandchildren in senseless government debt. Our heritage is telling corrupt foreign governments, woke corporations, and leftist bureaucrats that they believe is what we're given, but it's also what we'll pass on to future generations. And that's an idea whose time has come.
The world is on fire. Extremism is growing here in America at rapid rates. Terrorist groups like Hamas continue to kill women and children, and university professors are defending it. Why are you paying these terrorist sympathizers to educate your kids? Learn more about the scam of college with my book, The College Scam, and learn about the dangers of sending your kids to college.
For a gift of any amount, get your copy today at tpusa.com.
What would you say if we told you you could reverse most any ailment or symptom
without painful exercises in just 88 days? We have created the only patent-pending intercellular hydration protocol.
Don't miss your opportunity to feel better. We know there's a lot of false hope out there, and many people have bought programs that work for a moment, but life's a lot longer than a moment.
We have been helping people gain intercellular hydration for nearly 3 decades.
You will lose fat, not weight, fat. Fast, including that killer visceral fat. Chronic dehydration is one of the root causes of many ailments and symptoms. Ask your doctor about Energized Health. Don't miss your opportunity to transform your health now.
So log on to energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com.
Possible side effects may include increased joy, energy, potential reduction in prescriptions, more fulfilling relationships, fewer doctor visits, and overall improved quality of health and life.